Chapter 121 Tang San Spirit Awakening. How is this possible? Su Yuntao subconsciously wanted to deny it. Even with innate spirit power rank 8, it shouldn't appear on a spirit like blue-silver grass. But the facts were right before his eyes. Su Yuntao could only accept reality, saying with a regretful face, "Sigh. It would be great if your spirit wasn't blue-silver grass." "Uncle, why do you say that?" Tang San raised his head in confusion. Su Yuntao shook his head and explained, "With your innate spirit power rank, no matter what other spirit you change to, you could have a good development in the future. However, blue-silver grass. If this spirit follows the attack system, it doesn't possess much attack power itself. Even with added spirit rings, it's very hard to compare with spirit masters of the same rank. If it follows the control system, given the fragility of blue-silver grass, a slightly greater strength would break free from it. Moreover, it fears fire elements, ice elements, lightning elements, etc., and is extremely easily countered by other spirits." Su Yuntao patiently explained the reasons to Tang San. Such was his personality. Pointing out a clear path for Tang San, he said, "It's a pity that with your spirit, you can only try to join the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Convert into a Food-type Soul Master. As a food system spirit, the role of the blue-silver grass spirit is much greater than that of the control system root and attack system root. Take a look at this." As he spoke, he took out a newspaper from his bosom. This is the newly released newspaper of the Food-type Soul Master Guild. It details the successful examples of converting blue-silver grass into a food system spirit within the Food-type Soul Master Guild. You can refer to it. "All right, Uncle." Tang San took the newspaper and began to examine it. Food System Soul Master Guild Weekly, Issue 127 front page headline. The gorgeous transformation of the blue-silver grass spirit. Spirit ancestor Su Kir perfectly converted blue-silver grass into a food system spirit, opening a new chapter for food-type soul masters. Reporter, Little Chili. Recently, Su Kir joined the Food-type Soul Master Guild, successfully completing the complete transformation from the control system to the food system. Her original 4 spirit abilities also changed accordingly, forming 4 food system spirit abilities with unique effects. Tang San quickly scanned the long-winded text and the praise for the Food-type Soul Master Guild, his gaze lingering on the changes in the spirit abilities. First soul skill, Tenacious Grass Steamed Bun. The original spirit ability was Tenacious Binding. After converting to the food system, the consumer will gain significant tenacity blessings in the next quarter of an hour. Muscles, tendons, and even meridians will be strengthened, greatly improving the resistance to physical impact and shock damage, and slightly enhancing the stamina recovery speed. Second soul skill, Blue-Silver Dew Cake. The original spirit ability was Interfering Grass Seeds. Third soul skill, Endless Blue-Silver Flower. The original spirit ability was Rapid Growth. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Small Berry. The original spirit ability was Blue-Silver Explosion. After converting to the food system, the consumer's spirit power will experience explosive growth in the next 5 minutes, and the spirit power will cause explosive damage after hitting the target. Seeing the changes in these 4 spirit abilities, Tang San was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the spirit abilities acquired by a spirit master can change along with the changes in their spirit? Blue-Silver Dew Cake, Detoxify. Endless Blue-Silver Flower, Spirit Power Amplification. Tang San's heart was moved. Su Yuntao had already made the shortcomings of the blue-silver grass spirit very clear. In future battles, it was destined to be his burden. Tang San's thoughts were spinning rapidly. The newspaper in front of him pointed out a clear path for him. Instead of avoiding the shortcomings of blue-silver grass, it focused on bringing out the characteristics of blue-silver grass, displaying more possibilities. The hidden weapons experience of the Tang sect from his past life was enough to guarantee his own combat power. Furthermore, he still had another spirit. Thinking of this, Tang San clenched his left hand tightly, subconsciously not wanting to expose the secret of possessing a second spirit. "Uncle, I will consider it." Tang San was polite on the surface, but never thanked Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao nodded. "Think about it carefully. With your innate spirit power rank, after joining the Food-type Soul Master Guild, you can definitely claim 1,000-year soul spirit. Moreover, it might even be 10,000-year. Su Yuntao reminded him once more, packed up the black stones on the ground, and prepared to leave Saint Spirit Village. Watching Su Yuntao leave the room, Tang San made up his mind once again. That's right, soul spirit. As long as they are spirit masters with a food system spirit, they can receive 1,000-year soul spirit for free after joining the Food-type Soul Master Guild. This is much better than going to the spirit hunting forest himself to obtain an unknown spirit ring. The newspaper says, soul spirits can grant spirit masters the spirit abilities most suitable for their own spirit and spirit rings of the best spirit ring age. If the body strength is high enough, one can completely obtain 1,000-year spirit ring even at the first spirit ring. With the physique he cultivated from childhood practicing the mysterious heaven skill, perhaps his first spirit ring could also be 1,000-year spirit ring. Compared to the original work, the appearance of the Food-type Soul Master Guild allowed Tang San to come into contact with all the information of the Spirit Master's world much earlier, and his ambition grew larger as well. He was no longer satisfied with cultivating his spirit just for the mysterious heaven skill to enter the next level, but truly and realistically, believing that the spirit would have a development prospect not inferior to his own cultivation technique, and subconsciously planning his future with this. Old Jack. At the doorway, Old Jack was making pleasantries with Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao turned his head to look at Tang San, sighing, with this child's innate spirit power, if he changed to another spirit, I would really hope to guide him to join Spirit Hall, what a pity. However, if the blue-silver grass spirit can be converted into a food system and he joins the Food-type Soul Master Guild, it's also a pretty good choice. It cannot be considered burying this child. Su Yuntao was still feeling regretful for Tang San, but Old Jack became happy. Right, I will recommend Little San to the guild and let him get the spirit conversion quota. Old Jack was full of smiles, and instead stuffed a gold coin into Su Yuntao's hand. Grandmaster, the work-study student quotas in the village are not enough. Look here, can you make an exception? Due to the spread of the innate soul powerless meditation method, casually any child who isn't too lazy can cultivate spirit power. So much so that the number of spirit masters has skyrocketed nowadays. The work-study student quotas for elementary students exceed supply. Even the demand for teachers in some academies has begun to increase, allowing many mercenaries who lost their jobs due to the appearance of soul spirits to find new professions. But even so, the quotas for work-study students are still not enough, and as for day students, for these children in their village, it's hard to run back and forth from Nuoding City to Saint Spirit Village every day. Old Jack's gold coin was obtained from selling the soul spirit. But the soul spirit can only be claimed for free once. The gold coins in his hands were limited, and there was no way to continuously supply so many children to go to school, so he could only ask Su Yuntao to pull some strings. After all, from Su Yuntao's performance when awakening Tang San just now, it could be seen that he was a warm-hearted good person. A gentleman can be deceived by what is right. Although Douluo Continent doesn't have this phrase, the reasoning is universal. Old Jack, who had grown old and crafty, naturally knew this clearly. Chapter 122, Should the blue-silver grass spirit go the food system path? Leaving aside the tug of war between Old Jack and Su Yuntao. After stepping outside, Tang San bid farewell to Old Jack and walked toward the blacksmith's shop in the village. Morning. It was Tang Hao's routine sleeping time. After returning home alone, the blacksmith shop was pitch silent. He didn't mind at all and instead went back to his own room. He sat on the edge of the bed. He stared blankly at the palm of his left hand. A faint black light gushed out from his palm, and the radiance instantly condensed as a peculiar hammer appeared in his hand. Its entire body was pitch black, and the hammer handle was about half a foot long. The hammer head was cylindrical. It was very similar to the casting hammer he commonly used, but faint patterns were carved on the surface of the hammer, giving it a much better appearance. It was extremely heavy. The moment the hammer appeared in Tang San's hand, he could no longer grip the handle tightly. His arm slowly drooped down, and his face turned pale. The spirit power within his body had been sucked dry by the hammer. Even so, Unstoppable excitement still lingered on Tang San's face. Judging from the performance of this hammer spirit on his left hand, it definitely belonged to the ranks of top-tier spirits, and it was a top-tier attack system spirit. This made the thoughts in his heart even more certain. Transforming the blue-silver grass spirit into the food system, joining the food-type Soul Master Guild, going to claim a Millennium Soul Spirit, and then using it for the hammer spirit. Suddenly, the door curtain was abruptly lifted. Tang Hao appeared at the doorway of the room. Looking at the hammer in Tang San's hand, his face was filled with shock and rage, as well as a dense killing intent. Right, it was indeed killing intent. As an assassin in his previous life, Tang San was extremely familiar with this. Although the number of times he went down the mountain to execute missions was relatively small, quite a few disciples among his peers possessed this kind of killing intent. He was very sensitive to it. Because of this, his heart was filled with extreme doubt while he secretly heightened his vigilance. Why would Dad develop killing intent toward me? What on earth is the reason? Little San, when you underwent the spirit awakening, who all saw it? Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly, staring at the pitch-black forging hammer in Tang San's hand. Killing intent permeated his heart, intending to kill everyone who had witnessed Tang San's spirit awakening. Dad. Tang San spoke with doubt. By this time, he also understood that Dad's killing intent was not directed at him, but at those who had seen his spirit awakening. But his heart became even more puzzled. What on earth was so special about the blue-silver grass spirit that he felt he had, to actually make Dad produce such heavy killing intent? What I awakened is not this spirit. I have another spirit. Tang San perplexedly put away the hammer spirit in his left hand. He raised his right hand, urging the mysterious heaven skill within his body once again to channel all the remaining cultivation power in his body into his right hand. A faint blue light appeared in his palm. In an instant, a crystalline blue little grass had already appeared. Blue-silver grass. Tang Hao was dumbfounded. After a moment of trance, Tang Hao blankly looked at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand, the light in his eyes flickering uncertainly. Did they all see the matter of you awakening two spirits? When asking this question, the killing intent in Tang Hao's heart surged violently. He even thought whether he should simply slaughter Saint Spirit Village and Nuoding City entirely. Otherwise, the news that Little San awakened the twin spirits of blue-silver grass and clear sky hammer would definitely bring a fatal crisis to himself and the Clear Sky sect. Spirit Hall would definitely not let go of him and Little San. No. Dad, they only saw me awaken the blue-silver grass spirit, and they don't know that I have another spirit. Good. Good. Well done. The killing intent in Tang Hao's heart instantly vanished, excitement hanging on his face as he opened his arms and tightly embraced Tang San into his arms. As expected of my son. Tang San was stunned. In his memory, this was the first time Tang Hao had hugged him like this. Dad, Grandmaster, who helped me with my spirit awakening, recommended me to join the food-type Soul Master Guild and transform the blue-silver grass spirit into a food system spirit. What? Before Tang San could finish his words, he was instantly pushed away by Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes widened in anger as he glared fiercely at Tang San. Who told you that? The blue-silver grass spirit must absolutely not become a food system spirit. Especially you. Tang Hao was furious in his heart, developing a dense killing intent towards the person who abetted Little San into transforming the blue-silver grass spirit into a food system spirit. Along with that, he also grew dissatisfied with the food-type Soul Master Guild. Why, Dad? Looking at his father whose expression kept changing in front of him, Tang San's heart harbored even more doubts as he voiced his inner thoughts. I feel that the blue-silver grass spirit is quite good as a food system. I have another hammer spirit, and I can completely become an attack system battle spirit master. The two spirits cannot appear at the same time. Instead of choosing the control system route with the blue-silver grass spirit, it's better to leverage strengths and circumvent weaknesses by transforming it into the food system. Tang San rattled on endlessly about his inner thoughts. And I can also claim a Millennium Soul Spirit from the food-type Soul Master Guild without needing to hunt for extra spirit rings myself. He meticulously listed all the various benefits after transforming his blue-silver grass spirit into the food system. No, absolutely not. Tang Hao decisively interrupted Tang San, slamming both hands heavily onto Tang San's shoulders. Remember. No matter when, you must never have this thought. Tang San had never seen his father's expression look so dramatic before. Various complex emotions constantly appeared on Tang Hao's face. And it was uncharacteristically solemn. I know, Dad. Tang San carried a sense of defiance in his heart, but he didn't want to directly refute his father. What he didn't know was, when Tang Hao heard him say that he wanted to transform the blue-silver grass spirit into the food system just now, he wished he could strangle this rebellious wretch to death with one hand. Let the blue-silver grass be eaten by people. What were you thinking? That is the bloodline left to you by your mother. I absolutely will not allow you to trample on it like this. And also, in the future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand well. Forever. Tang Hao solemnly commanded Tang San. Tang San didn't understand why, but he still nodded. I know, Dad. Remember. Tang Hao urged him once more with lingering worry, then stood up and left the house without looking back, his whereabouts unknown. At this moment, in the shadows outside the wall of the blacksmith shop, a pair of indifferent eyes quietly emerged, staring at the direction where Tang Hao left. Confirming there was no mistake. The eyes disappeared, and a pitch-black figure leapt out from the shadows, transforming into a streak of black light that vanished into Saint Spirit Village. Clinging closely behind Tang Hao, following him toward the distant mountains. Inside the house, Tang San blankly looked at the crystalline blue little grass in the palm of his hand. The incomprehensible doubts in his heart grew more and more numerous, his mind tangled into a complete mess. He still didn't want to give up the idea of becoming a food-type soul master. In his view, his father was merely a blacksmith in a village, perhaps a bit mysterious but lacking in vision and insight. He should go to the big city. He would personally make a trip to the branch of the food-type soul master guild in a big city to truly understand whether the blue-silver grass spirit was suitable for a food-type soul master or not. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to go against his father. Rather, it was on that newspaper he saw from the hands of the Spirit Awakening Grandmaster that morning. That spirit ancestor Su Kier, the effects of her 4 spirit abilities after her blue-silver grass spirit was transformed into the food system deeply aroused a yearning in Tang San's heart. Chapter 123 Tang Hao, Dead. Tang San never thought that the spirit abilities of the blue-silver grass spirit would actually be so powerful. It truly opened his eyes. It's just that his father's attitude baffled him. He didn't know why his father reacted so strongly when he told him he wanted to transform the blue-silver grass spirit into a food system spirit. Why? Could the blue-silver grass spirit have a secret he didn't know about? Tang San fell into deep thought. Having broadened his horizons through the newspapers of the food-type Soul Master Guild, he knew that a descendant spirit was entirely related to their parent spirits. This was a form of bloodline legacy. Even if some people's spirits mutated, their essence was still related to their parent spirits. What about his own 2 spirits? The pitch-black hammer in his left hand definitely came from his father. Since he was a blacksmith, a hammer spirit suited him best. Then what about the blue-silver grass in his right hand? Dad said just now, to always remember to use the hammer in his left hand to protect the grass in his right hand. Then his blue-silver grass spirit must have come from his mother, which was why his father told him to protect the blue-silver grass. The reason was, he hadn't protected Mom well. Tang San almost guessed the truth. But he still didn't understand why his father wouldn't let him transform the blue-silver grass spirit into a food system spirit. Wasn't this the best choice? And while he was thinking about his mother, on the other side, Tang Hao had already arrived at a valley surrounded by mountains. In the valley, all spirits were verdant, and the waterfall gurgled loudly. By the pool, Tang Hao gazed at the waterfall, tears streaming down his face. Words were stuck in his heart, hard to speak, and his emotions were too stirred to control. Young lord, it has been found. In the woods behind, Lin Yi stood on the branch of an ancient tree, reporting the situation to Jade Zhao via mental intent. Bring back the blue-silver emperor and her right leg bone. As for Tang Hao, in the extreme north, Jade Zhao pondered for a moment, considering what use Tang Hao could be to him. Thinking it over, it seemed he was of no use. So he gave Lin Yi the order, kill him. Remember to bring back the 6 spirit bones on him. Just in time, the once every 3 years food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition is about to be held, so we can use them as a prize. Receiving the reply, Lin Yi respectfully nodded, understood. As they spoke, Tang Hao was seen soaring into the sky, at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the top of the waterfall. Before Lin Yi could reveal himself, Tang Hao had already arrived on the reef of the waterfall. With a few leaps, the massive clear sky hammer appeared in his hand, sweeping toward the waterfall. The water flow was cut off, revealing the stone wall behind. Tang Hao raised his hand and pressed a spot on the stone wall. The seamless rock cliff thus caved in, revealing a doorway. Quite fast. That saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Yi sneered coldly, his spirit possessing him, and a total of 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Martial Soul True Body. Shadow, Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, Descend. Shadow, Domain of Fengdu. 2nd Soul Skill, Shadow Gap. 8th Soul Skill, Shadow, Road to the Yellow Springs. The spirit rings flashed alternately, dazzlingly bright. Remembering Zhe Zhao's injunctions, Lin Yi went all out right from the start, leaving Tang Hao no chance to resist or for the Asura god to interfere. Even though the Asura god's intervention was merely a guess, the possibility was extremely low, but it should be avoided if possible. There was no need to clash head-on with the Asura god right now, especially since Lin Yi was alone here, where at most he could only break even with Asura. Tang Hao, who had entered the waterfall cave and steadied his footing, reacted belatedly, turning around abruptly and looking in Lin Yi's direction. He gripped the clear sky hammer tightly in his hand, his spirit rings pulsating beneath him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he turned around, Lin Yi, buffed to full status, had already appeared in the shadow of the midair waterfall through the shadow gap. Shortly after, the road to the Yellow Springs was released. Lin Yi's icy voice rang in Tang Hao's ears. An illusory path of the netherworld extended from beneath Lin Yi's feet in midair, reaching straight to Tang Hao's feet, carrying a piercing chill and deadly silence, instantly engulfing Tang Hao. "You're courting death," Tang Hao roared in fury. Blinding dark light burst forth from the clear sky hammer, attempting to break free from this bizarre restraint. All 9 rings shook together. Terrifying power fluctuations were about to explode. However, the split second before his spirit power erupted, an even deeper and chillier nether domain instantly spread out. Wherever the eyes could reach, the light vanished. In all directions, shadowy figures and countless ghost silhouettes flickered in and out of view within the darkness, letting out silent screeches. Substantial spiritual attacks pounded against Tang Hao's will. "Great Sumeru Hammer!" Tang Hao shouted explosively once more, his arm muscles bulging and veins protruding, forcibly resisting the restraint of the Fengdu domain with the intent to smash this group of annoying ghost shadows to pieces. Swish! Lin Yi's figure was like a ghost. The moment the Fengdu domain enveloped the area, he had already quietly appeared in the shadow behind Tang Hao. A sharp blade in his hand silently slashed across Tang Hao's neck. Fast. Too fast. Before Tang Hao's soul rings beneath him had time to detonate, his head and body had already been separated by the sharp blade, and the dark light on the clear sky hammer shattered. Time froze at this moment. The fury in Tang Hao's eyes turned into shock, anger, and unwillingness, instinctively wanting to turn his head to see Lin Yi's true face clearly. Puff! Blood radiance suddenly appeared. A head with wide open, angry eyes soared into the sky. Scalding fresh blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed part, splashing onto the cold rock wall and the damp soil beneath his feet. 3rd Soul Skill, Soul Hooking Chain. The third 10,000-year soul ring beneath Lin Yi flashed with black light, and a pitch-black chain appeared in his hand, giving Tang Hao's mutilated body a slight hook. The illusory soul was hooked out. Under the state of the Fengdu Ghost Emperor, purple light lit up in Lin Yi's hand. Perish! Tang Hao's soul, still wearing an expression of shock and anger, shattered like bubbles, completely vanishing between heaven and earth. Clang! Tang Hao's mutilated body fell heavily to the ground, making a muffled sound. The dignified clear sky Douluo Tang Hao, who had shaken the continent with his prestige, couldn't even release a single spirit ability before being decapitated and dying in this sunless cave behind the waterfall. One could only say, the agility attack system was just like this. When an assassin kills, by the time you react, you are already cold. The nether power on Lin Yi gradually dissipated, releasing his spirit possession, and he slowly revealed his true appearance without any expression on his face. Only indifference. Crouching down, his hands wrapped in spirit power felt around Tang Hao's corpse, pressing precisely on several key locations. Swish, swish, swish. As bursts of tearing sounds rang out, the spirit bones inside Tang Hao's body were extracted. 6 spirit bones of various shapes, exuding powerful energy fluctuations, were forcibly stripped out by Lin Yi and placed on the ground one by one. Head spirit bone, left and right arm bones, left and right leg bones, and the most important torso spirit bone. The light of the 6 spirit bones flowed, not a single one had an age lower than 10,000 years, and they all became Lin Yi's spoils of war. With a swipe of his palm, the 6 priceless spirit bones instantly vanished from the ground, put away by Lin Yi into his storage spirit tool. Having finished all this, Lin Yi then stood up indifferently, discarding Tang Hao's mutilated body like a worn-out shoe, and turned his gaze toward that speck of blue-gold grass deep inside the cave. Chapter 124, Blue-Silver Emperor. A faint blue-golden halo stubbornly shone. Lin Yi felt. He felt that in his entire life, he had never been able to see such complex and varied emotions from a blade of grass, but today he had truly seen something new. The domain quietly dissipated. The sound of the waterfall and the light from the outside world poured back into the cave, but the thick smell of blood in the air did not dissipate. Lin Yi walked over to that blue-silver grass and squatted down. The leaves were broad and thick. The veins were clear. They flowed with a warm blue-golden halo, brimming with exuberant vitality, completely out of place in this dim and damp cave. Sadness, grief, unbridled relief. Hatred, gratitude, and a relaxed release. Complex emotions intertwined, forming a mental fluctuation that fell into Lin Yi's mind, making it difficult for Lin Yi to distinguish what exactly this blue-silver emperor meant. He looked on in silence. He took out a flower pot as thick as an ancient tree from the spirit storage tool, and proceeded to dig out the blue-silver emperor Yin along with the surrounding soil, putting it into the pot. During this time, the leaf veins of the blue-silver emperor swayed gently, allowing Lin Yi to dig her away without any other extra struggling actions. After packing it up, Lin Yi put the flower pot containing the blue-silver emperor into the wishful 100 treasure purse at his waist. This was given to him by Jade Zhao before he came. It was specially prepared for the blue-silver emperor. Lin Yi patted the dirt off his hands, stood up, and his gaze swept across the cave stone walls, searching for the traces of the 100,000-year right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. According to the young lord, the 100,000-year spirit bone of the blue-silver emperor was hidden by Tang Hao in this cave. Very quickly, at the upper part of the cave, Lin Yi keenly perceived a trace of faint spirit power restriction fluctuation. With a flick of his finger, a condensed shadow blade precisely landed on the stone wall, breaking open the restriction. With a clink, a pitch-black box fell from the sky. Lin Yi caught it smoothly. It was an inconspicuous lead box, dark overall, strip-shaped, about 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide, feeling slightly heavy in hand. Weighing it a bit, it weighed roughly over 200 catties. Opening the lead box, a gentle airflow surged out, containing magnificent and pure life energy, as well as an aura of the same origin as the blue-silver emperor put away just now. Lin Yi nodded, took out the spirit bone and stored it into the spirit storage tool. The 100,000-year right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor was acquired. Inside the cave, only the roar of the waterfall and the thick smell of blood remained. Lin Yi's figure, just like when he came, silently melted into the shadows of the cave, completely disappearing with the blue-silver emperor and the 7 spirit bones. In Saint Spirit Village, Tang San in the bedroom of the blacksmith shop did not know that his parents had been swept away in one go, and was still pondering his father's profound meaning. Tang Hao, Tang Hao, old Jack's loud voice sounded outside the door. Shouting for Tang Hao, his voice buzzing in the shop, old Jack's gaze swept around, just in time to see Tang San walking out from the inner room. Grandpa Jack. Dad went out just now, is there anything you need him for? Went out. Hearing this, old Jack's already wrinkled face twisted into a ball, and he said angrily, with little San's spirit awakening being such an important day, how could he still run outside? He's really becoming more and more unreliable. After finishing, old Jack looked at Tang San and said, let's go. Little San. Grandpa will take you to the Food-type Soul Master Guild to register. No need, Grandpa Jack. Before old Jack could finish his words, Tang San interrupted. Although in his heart he really wanted to transform his blue-silver grass spirit into a food system spirit, and go to the Food-type Soul Master Guild to claim a Millennium Soul Spirit. But being the filial person he was, he did not want to go against his father's expectations. Especially since, although his father didn't state it clearly, but between the blue-silver grass spirit and the Food-type Soul Master Guild, it clearly involved the cause of his mother's death, which made him have even less favorable impression of the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Dad doesn't want me to go. Hey, this Tang Hao. Old Jack was obviously about to get angry, but was interrupted by Tang San again. Moreover, I don't want to go to the Food-type Soul Master Guild either. Hearing this, old Jack was stunned. Looking at Tang San before him, he didn't understand what kind of soul-confusing soup that drunkard Tang Hao had fed this child, making him so stubborn. Forsaking the broad road to heaven, insisting on clinging stubbornly to the blue-silver grass spirit. Sigh. Old Jack looked at Tang San's stubborn expression, not knowing what to say. He let out a heavy sigh. You child, just like your dad, you're both stubborn mules. Shaking his head, old Jack turned and left. Think about it carefully yourself, there are only 3 working student spots in the village, and they can't be spared. When Tang Hao comes back, Little San, have him come find me. After speaking, old Jack sighed and turned to leave the blacksmith shop. As the village chief, he couldn't favor one over another, and children of appropriate age in other villages also needed this working student spot. By then, they could only let their parents discuss it among themselves. This was also the reason why he came to find Tang San. If Tang San joined the Food-type Soul Master Guild, then he wouldn't need to occupy the working student spot in the village. Food-type Soul Master Guild. There was an elementary Spirit Master Academy exclusively belonging to Food-type Spirit Masters, which was only open to Food-type Spirit Masters, and the tuition only required some points. For Food-type Spirit Masters, obtaining points was not difficult. After old Jack left, the sky gradually grew late, but Tang Hao still hadn't returned home. Tang San waited left and right at home, wanting to go out and look for him, but didn't know where Dad had gone. He could only helplessly start a fire to cook. Leaving some rice porridge for his father, he lay on the bed in a daze. Academy, working student, food system. Numerous words floated across his mind, making him toss and turn, unable to sleep, not knowing how he should walk his future path. Half a month later, Tang Hao still showed no sign of returning. Old Jack cursed him roundly, believing that Tang Hao, seeing that Tang San's awakened spirit was blue-silver grass, simply abandoned Tang San and left him to fend for himself. Tang San, on the other hand, felt that his father had unspeakable difficulties, but it wasn't easy to say it out loud. He could only let old Jack scold and curse. Anger was anger. Old Jack ultimately still sponsored Tang San with 1 gold coin, letting him go to Nuoding Academy to study on his own. The working student spot had already been confirmed for other children in the village. It wouldn't look good for him to go back on his word. And it wouldn't be good to sponsor Tang San too much. Tang San didn't feel any dissatisfaction, instead quietly keeping old Jack's kindness to him in his heart. Preparing to find a blacksmith shop after going to Nuoding City, working part-time while studying. With his own ability, even without a working student spot, he could still survive in Nuoding City. This was the confidence brought to him by carrying the mysterious Heaven Treasure record. Little San, let's go. That unconscionable dad of yours won't be coming back. At the entrance of the village, seeing Tang San occasionally turning back to gaze in the direction of home, old Jack said unpleasantly. If you ask me, you might as well come with Grandpa to join the food type guild, that way you can have it easier in the future. Old Jack was still chattering endlessly. Tang San smiled and shook his head. Let's go, Grandpa Jack. You, sigh. Old Jack shook his head and led the 7 children on the road together. As for why there were 7, because as early as a week ago, that little girl whose spirit was blue silver grass had already been sent by Old Jack to the Food Type Soul Master Guild in the nearby main city. Chapter 125 4 Spirit Abilities provided by the Tianmeng Iceworm. Far north, a world of ice and snow, with biting cold winds. On the snowfield covered in white snow, several ice castles stood tall, and 2 distinct spirit power fluctuations collided fiercely in front of the ice castles. Roar. The roar was deafening. A circle of visible golden ripples suddenly expanded with Zhang Cheng as the center. The hard frozen earth beneath his feet instantly cracked, and the crack spread wildly like a spider web, stepping out a large pit on the ground. The golden figure rushed forward. Well timed. Examen Yang slightly lowered his legs. The Kasaya rattled in the fierce wind, and he clenched his fists in front of his chest, suddenly throwing a punch as Zhang Cheng's figure was about to approach. Bang! The 2 men's fists collided, blasting up violent airflow. Come again. Zhang Cheng roared wildly, his right fist tightly clenched, and his voice sounded like a lion's roar. His golden hair stood on end like a lion's mane. His eyes burned with battle intent like fire. White chi steamed from his knotted muscles, as if a furnace in his body was burning. Spirit possession. In an instant, he turned into a golden lion with 4 ferocious lion heads, as if cast in gold, incomparably majestic. 4th spirit ability, Lion King Heaven Meteor Breaking. Directly opening the ultimate move at close range. The 4th spirit ring beneath him flashed with black light, and Zhang Cheng's claws clung to Examen Yang's arms, making him unable to break free for a moment. 4 large mouths opened at the same time, condensing dazzling golden light. The spirit power of extreme scorching gold erupted. Facing this inescapable and terrifying blow, Examen Yang grinned, and the brocade Kasaya draped over his body soared into the air. Hum! A low Sanskrit sound rang out. In front of Examen Yang, a soft bright red light suddenly bloomed, instantly condensing into a Kasaya wall. On the Kasaya, countless dense, crimson gold patterns circulated, forming profound patterns, exuding a heavy, profound, and archaic aura. Boom! Zhang Cheng's violent spirit power light wave, which condensed 4 golden lion heads, solidly slammed into the Kasaya. There was no strong head-on counter-impact. The violent golden energy fell on the Kasaya, and the hit area suddenly recessed inward, accelerating the circulation of countless bright gold patterns. The impact was wrapped and pulled by countless flexible forces, stirring up ripples, spreading toward the surrounding snowfield. Wherever it passed, the snow on the ground turned into powder, revealing the hard frozen earth. Only a small amount of aftermath, passing through the Kasaya and falling onto Examen Yang, causing his figure to involuntarily retreat a few steps to dissipate the force. Examen Yang, the defense power of your Kasaya is simply more perverted than my 3rd spirit ability. Zhang Cheng jumped back a few steps, landing on the snow several zhang away, stepping out a deep pit, and couldn't help complaining. You were not bad either. The Kasaya in front of Examen Yang slowly faded away, revealing Examen Yang's true body. The power of this 10,000-year 4th spirit ability, if it weren't for my 3rd spirit ability amplifying the Kasaya's own toughness and defense. The 2 complemented each other, and fought together again. In front of the ice castles on the snowfield, Sen Yu, Oscar, Li Tu, and others were all watching the excitement, occasionally discussing a few words. Within these 4 years, under the dual assistance of the variety of auxiliary cultivation foods provided by the Food-type Soul Master Guild and immortal herbs, the strength of several people advanced by leaps and bounds. They successively broke through level 40 and became spirit ancestors. Their spirit power ranks generally reached around level 48. According to this speed, they only needed another month or 2 to impact level 50 and obtain their 5th spirit ring. And their ages. The oldest was only 12 years old. Thanks to Jade Zhao's 4th spirit ability. The million-year spirit ability Demon Whale Town Sea Soul Stabilizing Soup provided by the Deep Sea Demon Whale King allowed their spiritual seas to be guarded by the Demon Whale, and their strength was enhanced. Therefore, they all successfully contracted 10,000-year soul spirits. The ages of both the third and fourth spirit rings reached over 10,000 years. And the improvement of Zhe Zhao's strength was naturally even more exaggerated. As early as a year ago, Zhe Zhao and others encountered, by chance on the far north ice field, the million-year spirit beast Tianmeng Iceworm, who was being chased by the three-headed scarlet demon hound, Kai Wang, in the Star Do Great Forest. Well, it was purely a coincidence. Absolutely not, because Zhe Zhao bought a whole bunch of items that boosted his luck from the auction house again and again. The favor of fate, the favor of the world will was still continuing to exert force. Facing the long-awaited Tianmeng Iceworm that delivered itself to his door, Zhe Zhao naturally wouldn't miss it in vain. He immediately threw out 2 Kotoamatsukami sealing scrolls, capturing both the 300,000-year Kai Wang and the Tianmeng Iceworm in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, under the control of Kotoamatsukami's pupil technique, the Tianmeng Iceworm could actually still maintain a trace of clarity and wasn't completely controlled. But it didn't matter. When the sacrifice ceremony started, no matter how it resisted, it was futile, and it could only obediently become Zhe Zhao's 6th spirit ring. And it provided an external spirit bone. Yes, external spirit bone. The million-year Tianmeng Iceworm's external spirit bone, Tianmeng Silkworm Molting. As for Kai Wang, he was raised by Zhe Zhao by his side, waiting for Zhang Cheng to save up enough student union points before sacrificing to him. Without rules, standards cannot be formed. A 300,000-year spirit beast sacrifice would make anyone's eyes turn red with envy. Zhe Zhao had to treat everyone equally. The million-year spirit ring and million-year external spirit bone Tianmeng Silkworm Molting of the Tianmeng Iceworm pushed Zhe Zhao's spirit power rank to the level 70 bottleneck in one fell swoop. 4 more spirit abilities, 4 new decoctions. The only regret was that the million-year external spirit bone Tianmeng Silkworm Molting did not provide Zhe Zhao with a spirit bone skill. It only endowed him with unparalleled physical defense and ice element affinity. At the same time, it also had an extraordinary spirit power recovery speed and physical toughness. Tianmeng Silkworm Molting perfectly fitted Zhe Zhao's body, attaching a layer of energy panel that was nearly transparent and flowing with light golden and ice blue halos on the surface of his body. Becoming a part of Zhe Zhao's body. Only 10 years old, Zhe Zhao's spirit power rank had already reached level 70, and he only needed to obtain another million-year spirit ring to perhaps directly impact the spirit Douluo realm. Unfortunately, in the Douluo world, million-year spirit beasts no longer existed. Unless he went to the core of the Star Do Great Forest and dragged the Silver Dragon King Ji Yuan out to sacrifice to himself. Purple, black, red, crimson gold, crimson silver, platinum. A total of 6 spirit rings. His strength improved too fast, and the initial 10,000-year soul spirit Snow Ginseng baby suddenly seemed somewhat unworthy of Zhe Zhao. The flesh Ganoderma soul spirit was the same. Although it had tried very hard to break through the 10,000-year limit and became a 10,000-year soul spirit. But compared to Zhe Zhao's other 4 spirit rings, it was a bit inadequate. However, Zhe Zhao didn't care. Strength, well, as long as it's enough. His main focus was on the auction house. The 4 million-year mental type spirit abilities provided by the Tianmeng Iceworm had effects that extremely suited Zhe Zhao's wishes. Tuichin Zumeng Jade Pith Soup. 9 derivations Heavenly Mystery Dormant Dragon Saliva. Dream Cocoon Hiding Soul Return to Ruins Brew. Dream Derived 9 Transformations Turtle Breathing Soup. The starting prices given for each in the auction house were all above 500,000, which was much stronger than the effects of the spirit abilities provided by the million-year Deep Sea Demon Whale King. The Dream-derived 9 Transformations Turtle Breathing Soup with the best effect had a starting price of a full 3 million in the auction house. A single spirit ability. The starting price was higher than the sum of the 4 spirit abilities provided by the Deep Sea Demon Whale King combined. Of course, it couldn't be compared with the Suiu Fusheng Time Dew provided by the Abyss Time Spiny Moss Insect Emperor. Things like the Law of Time were encounterable but not obtainable. If only the Tianmeng Iceworm could touch upon the Law of Time, being worms as well, it wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Chapter 126, Beast Spirit Transformation Experiment. Young lord, Tang Hao is dead. The blue-silver emperor is here. Silently, Lin Yi appeared in the ice fort. He handed the wishful 100 treasure purse containing the blue-silver emperor in his hand to Zhe Zhao, and took out 7 spirit bones from the storage spirit tool, lining them up on the table in order. The spirit bones were stained with blood. At a glance, they had just been taken out not long ago, shimmering with halos of various colors. These are the spirit bones taken from Tang Hao's body. During the process, I did not encounter any intervention from the Asura god, nor did I sense any divine presence. Lin Yi's voice was low and calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. The ice fort was filled with swirling cold air. With one knee on the ground, he gradually melted into the shadow behind Lin Yi and disappeared. I know. Zhe Zhao nodded. Holding the wishful 100 treasure purse in his hand, his mental force poured into it, and a faint yet tenacious breath of life emanated from within. He did not open it immediately. He only stroked it gently, and then threw it into the spirit spring small world beneath his feet. No divine presence. Zhe Zhao's gaze swept across the 7 spirit bones on the table, a hint of playful amusement in his tone. It seems, this Asura god does not favor his legacy as much as portrayed in the original work. Or rather, in the eyes of the Asura god, Tang Hao was never important to begin with. Zhe Zhao curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, picked up the blue-golden 100,000-year blue-silver grass right leg bone, and held it in his hand. I wonder, if I kill Tang San, will it be able to lure you down? Zhe Zhao murmured to himself, already forming a plan in his mind. He had been busy with experiments before and couldn't leave for a while, having no time or mind to deal with Tang San. This time, having Lin Yi kill Tang Hao was precisely to test the Asura god's attention towards Tang San. Now that the answer was known, then this time when he returned to Heaven Do, he would kill him with his own hands. He put away the 100,000-year blue-silver grass right leg bone. Afterward, Zhe Zhao took out another blank storage spirit tool and stored the remaining 6 bloody spirit bones from the table into it. He strode outward. He pushed open the heavy ice door. Sen Yu, Oscar, and the others were waiting at the door, gazing far into the distance. Examen Yang was still engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Cheng. Boss. Greetings, big boss. Several people greeted Zhe Zhao one after another. Zhe Zhao nodded, his voice clearly piercing through the wind and snow, falling into everyone's ears. Pack up, get ready to move out. Return to the food-type Soul Master City. Hold the second Pan-Continent food-type Soul Master evaluation competition. After a brief silence, there was ecstatic joy that resounded across the ice field. Roar. That's great. The second food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition is finally going to be held. Oscar's face flushed with excitement. Boss, I conceded the first one, but for this second one, the championship is rightfully mine. Light flickered in his eyes. During the first one, to avoid suspicion, he didn't participate in the competition. Otherwise, with his spirit and potential, securing a top 3 spot would have been a certainty. Big brother Oscar, that's not certain. A Chang, the champion of the first evaluation competition, smiled and spoke from the side. He was equally determined to win the championship of this second one. Boss, is it going to be held in the food-type Soul Master City this time? Li Tu, with her petite figure, said with a giggle, there's lively excitement to watch again. Go pack up. I'm going to call Sister Yan Yan and Lengleng and the others, and we will set off shortly. Having given his instructions, Zhe Zhao did not linger much and hurried away, his figure disappearing into the distant boundless wind and snow, arriving at the entrance of an inconspicuous ice fort. Entering the ice fort, it was completely empty inside. There was only a square manhole cover made of special metal right in the center. He walked over and injected spirit power into it. The manhole cover then slid sideways, revealing a long metal ladder below. A wave of warmth rushed toward his face. Along with it came a faint, fresh fragrance of herbs mixed with the smell of blood. Blended together, the scent was unexpectedly pleasant. Zhe Zhao walked down the long ladder. This was an underground laboratory that simulated a constant temperature environment. Originally, after acquiring the spirit ring of the Tianmeng iceworm, he had wanted to transfer the entire laboratory to the food-type Soul Master City. But right at that time, the experiment produced results. Thus, it was delayed time and again. He had planned to completely abandon the laboratory once the experiment on transforming beast spirits into food system spirits was completed. Walking down the long ladder, the light gradually brightened. The laboratory was brightly lit, and the spirit tools hummed. Streams of spirit power circuits flowed with various colored lights in the transparent pipes. Du Yan was operating the instruments with full concentration. Beside her, Yi Lingling held paper and a pen to record data. Inside the instrument, crouched a yellow tiger condensed from spirit power. Light and shadow shifted, flickering uncertainly. Within the illusory tiger body, the figure of a young man was faintly visible. His face was pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his temples. "How is it? Can you still hold on?" Du Yan stared closely at the instrument, asking the young man inside. The young man's body trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "No problem, Sister Yanzi, I can feel the spirit is." The young man described his own feelings with difficulty. Then he took another deep breath and said through clenched teeth, "The medicinal effect is fading. I feel like it's just a little bit more. Sister Yanzi, another bowl." Du Yan nodded. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, who had been waiting opposite, agilely delivered the prepared medicinal soup into the instrument, carefully feeding it to the young man. As soon as the medicinal soup entered his mouth, the spirit power on the young man surged violently, and the possessed yellow tiger spirit let out a low roar, gradually solidifying, becoming clear, and shrinking. Slowly detaching from the young man's body. Accompanied by a dull hum of spirit power, the stripping process seemed to have reached a certain critical point. Bang! With a muffled explosion, the yellow tiger spirit suddenly burst, turning into a turbulent storm of spirit power that swept outward, and all monitoring data inside the instrument instantly skyrocketed. "Lenglang, quick!" The moment Du Yan spoke, Yi Lingling had already summoned the 9-heart begonia spirit, and a soft pink-white light bloomed around her body. A deep black spirit ring suddenly lit up beneath her feet. It was precisely her 4th spirit ring. The phantom of the 9-heart begonia hovered in the palm of her hand, its petals swaying gently. Petals detached from the 9-heart begonia one by one, drifting toward the young man inside the instrument. Majestic life was injected into the young man's body, rapidly healing his injuries caused by the spirit backlash from the experiment. His hurried and chaotic aura gradually returned to stability. Still too impatient, Du Yan looked at everything before her, murmuring to herself in self-reflection. Just at this moment, steady footsteps approached, and Jade walked to Du Yan's side. "Sister Yan." His gaze calmly swept over the young man inside the instrument who, after being treated by the 9-heart begonia, was gradually regaining a rosy complexion while failing to conceal his drained weakness, and he spoke steadily. "Your direction is not wrong. There is also no problem with the ratio of the potions. After a few more tests, we should be able to see successful results." Hearing the familiar voice, Du Yan snapped out of her reflective state, turned her head to look in the direction the voice came from, and brilliance instantly lit up in her eyes. Chapter 127, The Second Food-Type Soul Master Evaluation Conference. "Zhao, you're here." Without waiting for Jade to say anything more, Du Yan acted as if she had found an outlet for her release, speaking endlessly. "Zhao, look at the data. The hardest part of a beast spirit lies in how to separate the spirit from the spirit master themselves. We're just a little bit away now. I feel the key point still lies in the potion ratio. It has nothing to do with the dosage." The quantity of the twin leaf flowers was reduced. She impatiently shared her analysis and conjectures with Jade, staring intently at Jade, wanting to get recognition and answers from Jade. Jade nodded and asked, "Is the ratio the one I gave you before?" "Right. Star soul grass, Longji leaf, Hiluo tulip petals, twin flower." Du Yan fluently rattled off a large bunch of medicinal herbs. Unlike the decoction for converting plant-type spirits, the decoction for converting beast spirits required many more precious herbs, was much more expensive, and the success rate was 0 to this day. "Don't be anxious. Pause for a moment, let's return to Heaven Do." Zhe Zhao slightly nodded and called the four of them to leave the laboratory together. The youth with the yellow tiger spirit inside the apparatus was named Asu, 12 years old, and a member of the student union of the Food-type Soul Master Academy. His innate spirit power was rank 4. Now his spirit power was at the rank 40 bottleneck. This spirit power rank was purely pumped up by eating various tonic medicines over the past few months. He had actively applied for the beast spirit conversion plan. Along with him were dozens of spirit masters of varying ages, all cultivating in the ice castle next door, refining the medicinal power within their bodies. Up to now, the few times beast spirit conversion came closest to success had all appeared on Asu. The time closest to success. His yellow tiger spirit had already left his body, condensing a piece of tiger bone in his hand, but no spirit chant appeared, and the spirit ability effect still maintained its original state. Young lord, I'll stay here. Walking behind Zhe Zhao, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan spoke gently, his tone lacking its former femininity and carrying a unique rhythm. The experiment is about to succeed, even without young Miss Lingling's healing. With my spirit ability I can still. No. Without waiting for Yuguan to finish speaking, Zhe Zhao interrupted him, saying, going back this time is to host the second Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition, and we need to showcase the results of plant-type spirit conversion at the competition. It has to be you. Chrysanthemum Douluo's Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum spirit had long since successfully converted into the food system. Zhe Zhao prepared to let him make an appearance at this evaluation competition. With his strength as a titled Douluo, it would be enough to cause a huge sensation. Yes, young lord. Yuguan gracefully raised his hand, and a light golden Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum bloomed in his palm. The spirit's light flowed, and golden petals gently drifted down, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating before landing in his palm. The fragrance permeating the air became even richer. I certainly will not disappoint the young lord's expectations. Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes flashed with a proud light. My spirit ability system has been completely reshaped, the conversion is thoroughly complete, and the effect far exceeds expectations. Baiwei City. Located over 30 miles east of Heaven-Do City, at the foot of the Heaven-Do Mountains, adjacent to the Food-type Soul Master Academy, it was also known as the Food-type Soul Master City. Above the city gates, the three large characters, Baiwei City, were inscribed in a vigorous and cursive style. The roads were clean and tidy. On both sides of the street, shops stood closely together with their doors wide open. There were no ordinary weapon shops or blacksmith shops. Replacing them were dazzling arrays of fruit and vegetable shops, spice shops, bizarre cookware stores, and various eateries with the richest aromas. Food-type soul masters stood in front of shop entrances or stalls, their spirit rings flashing as they advertised. Meat skewers sizzled and dripped oil. Dough exuded the aroma of wheat in the steamer. A young girl's spirit ring lit up, she gave a soft chant, and her spirit ability activated, instantly condensing a crystal-clear ice bowl on the stall in front of her. Inside the bowl was snow-white spirit power jelly, emitting bursts of cold air. In the air, the aroma of roasted meat fat, wheat aroma of pastries, sweet aroma of cakes, fresh aroma of fruits and vegetables, countless scents mixed, intense enough to almost turn into substance. The cries of hawkers were endless. Intertwining with the diners, praises to form a unique and bustling mimetic cultivation ground for food-type soul masters. Right at the center of the city, a huge circular building rose from the ground. Its style was extremely similar to the Soul Fighting Arena, but with a bit less sternness and a bit more worldly flavor. An eye-catching banner hung above it, reading the second Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. It was precisely the focus of attention for the entire city and surrounding areas. The entrance was crowded with a continuous flow of people rubbing shoulders, noisy and boiling with excitement. Packing the wide main road so tightly that not even water could trickle through. Countless spirit masters gathered here, everyone's face brimming with anticipation and eagerness to try for the evaluation competition. Inside the competition venue, it was even more packed to capacity. The circular stands were filled with enthusiastic spectators, their gazes focused on the spacious exhibition platform in the center. High up on one side in the judge's seat with the best view, Zhe Zhao, Yu Guan, Ning Fengji, and others were seated. Compared to the first session, the Heaven Do Crown Prince, Shui Qing, was missing, and Xiao Xin had been added. 2 years ago, after the conclusion of the first Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition, Crown Prince Shui Qing suddenly contracted a severe illness and died without cure. Now the one inheriting the Crown Prince position was Shui Bang. He was accompanying Emperor Shui Yi in the VIP box. Meanwhile, in the box next to theirs was the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui, who had previously disguised herself as Shui Qing and then faked her death to escape. After Qian Runshui returned to Spirit Hall, what business did Hu Liena still have with being the Holy Maiden? At the registration desk on the side of the stage, Yang Tong held the roster and number plates of the contestants, preparing to call out numbers according to the procedure after Zhe Zhao announced the start of the competition. I announce, the second Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition has officially begun. As soon as Zhe Zhao's voice fell, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan's figure vanished from the judge's seat, subsequently appearing on the platform in the center of the venue. His movements were elegant and flowing. The aura of a titled Douluo instantly attracted the gaze of the entire audience. Everyone, let this old man open the field for the second evaluation competition. Yu Guan's clear voice spread across the entire venue, carrying a hint of gentle aura different from his past femininity. He slightly raised his hand, palm facing upwards. A golden Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum slowly emerged, its petals as gorgeous as velvet, radiating dense spirit power fluctuations and floral fragrance. As you all see, this old man's spirit, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, a top-tier plant-type spirit, for the past few decades, it allowed this old man to become renowned in the spirit master's world with the posture of an attack system titled Douluo. Yu Guan gently cradled his spirit. Changing the subject, his gaze shifted to Zhe Zhao at the main seat of the judges' panel, and his tone was filled with heartfelt admiration. Now, under President Ji's research, the path of successfully pioneering the conversion of plant-type spirits into food-type spirits has been created, and this old man's spirit, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, is precisely the. Yu Guan spoke endlessly. The entire audience was in an uproar. The spirit masters off the stage only knew that plant-type spirits could indeed be converted into food systems. Yet they never expected that a long-famed titled Douluo, a top-tier attack system battle spirit master, had actually converted his own spirit into a food system. This simply subverted everyone's cognition. Chapter 128, Golden Stamens Shine Alone, Looking Down on All Flowers. Countless gazes shuttled back and forth between Yu Guan and the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in his hand. Shock, curiosity, they looked at him in disbelief, failing to understand why a titled Douluo who had long reached the peak would dabble in the path of a food-type soul master. Yu Guan smiled slightly. His slender fingers gently cradled the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, and he began to introduce his new spirit ability. He spoke of them as if counting his own family treasures. The spirit rings beneath him lit up one after another, and the fragrance of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum drifted across the entire venue. Crisp, sweet, mellow, fragrant. The fragrance had form and substance, carrying fine golden specks that gently brushed past everyone's nose tips, seeping into their hearts and minds, refreshing everyone's spirits. Accompanied by the fragrance, countless translucent chrysanthemum leaves shimmering with a golden jade luster drifted down silently. They erupted like a golden wave, covering every corner and staining the lapels of every audience member, bringing a trace of coolness and peace. Golden stamens shine alone, looking down on all flowers. Yu Guan gave a clear cry, and the first yellow spirit ring beneath him flashed. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in his hand spewed golden radiance, and countless petals leisurely drifted down, precisely falling into the hands of everyone in the audience seats. The spirit ability was originally appreciating one's own beauty alone. Its original effect was to amplify all of this old man's own attributes by 30%. After being converted into a food-type spirit ability, when the golden stamen petals produced are eaten by a spirit master, their body becomes light, their mind follows their will, and their control over their own spirit power is significantly enhanced in a short period. Everyone can taste a bit or two. Yu Guan introduced with a smile. The spirit masters who obtained the golden stamen petals off the stage eagerly ate them, their faces showing surprise as they felt the surging power and control within their bodies. The taste was sweet and refreshing. The effect was identical to what Chrysanthemum Douluo said, and even faintly exceeded it. Golden stamens condense dew, unbroken golden armor. Yu Guan's voice rose, and the cluster of golden stamens in the center of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum trembled gently, several drops of thick nectar suspended by spirit power. The spirit ability was originally bright golden armor. It is this old man's only defensive spirit ability, possessing the indestructible characteristic of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. After being converted into the food system, the spirit ability is called Golden Armor Nectar, originating from the extremely young and rigid stamen nectar at the flower's heart. After taking it, instantly stimulate potential, the body is like cast gold, strength can uproot mountains. All basic attributes soar by a factor of 1 in an instant, and a golden armor condenses on the body's surface, indestructible and impregnable. Yu Guan cradled the suspended drops of golden dew, the light reflecting off his confident face. This time it did not benefit the whole audience. Instead, it was precisely divided by Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit power and sent before several spirit masters in front of the audience seats, signaling them to take it with peace of mind. These few were not hired shills arranged beforehand. However, they had immense interest and anticipation for Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit ability effects, and all of them stuffed it into their mouths the moment they received it in their hands. Their bodies suddenly shook. A light golden glow emanated from their body surfaces, coating them with a layer of chrysanthemum petal golden armor. The chrysanthemum petal patterns flowed clearly, covering their entire bodies like glazed glass, indestructible. They subconsciously raised their hands. Amidst their movements, the golden armor clanked. The tangible glazed golden armor made them appear like several golden divine statues suddenly rising from the ground, causing bursts of low exclamations under the stage. Indestructible. Aura. Their aura has surged by more than double. Gods. How is this a food-type spirit ability? This is a miracle. This spirit ability of His Excellency Chrysanthemum Douluo. The spirit masters who had previously tasted the golden stamen petals now had envy in their eyes, staring at the golden figure in the arena. What the golden armor nectar brought was a naked eye visible enhancement and defensive golden armor. This effect was much more intuitive than what Yu Guan described verbally. Qirong powder mist, breathing with heaven and earth. Yu Guan turned his wrist lightly, and countless tiny golden pollen grains on the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum were stripped away by the power of the 5 elements, turning into a hazy golden mist. With a gentle blow from him, it spread across the whole venue. This spirit ability was originally the aura barrier. Within the barrier's coverage range, everyone's mobility and spirit power would be restricted. It is a control domain type spirit ability. After being converted into a food system spirit ability, this Qirong pollen settles the mind and soul, locks the taste buds, amplifies all senses of the consumer, and plunges the spirit into tranquility. As Yu Guan began to introduce, the golden powder mist drifted with the wind, gently covering the entire venue. The audience inhaling this pollen with a strange sweet fragrance did not feel any discomfort at all, but instead felt mentally tranquil. Their minds and souls were focused, and their perceptive power was greatly enhanced. The lingering taste in their mouths was infinitely elongated and amplified under the effect of the pollen, and every subtle change was clearly distinguishable. All changes around them also fell into their hearts. The senses were extremely wondrous. Following that, Yu Guan tapped his fingertips lightly, and a few unopened Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum flower buds were plucked. Buds about to bloom, illusion and reality in a single thought. The flower buds were only the size of a fingernail, yet they contained rich vitality. This old man's 4th spirit ability was originally Spirit Douluo Phantom. It can condense a clone to block attacks in combat, and can also automatically explode when approaching the target. Now, after eating these unopened chrysanthemum buds, use the unbloomed buds to harbor the instantaneous shadow. Instantly form a clone identical in aura to oneself, which can attract or withstand one attack on behalf of the consumer. The flower buds were not many. While explaining, Yu Guan sent the few exquisite and delicate unopened chrysanthemum buds in his hand into the audience seats for those who hadn't tasted the golden armor nectar earlier to taste. The tiny flower buds entered the mouth. A chrysanthemum fragrance extreme in richness exploded in the mouths of several spirit masters, and several light golden phantoms identical to their figures appeared in front of the audience seats. The existence time of the phantoms was very short. After 10 breaths, the phantoms turned into a crisp fragrant breeze and drifted away, brushing past countless spirit masters in the audience seats, refreshing everyone's spirits. Jade leaves condense blades, cold blossoms gather souls. Yu Guan's gaze turned to the bottom of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum stem, spirit power flowing at his fingertips, peeling off several sepal leaves from the base of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum stem. Shaped like a slight moon, the blade edges were naturally formed, and the texture was as translucent as cold jade. 5th spirit ability, gathering of cold blossoms. Now they are cold. Blossom sepal leaves, which are the support for protecting flowers and born with sharpness. After consumption, they can condense spirit power into cold blossom sharp blades, driven as desired, with matchless sharpness. For this soul food containing murderous chi, Chrysanthemum Douluo did not select lucky audience members again. With a gentle lift of spirit power, those few cold jade sepal leaves were presented to the judge's table, precisely falling into the white jade plate in front of Zhe Zhao. Zhe Zhao smiled and nodded, casually picking up a piece of cold blossom sepal leaf and putting it into his mouth. It was icy, crisp, and refreshing upon entering the mouth. Without needing to chew, an extreme sharpness went straight through to the sea of consciousness, condensing a cold blossom sharp blade within the sea of mind. Zhe Zhao's thoughts moved slightly. Flicking his fingers, several imperceptible transparent moon blades instantly shot out, landing on the stone slab taken out by Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. Kai, 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 stone chips flew like snow. Scratches lined the surface. Gravel splattered everywhere. They saw Zhe Zhao's fingers tracing in midair, and fractured marks suddenly appeared on the stone slab, deep and powerful. Open black lens bracket second food type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. The 13 large characters were strikingly in view, and a chorus of praise immediately sounded below the stage. Chapter 129, Golden Pistils Floating Rosy Clouds. Golden pistils flow with light, rosy clouds fall from the 9 heavens. Yu Guan held the entire Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum with both hands. He gave it a gentle shake. In an instant, countless petals and pistil fragments as fine as gold sand detached from the main body. Lifted by spirit power, they resembled a brilliant galaxy of golden rosy clouds, flowing slowly across the entire venue. Gold filings poured down like rosy light. The entire venue was bathed in a rain of golden light. These gold filings did not need to be intentionally consumed. Like fragrant golden snow, they fell onto people's hair, shoulders, palms, and even lips. As long as they touched the skin or inhaled the rich fragrance it exuded, one could feel a warm and pure spirit power pouring into the body. Quickly soothing fatigue, healing injuries, purifying energy disorder, bringing physical and mental comfort, and making the audience in the venue show expressions of intoxication and satisfaction. This is Golden Pistils Floating Rosy Clouds. Originally an attack system spirit ability, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum rotates to release golden pistol light attacks, ignoring the spirit master's defense. The spirit ability's name remained unchanged, but its effect was completely different. The turbulent aura inside the venue caused by the previous few food system spirit abilities was gently smoothed away in this golden rosy light rain. 7th spirit ability Martial Soul True Body. The light of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in Yu Guan's hand suddenly surged, the golden patterns on its petals resembling flowing molten gold. Brilliance intertwined. The entire Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum merged with him, its entire body resembling carved gold and jade, with vitality and spirit power fluctuations as vast as the sea. The 7th spirit ring beneath him lit up. A deep, low shout resounded through the venue. True body manifests, Qirong. Reaches the heavens. Under the martial soul true body state, this old man's Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum possesses all the miraculous effects of a true immortal herb, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. However, the price is also heavy. Only by consuming all spirit power can an immortal herb be crafted. After crafting, one remains weak for 7 days, harming origin chi, and only one can be condensed per month. Before the words faded, Yu Guan condensed his spirit power without hesitation. His entire martial soul true body vibrated violently, and his majestic spirit power was compressed and condensed, forming a pillar of golden light between heaven and earth. A moment later, a real and tangible Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum bloomed within the golden spirit power light pillar. Instantly, Yu Guan's lips turned pale. His entire person exited the martial soul true body state. The spirit power in his body was completely depleted, and the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum that was condensed and controlled by spirit power to float in the air also fell to the ground. Yu Guan's palm brushed across his waist. A pill appeared in his hand, which he swallowed, making minor adjustments to restore his spirit power. Immortal herb, Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. I remember now, it is listed on the Tiansheng token. A single Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is worth 50,000 points, 500 million gold coins. Not just that, purchasing immortal herbs requires the corresponding grade 9 token permission. To this day, aside from the two empires, the upper three sects, and Spirit Hall, even the lower four sects have not been able to obtain permission to purchase immortal herbs from the Tiansheng token. Whispers broke out off stage. I don't know which spirit master had a loose mouth and mentioned the lower four sects, causing the disciples of the adjacent fire leopard sect to glare in dissatisfaction. Heavy breaths rose and fell one after another. Greed, desire, possession, countless gazes instantly became extremely scorching. Various exclamations and discussions exploded, and the scene became chaotic and fanatical. Especially some spirit masters with plant system spirits, their spirits appeared almost uncontrollably the moment the immortal herb appeared in the world, conveying a strong desire and a sense of submission. Yu Guan ignored the sensation he caused. After taking the pill to restore his spirit power, he slightly bowed to pick up the fallen Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum on the ground and handed it to the judging panel. Young lord, please. Yu Guan smiled slightly and respectfully placed it in the jade plate in front of Zhe Zhao. Then his figure returned to the stage. The eighth spirit ring beneath him bloomed, and he softly chanted the spirit incantation, 1,000 flowers bloom, 10,000 rays execute evil. As the words fell, countless miniature golden Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum phantoms bloomed on the dome of the venue, emitting 10,000 rays of warm yet non-glaring golden light. Following Yu Guan's two fingers pressed together and pointing. The countless Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemums blooming on the dome tilted slightly, dripping countless pure dewdrops and starting a light rain in the venue. The dewdrops contained the purest light energy, cleansing filth and curing chronic illnesses. Falling on a person was like bathing in holy light, instantly dispelling all gloom and negative statuses, restoring peak spirit power. Ninth spirit ability. Yu Guan's voice was solemn, finally carrying a trace of femininity. Chrysanthemums wither, injuries cover the ground, falling flowers break people's hearts. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in his hand withered rapidly. The petals and pistils fell off silently, and hundreds of millions of golden dots slowly rotated, forming a golden vortex covering the entire venue. Flowers blooming and falling is the way of the heavenly Tao. All kinds of tastes are all opportunities of fortune. Yu Guan's voice rang out in the silence, carrying an indifference that saw through life and death. Once serving as this old man's strongest attack system spirit ability, after the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum transformed into a food system spirit, what it brought instead was ultimate nirvana. He held up the remaining Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum stem in his hand. Speaking indifferently, eating this section of nirvana chrysanthemum stem will experience the phantom pain of ultimate bitterness and the passing of life. After the phantom pain is nirvana rebirth. It is the ultimate sweetness and nourishment originating from life's origin, repairing origin wounds and extending lifespan. This is known as returning sweetness after extreme injuries and extending life despite a broken heart. Yu Guan walked towards the judging panel. Holding that section of the nirvana chrysanthemum stem in his palm, which looked withered but actually contained majestic vitality, he gently placed it in the jade plate in front of Zhe Zhao. Young lord, please taste and appraise. Yu Guan's voice carried a trace of weakness. Evidently, after releasing this ninth spirit ability, the consumption to himself was extremely huge, especially since he was currently in a weakened state. The chrysanthemum stem fell onto the jade plate, producing a faint, clear sound, resembling gold and jade striking each other, with an extraordinary texture. Yu Guan cleared his throat. He turned around to face the thousands of spirit masters offstage who were still immersed in shock and fanaticism. Under the blessing of spirit power, his voice was clear and spread across the entire venue. Everyone, this old man is not showing off skills, but casting a brick to attract Jade. This old man's spirit, Kirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, is originally an immortal herb among plant system spirits. As an attack system, its offense was sharp, and even after transforming into a food system, it remains. He spoke endlessly, sharing his personal insights after his own spirit transformed from a plant system to a food system. What this old man did today is merely to show everyone a direction for plant system spirits to transform into food system spirits. The Tao of spirits is ever-changing and infinitely wondrous. Do not be bound by inherent perceptions. Having said this, a heartfelt smile appeared on Yu Guan's face. He bowed slightly, his posture elegant. All right. This old man's warm-up performance is complete. The stage belongs to you young people. This old man hereby wishes all participating food-type soul masters that you can all display the uniqueness of your respective spirits and achieve higher evaluations. Next, let us invite the true participating contestants to take the stage. As his voice fell, Yu Guan's figure flickered slightly in place, and when he appeared again, he was already sitting securely in his position on the judging panel. Chapter 130, Champion Reward, 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone. Closing his eyes to regulate his breath. His pale complexion and slightly hurried breathing silently spoke of the all-out effort Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan had put in. The audience below was in an uproar. The wave of sound almost blew off the dome. Nirvana. Prolonging life. The plant system transforming into the food system, the change in spirit ability is actually so huge. It can simply be called a total rebirth. Exclamations rose one after another. Many spirit masters with plant system spirits trembled with excitement, looking at the spirits in the palms of their hands, their eyes shining slightly as they made up their minds. Although previously the Food System Soul Master Guild Weekly had already reported extensively on the theory, cases, and prospects of plant system spirits transforming into the food system. But theory was ultimately just theory. Examples were also just other people's stories. No one really dared to use their own spirit to try, and those who did were few. Spirits, as a spirit master's foundation of existence, no one dared to easily risk their spirit and gamble on an unknown direction. Even if they held trust in the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Even if they had already bound the Tiansheng token. But as long as it was not a mandatory task issued by the Food-type Soul Master Guild, or an order personally given by Jade Zhao. The vast majority of spirit masters, when it came to choices regarding their core spirit, still instinctively started from their own interests and followed the most conservative thoughts. Without personal experience, it was hard to truly shake deeply rooted concepts. Now seeing it with their own eyes, the dignified attack system titled Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, stood right in front of them, personally demonstrating the changes in spirit ability after his own attack system spirit transformed into the food system. And allowed them to experience it firsthand and taste the spirit food. How could this not make them believe? How could this not make them excited? The light of yearning and awe flashed in countless people's eyes, especially plant system spirit masters, as well as many spirit masters from major forces. Inside the private box, Emperor Shui Yi's smile remained gentle on his face, but his fingers holding the teacup tightened slightly. Prince Shui Xing beside him frowned even deeper. The development of the Food-type Soul Master Guild was increasingly breaking away from the Empire, and it was still constantly developing and growing. Before long, it would undoubtedly become the next spirit hall. And the spirit ability displayed by Yu Guan before his eyes had a strategic value far exceeding that of a powerful attack system titled Douluo. This was merely the tip of the iceberg for the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Jade Zhao had been away for a long time, and no one knew what kind of research results he would produce in the future. Innate Soul Powerless Meditation Method. Plant system spirit transforming into the food system. Now, even Yu Guan at the titled Douluo level could transform into a Food-type Soul Master, and judging by the performance of his spirit ability, he was not entirely without combat effectiveness. This caused Shui Yi to fall into deep thought, wondering where the empire should go from here. A mortal herb. The Nirvana chrysanthemum stem that prolonged life. This made Shui Yi's heart flutter. His gaze swept across the judges' seats as 100 thoughts raced through his mind, pondering what to do next. It was not about doing something detrimental to the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Rather, Shui Beng was truly useless, so he was thinking whether to let Shui Ke have a marriage alliance with Zhe Zhao, binding the Food-type Soul Master Guild and the Empire together. Spirit Hall Private Box. Qian Runshui smiled sweetly. A smile bloomed on her exceptionally beautiful face, genuinely happy for Zhe Zhao from the bottom of her heart. Having bound the Tiansheng token, she only felt goodwill towards Zhe Zhao in her heart without a shred of malice, and looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo with keen interest. In her heart, she felt it was a pity. There was only Yu Guan as a titled Douluo with a plant system spirit in Spirit Hall, otherwise, she could find an excuse to send another one over to Zhe Zhao. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan Area. Sect Master Yu Yuanjun sat upright. His gaze was fixed tightly on the immortal herb Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum and Nirvana chrysanthemum stem in the white jade plate in front of Zhe Zhao, remaining silent. Plant system spirit masters are truly uniquely endowed by nature, he thought to himself, pondering how to buy the Nirvana chrysanthemum stem from Yu Guan's hands. This thing was simply too tempting for the attack system spirit masters in their sect who suffered from hidden injuries. Quiet. Du Gubo straightened up and appeared in the center of the venue. His loud voice resounded throughout the entire venue, suppressing all the noise. It was him acting as the host again. Without further ado, the Second Continent Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition, begin. You are all already aware of the rules. Here, this old man will not elaborate too much, and will announce the competition rewards. Champion, 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone. Runner-up, 70,000-year Burst Demonic Ape left arm bone. Second runner-up, 40,000-year Shadow Civet torso bone. Having said that, Du Gubo paused. After waiting for everyone to digest the information, he spoke again. In addition, all participating Food-type Soul Masters can obtain a Millennium Soul Spirit. Contestants in the top 50 by score can obtain a 10,000-year Soul Spirit. Du Gubo's voice fell. The cheers erupting from below almost blew off the dome. 10,000-year Soul Spirit. It could be obtained just by being in the top 50 by score. How could the many Food-type Soul Masters below not be overjoyed and excited? Du Gubo finished his announcement here. Yang Tong in the waiting area of the venue raised the voice-amplifying spirit tool in his hand and shouted, "First, Su Bai, Spirit Pure Heart Lotus, rank 46 Spirit Ancestor." This name and rank made the audience in the venue fall silent. Curiosity, scrutiny, anticipation. Countless gazes focused on the entrance of the contestant passageway. They saw a young man dressed in a moon-white long robe walk out slowly. His temperament was cold and aloof, and his appearance was handsome. With a smile on his face, he walked to the front of the stage with calm strides and handed his nameplate to Yang Tong for verification. His movements were smooth like flowing water, indescribably composed. "Verification correct, please proceed." Yang Tong smiled and gestured with his hand. "Thank you, Brother Tong." Su Bai smiled slightly, walked to the center of the venue, and bowed with a clear voice, "Greetings, Guild Master. Just like Your Excellency Chrysanthemum Douluo. Both of us transformed from plant system spirits. My spirit ability is not as outstanding as Your Excellency's, but it also has its merits. Please evaluate it, Guild Master." Su Bai was neither servile nor overbearing, his voice clear and resonant. Light flowed under his feet as 4 spirit rings, white, yellow, and purple, rose sequentially, rhythmically pulsating around his body. Icy Heart and Jade Dew reflect the lotus pond. Su Bai raised his right hand slightly, his palm facing upward, and the first white spirit ring suddenly lit up. As the soul incantation fell, a faint bluish-green mist began to mist above his palm. The mist condensed rapidly, transforming into 10 small and exquisite lotus buds that were crystal clear and slowly bloomed, revealing a small pool of clear, dew-like emerald liquid in the center. A fresh and elegant fragrance diffused through the air. resembling freshly bloomed lotuses after rain, causing the spirit masters in the front rows of the spectator seats to perk up mentally. First soul skill, Pure Heart Lotus Dew. Originally the control system spirit ability Pure Heart Lotus platform, releasing water mist to obscure vision. After transforming into a food system spirit ability, drinking the Pure Heart Lotus Dew calms the mind and spirit, slightly enhancing mental force concentration in a short time. Su Bai introduced calmly, handing the 10 lotus flowers to Douluo Bo. Before Douluo Bo could distribute the Pure Heart Lotus Dew to the judges' seats, the second yellow spirit ring beneath Su Bai's body lit up immediately, and the soul incantation sounded again. Blue waves wash away dust, enshrouding heart fragrance. As he lightly supported with both hands and spirit power surged, 10 emerald green lotus leaves appeared out of thin air. The lotus leaves were as thin as cicada wings. In the center sat half a cup of thick, bluish-green soup, emanating a refreshing fragrance of lotus and rice that relaxed the mind and delighted the spirit. Chapter 131 Mind-Clearing Candied Lotus Root Jelly. Second soul skill, Heart-Purifying Lotus Leaf Porridge. It was originally a control system spirit ability, Dust-Cleansing Azure Wave Barrier. The effect is to summon an emerald green, viscous water wave barrier containing purifying power to block attacks, and it can purify toxin attacks, taken from a century-old spirit beast, Jasper Rice. After transforming into a food system spirit ability, Heart-Purifying Lotus Leaf Porridge retains its original purifying characteristics. After consumption, it can continuously purify the mind and spirit, dispel mental interference, and smooth out the visceral turbulence caused by spirit power conflicts. Handing 10 portions of lotus leaf porridge to Douluo Bo. The third purple spirit ring shone brightly, and Su Bai's expression grew a bit more focused as he introduced in a low voice. The original spirit ability was named Thousand Thread Heart Beguiling Net, taken from a 2,100-year-old heart-beguiling demonic lotus. It can release countless formless lotus threads condensed from mental force and lotus fragrance. The lotus threads binding the target, magnifying inner distractions, fear, or desire. Causing people to fall into a brief mental confusion, interfering with spirit ability release and judgment. And now, Su Bai formed a profound hand seal in front of his chest and shouted clearly, "Thousand threads of lotus break, thoughts flow unobstructed." As the spirit incantation fell, 10 exquisite lotus leaf cups appeared in the air. This is my third spirit ability. Mind-clearing candied lotus root jelly. After use, it can significantly strengthen one's mental force defense, greatly enhance resistance to mental shocks and illusions in a short period, and has a certain chance to dispel mental-type negative states. The lotus leaves were emerald green, covered with a layer of translucent lotus root starch jelly. Adorning the lotus root starch jelly were several plump, snow-white lotus seeds, exquisitely shaped like a work of art. Please taste and evaluate, President. Su Bai bowed slightly, pushing the lotus leaf cups floating in the air forward and delivering them to the judges' seats, where they landed respectively in the white jade plates in front of each judge. Douluo Bo had already taken his seat. Casually picking up a piece of lotus root jelly, he put it into his mouth to taste. Icy cold upon entry, the sweetness carried a slight bitterness. Far from being annoying, it acted like the finishing touch, instantly cleansing the taste buds and bringing a strange sense of sobriety. A faint fragrance melted in the mouth. A warm and cool aura spread from the tip of his tongue, seeping deep into his mind. Not bad. Douluo Bo couldn't help letting out a soft cry, carrying undisguised praise. Icy and refreshing, sweetness and bitterness intertwine. Kid, your mind-clearing candied lotus root jelly can be considered a high grade among mental defense-type spirit abilities. From beguiling the heart to clearing the heart, from disturbance to guardianship, the direction of this spirit ability transformation is not bad. It's no less than old chrysanthemum. Douluo Bo's evaluation was extremely high, and he didn't forget to mention chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. Jade Zhao, sitting in the main seat, likewise picked up a piece of mind-clearing candied lotus root jelly from the jade plate in front of him and put it into his mouth. Carefully savoring the cool feeling of sweetness and slight bitterness on the tip of his tongue. A wave of coolness surged into his sea of consciousness. Jade Zhao's brows first furrowed slightly, then slowly relaxed, a trace of realization and a smile flashing in his eyes. With the strength of his mental force, he could clearly perceive that his mental barrier had become even tougher. The effect of this mind-clearing candied lotus root jelly can be imagined. It was not in vain that he arranged for him to appear. Second, the atmosphere warmed up by chrysanthemum Douluo was completely caught by him. I believe that after today, more plant-type spirit masters will transform into food systems. By then, the kingdom of lock-pet elves he had prepared in advance could also make their debut. Not bad. The taste is crisp and clear, with distinct layers. The mental protection is mellow and gentle, takes effect quickly, and has a lingering aftereffect. Based on this single spirit ability alone, I can give you 7 points. Jade Zhao opened his mouth to comment, expressing his affirmation of Su Bai's third spirit ability, mind-clearing candied lotus root jelly. Chrysanthemum Douluo and the others no longer hesitated and tasted it one after another. For a time, words of praise rose one after another. With Jade Zhao and Dugu Bo's praise ahead setting the tone for them, they all gave evaluations of around 7 points. Thank you for the recognition, President. Su Bai bowed again, and the fourth purple spirit ring beneath him suddenly lit up. Myriads of lotus flowers illuminate the spiritual platform. The spirit power fluctuations rippled with pink-green light. 10 lotus flowers carved from pink jade slowly rotated and bloomed in front of him. At the heart of each lotus flower, a pool of emerald green liquid was held, exuding a rich aroma of lotus leaf wine mixed with the fresh fragrance of lotus flowers. Fourth spirit ability, Lotus Flower Brew. It was originally a domain-type spirit ability, expanding a lotus pond domain with an extremely large coverage area. Within the domain, it suppresses the activity of the enemy's spirit power, making their spirit power circulation sluggish. After transforming into the Lotus Flower Brew, the drinker instantly boosts spirit power by 30%, and simultaneously increases all attributes by 10%, but will fall into a drunken state, causing their own spirit power circulation to become sluggish. Su Bai introduced the pros and cons of his fourth spirit ability, the Lotus Flower Brew. Compared to the first 3 spirit abilities, the effect of this spirit ability was more intuitive, but the shortcomings were also obvious. Horizontally comparing it, it was about the same as Oscar's fourth spirit ability, the exuberant pink sausage. It even faintly surpassed it. After the introduction, Su Bai waved his hand. Spirit power supported the Lotus Flower Brew, flying precisely onto the tables of the judges' seats. Jade Zhao picked up the pink lotus flower, took a gentle sip, and a cool, clear current instantly slid down into his throat, rushing straight into his sea of consciousness. When the jade liquid entered his mouth, there was no pungency. Only extreme crispness and mild warmth, extending along the throat throughout all the limbs and bones of his body, and his total amount of spirit power increased. It wasn't the 30% that Su Bai said, but it was roughly around 8%. It wasn't that Su Bai was lying. Rather, the quality and quantity of spirit power inside Jade Zhao far exceeded the spirit ancestor rank, so the effect of Su Bai's fourth spirit ability was somewhat reduced for him. The other judges also tasted it one after another. Generally speaking, the soul food created by the clear heart lotus spirit had auxiliary effects in the mental field that were indeed pure and unique, far surpassing ordinary food-type soul masters. After a brief silence, the scoring began. Quality, 6 points. Effect, 7 points. Potential, 9 points. A 4-ring spirit ancestor, whose spirit ability system specializes in mental attributes, with unique and highly targeted effects, extremely high potential, and a boundless future. Jade Zhao gave the final score. Su Bai's spirit quality was indeed not high, but after transforming from a plant-type spirit, it underwent a qualitative change, which was inseparable from the efficacy of some immortal herb juice in the transformation potion. Quality, 5 points, effect 8 points, potential 7 points. Quality 6 points, effect 7 points, potential 8 points. 7 points. 7 points. Behind, Senyu quickly recorded each dazzling score. Finally, Senyu's voice resounded through the venue. Su Bai, total score, 211 points, temporarily ranking first. Whoa, the venue fell into an uproar. The idea of transforming a plant-type spirit into a food system spirit was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present. Douluo looked at Su Bai, who was still calm on the stage, and the look of appreciation in his eyes grew even stronger. Raising his hand slightly to suppress the boiling wave of sound, he said in a deep voice. Next, Su Bai put away his spirit, bowed respectfully to the judges' seats, turned around, and walked down the stage. And the atmosphere of the evaluation competition was completely pushed to a climax due to Chrysanthemum Douluo's opening and Su Bai's appearance. Chapter 132 Food Type Blue Silver Grass Spirit. Crystal Grape. Crimson Flame Dragon Fruit. Permafrost Blueberry Tree. Blazing Fried Egg. Frosting Cake. Quote. Food type Soul Masters stepped onto the stage one after another for demonstrations. Compared to the first evaluation competition, more food type Soul Masters appeared in this session, displaying even more colorful and diverse food system spirit abilities. Quite a few spirit abilities put the Ji Jiao philosophy into practice. The large evaluation stage was brilliantly illuminated with flowing light. The fluctuations of spirit power mixed with bizarre fragrances lingered in the air, rendering the entire competition venue steaming hot. The atmosphere was enthusiastic. More and more food-type Soul Masters came to the fore, displaying their respective spirit abilities. On the judges' platform, Zhe Zhao nodded frequently, joy and admiration flashing in his eyes, feeling very gratified. All of them were top-notch leaks. Next, Su Qier, Level 43 Spirit Ancestor, Spirit, Blue Silver Grass. Following Yang Tong's call, a slightly slender figure walked up to the evaluation stage. An irrepressible wave of discussion instantly broke out off the stage. Blue Silver Grass. Is she that Su Qier from the headline of issue 127 of the Food System Soul Master Guild Weekly? Can Blue Silver Grass also become a food system? The newspaper introduced the effects of her spirit ability, which is even stronger than the 4 spirit abilities of Su Bai's Qingxin Lotus Spirit before. I wonder if it is true. Just wait and see. The whispering off the stage did not affect Su Qier's self-display in the slightest. Dressed in a light green dress with a calm temperament, her black hair draped over her shoulders, she held a phantom of a blue-silver small grass in her palm. Su Qier greets the guild master. Su Qier slightly bowed. Her gaze was firm and full of confidence, her clear voice spreading across the entire venue. Respected judges, respected audience, I am Su Qier from the Guild Weekly, the first spirit master whose spirit transformed from the plant system to the food system. As soon as these words were spoken, the discussion subsided slightly, adding a bit more curiosity. The trash spirit Blue Silver Grass could actually be transformed into a food-type spirit. The effects described in the newspaper were stronger than ordinary food-type Soul Masters. True or false? On what basis? Inexplicable confusion and doubt arose in the hearts of the spirit masters off the stage. As a titled Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit became a food system, and it is understandable that his spirit ability effects are strong. Su Bai's Qingxin Lotus Spirit was already a relatively famous control system spirit master in the Great Spirit Arena before transforming into a food-type spirit. But Blue Silver Grass. Facing the skeptical gazes, Su Qier did not say much. Spirit power surged in her palm, and the Blue Silver Grass spirit phantom gently flicked, light flowing, bright and agile. Everyone, please look. The earth bears the damage, vegetation provides toughness, condense. She gave a light shout, and the first soul ring lit up with white light. The Blue Silver Grass phantom rapidly grew, binding, compressed, and specks of spirit power light particles gathered and condensed like flour. First soul skill, tough grass steamed bun. The light converged, and hundreds of steamed buns with faint blue-silver grass patterns steadily floated in front of her, exuding a fresh woody fragrance. Under her spirit power control, except for leaving 10 tough grass steamed buns, the rest were scattered across the venue, falling into the hands of the audience off the stage. Everyone can taste it at will. Although the tough grass steamed bun is soul food produced by a decade-level soul skill, its effect is not weak. It can allow the consumer to gain the toughness blessing of blue-silver grass, acting on the depths of muscles and meridians, and slightly enhancing physical strength recovery. As soon as Su Qier finished speaking, the audience off the stage swallowed it in a few bites without hesitation. Don't tell me, it's quite delicious. The taste is also good, sweet. After eating the tough grass-steamed bun, the audience gave their evaluation. The blue-silver patterns flashed across their bodies, lighting up a light blue halo, and their muscle lines became tighter. Su Qir's movements did not stop, and the second soul ring immediately lit up with white light. Morning dew breaks illusions, grass leaves weave nets, form. The leaves of the blue-silver grass phantom stretched, and specks of spirit power like dewdrops condensed and crystallized among the grass leaves, weaving grass cakes. Second soul skill, blue-silver dew cake. Dozens of cicada wing thin light blue thin cakes appeared at her fingertips, exquisite, crystal clear, hanging with morning dew. Fine grass leaf veins were faintly visible on the body of the cake, exuding a fresh and slightly cool breath. The blue-silver dew cake also comes from soul food produced by a 90-year white spirit ring, and its effect is to amplify the spirit master's perception and interfere with spiritual locking. It can crack the stealth-type spirit abilities of agility attack system spirit masters. It enhances the consuming spirit master's stronger insight and resistance to spirit power fluctuations in the surrounding environment, stealth targets, or spiritual interference-type spirit abilities, lasting about 10 minutes. The number of blue-silver dew cakes was not many. This time Su Qir did not scatter them to the whole audience, but distributed them to the audience near the front of the evaluation stage, and placed them on the judge's platform in turn. The audience picked up the blue-silver dew cake to taste. Starting slightly cool to the touch, the texture was delicate. Melting in the mouth with the fragrance of blue-silver grass, a clear stream reached the depths of the spirit. Making their eyes instantly brighter by a few shades, the originally mixed spirit power fluctuations in the venue became layered, clear and distinguishable. Could not help but sigh in low voices. So clear, I can feel that the subtle spirit power flows in the air are just like being able to see the wind. If I eat this blue-silver dew cake in a battle, it is like opening an invisible blue-silver grass net in the spirit, capable of clearly perceiving everything. The audience who had tasted it whispered one after another. Their words were full of amazement at the effects of the spirit ability and associations with combat applications, changing their prejudice against the blue-silver grass spirit. Immediately afterwards, the third bright yellow spirit ring on Su Qir's body lit up. Heart of vegetation, endless life, bloom. The blue-silver grass in her hand grew wildly, vines intertwined, and a brilliant blue-silver flower bloomed in the center. The petals were silver-white. A light blue halo pulsed in the center of the stamen. The bright yellow spirit ring beneath Su Qir kept flashing, and one silver-white blue-silver flower after another bloomed in the void realm. A rich breath of life permeated, refreshing the heart and lungs. This time the quantity was even smaller. So she only sent the blue-silver flowers to the judge's platform and orally stated the effect. Eating the blue-silver flower will provide continuous nourishment of vitality and spirit power, accelerating the healing of internal and external injuries. It is especially good at repairing minor meridian damage. It can be said, this is a healing-type spirit ability and cannot provide amplification for the spirit master in combat. Compared to her first two spirit abilities, the effect of this spirit ability was indeed not outstanding, and could only be said to be mediocre. She also understood this truth. Without much hesitation, the deep purple fourth spirit ring shone brightly, and an introverted yet explosive spirit power fluctuation emerged. Blue-silver thunder seed, fleeting youth, form. As soon as the words fell, the blue-silver grass in her hand surged, and at the tips of the grass leaves, 3 berries covered with irregular silver lightning-shaped patterns quickly condensed and formed. The whole body was deep blue approaching purple. The size of a longan, a light purple thunder was sealed inside the fruit, and silver-white electric arcs flashed on the skin. Fourth soul skill, blue-silver small berry. She reached out to pick the berries, and the fourth spirit ring lit up with purple light again, repeatedly releasing the spirit ability. Chapter 133, Blue-Silver Small Berry. 12 lychee-sized blue-silver small berry appeared in her hands, piled into a small mound. This spirit ability originates from blue-silver explosion. I believe everyone has already learned about it in the guild's weekly report. It is my only attacking spirit ability, and I once relied on blue-silver grass explosion to hunt a 1000-year spirit beast. Su Qir introduced solemnly. She sent the blue-silver small berry in her hands up to the judge's bench. Then she continued, the consumer will experience an explosive growth in total spirit power and activity within the next 5 minutes. Any spirit power attack released. Upon hitting the target, an additional lightning explosion damage based on the consumer's current spirit power intensity will be attached, causing area of effect impact. The power is immense. However, the consumption of spirit power is relatively high, and there will be a brief period of spirit power emptiness after the effect ends, so it needs to be consumed with caution. To demonstrate the effect of the spirit ability, Su-Kir put a blue-silver small berry into her mouth. The fruit melted the moment it entered her mouth, and a crisp spirit power carrying a slight numbness instantly surged into her limbs and bones. In an instant, a light blue halo flowed across her body surface. The originally gentle and restrained spirit power fluctuations suddenly became violent, and faint, tiny electric arcs leapt around her. In her clear eyes, a flash of thunder light flickered and disappeared. Spirit power condensed at the soles of her feet. The toe of her exquisite cloth shoes gently tapped on the ground, and terrifying spider web-like cracks instantly spread out. The hard granite tabletop slightly bulged, as if stuffed with explosives. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded. In the central area of the appraisal stage, a nearly 1-meter diameter granite slab completely shattered under the violent energy. Impact. Countless stones of varying sizes shot out. The air was filled with the smell of burning and stone powder. Dazzling blue and white electric arcs leapt among the splashing gravel, crackling, and lasted for several seconds before slowly dissipating. The audience off the stage instantly exploded into an uproar. Good heavens! Is this a food-type spirit ability? The front row audience subconsciously leaned back, and many people even raised spirit power shields to block the flying stone chips, their faces filled with shock. With a gentle tap, it blew up such a big pit. Isn't the power of an ordinary 3-ring spirit elder's spirit ability just about this much? Incredible. This effect, if given into the hands of an attack system spirit master, wouldn't the power be even greater? That's right. This thunderstorm damage is simply an excellent killer move for breaking through defenses. Who says food-type soul masters have no combat power? Quote. The heated discussions off the stage intensified, even extending to whether food-type soul masters can obtain combat power through spirit ability food. Although this did not align with Ji Zhao philosophy. But giving up a spirit ring slot to obtain a spirit ability with combat power no weaker than a battle spirit master of the same level was a huge temptation for food-type soul masters. Chrysanthemum Douluo's 5th spirit ability, Cold British Calyx Leaf, is like that. Right. Su-Kir's spirit ability proves that the food system can also have explosive power and combat strength no weaker than battle spirit masters. Several discussions sounded in the crowd, causing strong resonance. The smoke and dust on the stage slowly settled. Su-Kir stood at the edge of the pit, her clothes fluttering, and her bright eyes were filled with a confident light. Douluo picked up a small berry. He did not taste it immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the tiny electric arcs jumping on it. The petite fruit rolled in the plate, flashing with a dangerous yet alluring blue-silver luster. After putting it into his mouth, the fruit instantly melted, and a strong sense of numbness struck. Not bad. The spirit power amplification for me is better than nothing. Douluo nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face. For his titled Douluo realm, the spirit power amplification ratio was much lower than the effect described by Su-Kir. This was the inevitable result brought by the gap in the realm. However, Douluo flicked his finger, and a wisp of spirit power carrying electric arcs shot out, landing on the stage, instantly blowing up a larger pit. Whoosh, boom, dust flew, and gravel splashed. The destructive power, far exceeding expectations, seemed to slightly surprise Douluo himself. He frowned slightly, and had to wave his spirit power again to condense a spirit power shield, trapping the explosion damage he caused within the spirit power shield. Green light flowed on the shield. Firmly blocking all splashing gravel and escaping energy shockwaves, the violent energy vanished into invisibility. After the smoke and dust slightly dispersed, a shocking huge pit was revealed, with residual electric arcs still flashing at the edge. He looked at the pit, genuine appreciation flashing in his eyes, and said to Su-Kir and the audience off the stage, This attached thunderstorm is the real deal. The stronger the spirit master who consumes it, the greater the explosive power brought by the tyrannical impact and paralysis characteristics attached to the blue-silver small berry. I just flicked out a wisp of spirit power, yet it had such power. Truly rare. Douluo looked at Su Qi and praised, based solely on the effect of this spirit ability, you are enough to occupy a place among top support system spirit abilities. Douluo's evaluation hit the nail on the head, pointing out the true core value of the blue-silver small berry, the thunder additional damage that ignores the gap in the realm is effective even against titled Douluo, instantly elevating the strategic status of the blue-silver small berry to a brand new level. Hearing this, Yu Guan became interested. He likewise picked up a blue-silver small berry and put it into his mouth to taste. Others followed suit. Several rays of spirit power light of varying strengths lit up on the judge's bench, and light blue halos and tiny electric arcs similar to when Su Qi demonstrated emerged on their body surfaces. Closing their eyes to carefully experience it, they did not try its power. After a brief silence, Zhe Zhao spoke first and gave a score. Quality, 8 points. Effect, 10 points. Potential, 9 points. Although it is a food system spirit transformed from blue-silver grass, the spirit ability amplification is significant, the effect is obvious, the concept is novel, the power is astonishing, far surpassing ordinary food-type soul masters. The other judges also recovered from the shock and successively revealed their scores. Quality 7 points, effect 9 points. This explosive power is absolute. Quality 8 points, effect 10 points, potential 10 points. Quality 9 points. Yu Guan, Ning Fengji, and others gave high scores without hesitation. Senyu wielded his brush like flying, quickly recording scores that were much higher than the average, especially the effect score, which was almost above 9 points. Finally, he announced clearly, Su Qi, a total score of 278 points, surpassing Su Bai, temporarily ranking first. Instantly, the entire venue boiled over. The wave of noise was even more violent than when Su Bai was scored earlier. 278 points. Good heavens, even higher than Su Bai. Did you see that explosive power? It explodes the moment it touches the ground. If this is attached to a spirit ability. Spirit power emptiness period, what's that? As long as it can turn the tables at a critical moment. Equipping. Attack system spirit masters with this. After the blue-silver grass spirit transformed into the food system, unexpectedly. Questioning, exclamation, fanaticism, yearning. Various discussions intertwined in the crowd, sounding like mountains collapsing and seas roaring, endless. Failed to load chapter data. Chapter 134, Oscar's Thousand-Year Spirit Ability. If Chrysanthemum Douluo's Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum demonstrated the upper limit of plant-type spirits transforming into the food system, Su Bai's Qingxin Lotus demonstrated the potential of transforming spirits. Then Su Qi's blue-silver grass demonstrated the lower limit of plant-type spirits transforming into food system spirits. In the most intuitive way, it completely subverted everyone's cognitive impression of plant-type spirits and food system spirits. Even the weakest blue-silver grass had such an outstanding performance after transforming into a food system spirit, so what about other plant-type spirits? Instantly, almost everyone present birthed the idea of becoming a food-type soul master in their hearts. Next, Douluo raised his hand again, his coercion mixed with spirit power fluctuations spreading out to suppress the deafening roar. Su Qi calmly walked down the stage. The competition continued. Next, food-type soul masters continuously took the stage to perform, including Oscar, who was already a 3-ring spirit elder, taking the stage to showcase his 2 newly acquired thousand-year spirit abilities. With a sly smile on his face, the blonde youth calmly walked to the center of the evaluation stage. First, he cleared his throat. Then, he confidently and exaggeratedly bragged, "My fellow friends, next, I, this genius of the food system second only to the president, will showcase to everyone my cultivation results from following the boss for the past 2 years. I guarantee it will blow your minds." After saying that, he raised his hand to summon his spirit, and 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, slowly rose from beneath him. Arousing exclamations from the audience below the stage. 3 rings. 2,000-year spirit rings. Another second spirit ring that is 1,000 years old. How old is he? If I remember correctly, he should be 8 years old. Right. Quote. Exclamations and whispers continued endlessly below the stage, discussing in a bustling manner. Shocked by Oscar's spirit rings, they wore expectant expressions for the spirit ability he was about to showcase. Oscar did not dawdle either. Spirit power surged in his palm, and the second 1,000-year spirit ring beneath him flashed with purple light. Flash of inspiration, little spicy sausage. As the spirit incantation fell, a completely crimson sausage rapidly condensed and formed. Oscar held his head high, pinching the fiery red sausage in his hand, proudly displaying it to the audience and the judges' seats. Everyone, please take a look. This is my second soul skill, the Millet Dream Epiphany Sausage. Those who eat it can instantly enter an extremely brief epiphany dreamscape. Reality might just be a blink of an eye, but in the dream, it could be a lifetime. Of course, it could also be just an instant. The effect entirely depends on usual accumulation. It is specially used to overcome cultivate bottlenecks, self-create spirit abilities, or think about complex tactics, burst with inspiration, and experience an epiphany in practice. Speaking of this, he paused, then added, of course, good things cannot be eaten too much. The Millet Dream Epiphany Sausage can only be consumed once a day. Forcing oneself to eat a second one will not only be ineffective, but will instead lead to mental confusion. Moreover, it relies heavily on the knowledge and experience accumulated ordinarily. It is impossible to obtain unknown information out of thin air or results beyond one's own comprehension ability. After the epiphany ends, one will feel mentally exhausted and find it difficult to carry out deep thinking in a short period. There was a heated discussion in the audience seats. A spirit ability that could directly help with epiphany and breakthrough could be considered rare even within the food-type Soul Master Guild. As expected of the genius. Proclaimed to be second only to the president of the food-type Soul Master Guild. It's not over yet. Oscar clearly enjoyed this kind of attention. In one breath, he summoned another 9 Millet Dream Epiphany Sausages, respectfully delivered them to the judges' seats, and turned back to return to the evaluation stage. True and false ice crystal sausage. This time, his expression was even more focused. He raised both hands simultaneously, ice blue spirit power light flickering in his palms as wisps of white cold air condensed. A crystal clear sausage took shape in his palm. At the same time, on Oscar's forehead, a translucent ice silkworm was lying flat. Round and chubby, about 10 centimeters long, its body was segmented like a work of art carved from ice crystals. It was precisely the soul spirit contracted by Oscar, the 9,000-year ice silkworm. The ice silkworm soul spirit affectionately rubbed against Oscar, breathing out a mouthful of ice mist to envelop the 2 ice crystal sausages in Oscar's hands, enhancing the power of his spirit ability. A soul spirit. An even greater exclamation erupted from the audience seats. At the evaluation competition, Oscar was the first spirit master to summon a soul spirit to bless his own spirit ability, which made them even more expectant for Oscar's third spirit ability. Everyone, please take a look. This is my third spirit ability, the Simulation Transformation Sausage. Saying this, he lowered his head slightly and stuffed the crystal clear ice crystal sausage into his mouth, his spirit power surging all over his body. The next moment, the figure standing in the center of the evaluation stage abruptly transformed into Douluo. Dark green long hair, a stern visage, a light green robe, even those pair of emerald vertical pupils were transformed to be completely identical. What was even more unbelievable? Underneath his feet stepped a full 9 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Black, emerald red. Spirit power fluctuations at the titled Douluo level suddenly spread out, sweeping across the entire venue. The spirit ring configuration was identical. Hiss. Spirit rings. Even the spirit rings were simulated. How is this possible? How can a food system spirit ability reach this kind of extent? In order to make the effect of the spirit ability display more clearly, Douluo, who had long prepared on the judges' seats, flashed his figure and appeared in the center of the evaluation stage. He stood together with the self transformed by Oscar. The appearance and aura of the two Douluo boss were completely identical, and the spirit rings were a one-to-one recreation. Who could still tell which one was the real Douluo Bo? On the evaluation stage, two identical jade phosphor Douluos stood facing each other, their dark green long hair fluttering without wind. The audience below looked left and right, completely unable to tell them apart. Jade Phosphor Serpent, appear. Two low, sharp shouts rang out simultaneously, and the center of the evaluation stage was filled with dark green poisonous mist. Two Jade Phosphor Serpents raised their heads in the poisonous mist, their pupils flickering with a dim light, hissing as their forked tongues darted in and out. Jade Phosphor Serpent. Two Jade Phosphor Serpents. Even the spirit was simulated. How is this possible? Many people in the audience instinctively stood up, leaning forward slightly, trying to find differences from the two Jade Phosphor Serpents. On the judges' seats, Ning Fengji widened his eyes. He didn't even notice the tea flowing down between his fingers, and his usually gentle and peaceful face was filled with shock. He truly didn't know about this matter. Not bad, not bad. One of the Jade Phosphor Serpents uttered praise, then left the evaluation stage, leaving only one Jade Phosphor Serpent on the stage. The remaining Jade Phosphor Serpent coiled its body, and the ice silkworm soul spirit emerged on its forehead. A mouthful of ice mist was sprayed out. The Jade Phosphor Serpent shook its body and transformed into the appearance of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. Moon-white robes, a handsome visage, as well as the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum spirit held in the palm of his hand, overflowing with colorful light and dazzlingly brilliant, every petal was lifelike. The 9 spirit rings beneath him also changed colors. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. It was somewhat different from Douluo Bo's 9 spirit rings earlier, but it was even more fitting for the spirit ring configuration of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. Chapter 135, The Appearance of a Perfect Score. Chrysanthemum Douluo Mianja. It changed again. It even simulated the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Is this still a simulation transformation? This is a copy. How can it still change continuously? Even the aura and pressure of a titled Douluo are exactly the same. Once this sausage is eaten, wouldn't it be able to pass off the fake as genuine? Another neat gasp of breath rang out. If copying Douluo Bo's Jade Phosphor Serpent just now was shocking enough, then seamlessly transforming into Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan made all the audience present lose their composure even more. This already exceeded the understanding category of spirit abilities for the vast majority of people. Even a spirit master with an ice silkworm simulation spirit ability would not dare say they could perfectly replicate the aura and spirit rings of a titled Douluo. Is this still a food system? Is this still a 1000-year spirit ring? Amidst the endless discussions of the audience, Yuguan on the evaluation platform smiled slightly and gently lifted the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in his hand. The petals unfolded, and golden light flowed. He spoke in a clear voice identical to Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan himself. Everyone, calm down. Everyone has witnessed the effects of the simulation transformation sausage with your own eyes. After consuming the simulation transformation sausage, a spirit master can briefly transform into the appearance of the person in their heart. Not only are both form and spirit present, but they can also perfectly simulate their spirit form and spirit ring configuration, including appearance, voice, aura, and so on. Neither false nor real, seemingly illusory yet true. Oscar used Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan's voice to explain his own spirit ability, making the audience below have a clearer understanding of the effects of the simulation transformation. Sausage. Of course. After the introduction, his tone changed. His voice returned to his own mischievous tone, carrying a hint of teasing. It's just a superficial showy facade. I do not truly possess the spirit abilities of the two Mianja. As for strength, I still have to rely on cultivate real skills. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan on the stage flickered, restored to Oscar's original appearance, and said with a smile, time is up. Maintaining the transformation requires consuming spirit power. At my current level as a level 36 spirit elder, maintaining this level of transformation with all my strength is probably about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, the audience below, who had calmed down slightly, were once again shocked by his words. Level 36 Spirit Elder. The time to drink a cup of tea. Isn't this terrifying enough? Perfectly transforming into other spirit masters, even being able to replicate the spirit and spirit rings, even if it's only for a minute, is enough to play a decisive role at a critical moment. And it can transform continuously. This tactical value. Countless gazes focused on the bright, smiling face of the blonde-haired youth Oscar, and the endless discussions could not stop. Although the simulation transformation sausage does not provide combat power, nor does it have other amplifications. But just the effect of passing off the fake as genuine is enough to make them instantly think of many applied tactics. True and false ice crystal sausage. The third spirit ring beneath Oscar flashed brightly with purple light, and a succession of 10 ice crystal sausages wreathed in cold mist appeared in midair. Please have the president and judges evaluate and taste. He sent the newly made 10 ice crystal sausages to the judges' table with a smile, while not forgetting to bow and greet Jade Zhao in a low voice. Boss, did I perform all right? Good job. Jade Zhao smiled, and nodded, not stingy with his praise. Passing off the fake as genuine, difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Both form and spirit present, doing as one pleases. The Millet Dream Epiphany sausage is invaluable, and the tactical value of the simulation transformation sausage is even more immeasurable. Spirit quality, 10 points. Spirit ability effect, 10 points. Future potential, 10 points. Promoting the worthy without avoiding relatives. With your spirit and spirit ability, you deserve 3 10-point ratings and are worthy of this session's champion. As Jade Zhao's voice fell, the whole audience was in an uproar once again. 3 10-point ratings. Perfect score. The champion has been decided. Well deserved. Everyone saw the performance of Oscar's 3 spirit abilities, and countless envious and amazed gazes focused on him. Ning Fengji had long since recovered from his loss of composure. His eyes filled with appreciation, and he spoke in agreement. President Ji's words are very true. The illusory dream sausage assists cultivate. The Millet Dream Epiphany sausage helps break through. The simulation transformation sausage passes off the fake as genuine, confusing the enemy, infiltrating, deterring. With endless marvelous uses, its strategic significance far surpasses its combat value. Spirit quality, 10 points. Spirit ability effect, 10 points. Future potential, 10 points. He briefly summarized and similarly gave the highest evaluation. Immediately after, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong, Vice Principal Shui Tianyu, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, Jade Phosphor Douluo Dugu Bo and others successively gave the same evaluation. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. A series of perfect scores shocked and paled all the audience, and the uproar rose like a tide. The entire venue fell into fanaticism. 10 points. All 10 points. All perfect scores. Did I hear wrong? President Jie, School, Master Ning, Sword Douluo Mianja. They all gave the highest score. The highest previously was Su Kier with 278 points. What should his score be? Do we still need to calculate? The judges all gave full marks. The total score is 300 points. Just like A Chang from the previous session, another perfect score contestant, the champion has already been predetermined. That's not right. There is also A Chang. A Chang's spring and autumn cicada spirit was praised even by President Jie. In the previous session, he won the championship with a full score relying solely on a single spirit ability, Cicada Slew of Spiritual Perception. This session, geniuses are gathered here. There will be a good show to watch in a moment. The appearance of Oscar's perfect score made the audience who participated in the first evaluation competition recall the champion of the previous session, A Chang. Amidst the endless discussions, everyone was looking forward to A Chang's appearance. Although they looked forward to A Chang's appearance, their inner choice for the champion was actually already set on Oscar. A level 36 Spirit Elder. Just this point alone, under the same rating, the difference in talent and potential between Oscar and A Chang could be told at a glance. Well deserved. Absolutely well deserved. President Jie is right. Oscar is the champion of this session. There is almost no suspense anymore. A Cheng won't do, although I really hope he can win 2 consecutive championships, but, his first spirit ring is a 10-year white ring, his potential is inferior to Oscar's. Amidst the clamorous waves of sound, Senyu recorded the scores. His pen flew across the paper. Behind Oscar's name, he solemnly wrote down the final rating, 300 points. Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Senyu stood up, holding the sound-amplifying spirit tool, his voice carrying excitement, piercing through the uproar of the audience and resounding in every corner of the venue. Evaluated unanimously by all judges of this session's evaluation competition. Contestant, Oscar. Final score, a perfect score of 300 points, surpassing Su Qier's 278 points, far in the lead, provisionally the champion. Congratulations. His gaze fell on Oscar, full of smiles. Chapter 136, The Second Soul Skill of the Spring and Autumn Cicada Spirit. The crowd below the stage was bustling. On the stage, Oscar was accepting congratulations. Zhe Zhao's consciousness sank into the auction house, and looking at the evaluations given by the auction house for the Millet Dream Epiphany Sausage and the Simulation Transformation Sausage, the corners of his lips curved upward. Millet Dream Epiphany Sausage. Origin, Douluo Continent. Starting bid, 150,000 coins. Introduction, a top-tier supplementary rare treasure of spirit and time rules. After consumption, consciousness falls into a millet dream with a 100-fold flow rate, experiencing a lifetime within the dream. It is the ultimate choice for breaking through a bottleneck, deducing combat techniques, and creating a cultivation technique. Consumption is limited to 1 per sausage daily, and Epiphany easily causes divine soul fatigue. Consume with caution. Simulation Transformation Sausage. Origin, Douluo Continent. Starting bid, 1,300,000 coins. Introduction, 10,000 faces and 1,000 forms, passing the fake off as genuine. A top-tier spirit food containing fragments of the replication law. After consumption, transform at will, perfectly replicating the target's appearance, voice line, aura, and everything else. Long-term consumption allows one to comprehend the replication law. This was the true reason why he gave Oscar 3 full scores of 10. Especially the Simulation Transformation Sausage. Even Zhe Zhao hadn't expected that a simulation-type spirit ability Oscar obtained from a 9,000-year ice silkworm could actually touch the level of the law. It was simply incredible. One could only say that as expected of the only food system spirit with innate full spirit power in the original work, its spirit quality was unusually high. Just like Aqiong. Speak of the devil. After Oscar stepped down, the next person to take the stage happened to be Aqiong. Compared to his restraint when first participating in the food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition, Aqiong at this moment was obviously full of confidence. Wearing moon-white tight martial attire, he strode onto the evaluation stage. Hello, President. Hello, judges. My second spirit ability consumes quite a bit of spirit power. My first spirit ability was already displayed during the last evaluation competition, so I won't display it this time. Let's go straight to the second spirit ability. Zhe Zhao nodded, signaling him to do as he pleased. Aqiong hesitated no longer, raising his hand to summon the silver-gray cicada nymph that Zhe Zhao had named the Spring and Autumn Cicada, while 2 spirit rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, gradually rose from beneath him. Spring and Autumn Cicada Shell, leaving behind the form of passing shadows. As the spirit incantation was uttered, the light of the second yellow spirit ring magnified. The Spring and Autumn Cicada spirit in his hand let out a cicada chirp. Its twin wings vibrated at a high frequency, and the thin layer of light silver luster shrouding the spirit stirred up ripples. The ripples did not spread outward, but instead converged inward. In front of Aqiong, a palm-sized cicada shell condensed. It was nearly transparent, flickering with a faint silver radiance, and had faint light and shadow flowing across its surface. It looked lifelike. As thin as light gauze overall, resembling a work of art, it gently floated above Aqiong's palm. Shadow-preserving cicada shell. Please evaluate it, President. Aqiong bowed respectfully and smilingly presented the silver-white cicada shell in his hand to the judges' panel. Respected judges, I apologize. Due to my spirit ability consuming a relatively large amount of spirit power, my second spirit ability can only be released 3 times a day. I ask for your understanding, esteemed judges." As he spoke, he chanted the spirit incantation. He summoned 2 more silver-white cicada shells, placing them respectively on the plates in front of Douluo and his teacher, Lin Yi. The crowd below the stage watched with undivided attention. Though they didn't quite understand, they still felt it was awesome. They looked forward to seeing if Aqiong, the champion of the previous session, could bring even stronger new spirit abilities and spirit food to this evaluation competition. Zhe Zhao's consciousness was still lingering in the auction house. Moving away from the details page of the simulation transformation sausage, he clicked to open the introduction of the spirit food shadow-preserving cicada shell created by Aqiong's second spirit ability. Shadow-preserving cicada shell. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 250,000 coins. Introduction: salvaging passing shadows and recreating the past. After consumption, one can salvage and anchor the target's past silhouette according to their thoughts, projecting it into the current world. It perfectly replicates past auras, serving as a top-tier bait to disrupt the battlefield. Long-term ingestion can temper the spirit, accurately capturing specific fragments within the long river of time. It is an excellent auxiliary material for practicing supreme marvelous arts such as the divine sense of destiny or telepathy, and also a shortcut to peeking into the truth of history. A starting bid of 250,000. Although it was higher than the price of Aqiong's first spirit ability Spirit Sense Cicada Shell, compared to Oscar's simulation transformation sausage with a starting bid of 1,300,000, it clearly fell short. It suffered from the disadvantage of the spirit ring age and spirit quality. Spirit ring age could be raised. Spirit quality was truly difficult. It wasn't to say that eating immortal herbs would be useful, but rather that it required an immortal herb that matched one's own spirit extremely well, and the spirit itself had the potential for evolution. At the very least, over the past 2 years, Zhe Zhao had consumed more than 1 stalk of the Kiluo tulip, an immortal herb that could help spirit evolution, but the effect could only be described as barely satisfactory. The crowd below the stage was bustling, and the sound of discussion had not yet subsided. On the stage, Aqiong had already placed the shadow-preserving cicada shell on the judges' panel, took a few steps back to return to the evaluation stage, and quietly awaited the critique. Zhe Zhao pinched the cicada shell and popped it into his mouth. With a movement of his mind, a shadow projection appeared behind him, demonstrating the effect of the spirit ability to the audience below the stage. Then, he cleared his throat and gave his evaluation. Spirit quality, 9 points. Spirit ability effect, 9 points. Future potential, 9 points. Before Zhe Zhao's voice had even faded, the crowd below burst into an uproar. 9 points. Only 9 points. Wasn't it a full score last time? How come this time, although it's still very high, compared to last time, it's indeed lower? Did the judges' requirements become stricter? It seems the champion of the first evaluation competition isn't all that great. Whispers lingered endlessly in the air, mixed with incomprehension, regret, and even a hint of gloating banter. Aqiong stood in the center of the stage, his expression slightly stiffening. Although this score was still extremely high and enough to crush the vast majority of food-type soul masters, compared to the target he had set for himself in his heart, it was still quite a bit short. He subconsciously lowered his brow. A sense of loss and inferiority welled up in his heart once again. Zhe Zhao took in all of Aqiong's reactions, changing his tone to comfort him. These 9 points are evaluated for the shadow-preserving cicada shell of your current second spirit ability. They are the limit you can achieve with your current spirit power and current spirit ring age, rather than your future limit, your spirit essence. Its potential has never changed. Even as your strength improves, the importance of the time domain's spirit ability will become increasingly prominent in the future. This is not your problem. Rather, it's because Oscar's simulation transformation sausage is a brilliant gem that came first. I am very much looking forward to it. What kind of surprises your future, your third spirit ring, fourth spirit ring, and even the days to come will bring me. A temporary evaluation does not represent eternity. I believe in you. In the future, you will make us look at you with new eyes. Zhe Zhao wore a smile, comforting Aqiong. Douluo followed closely behind. He gave the same score as Jade Zhao and encouraged Aqiang with a few words, followed by Lin Yi, Vice Principal Shui Tianyu, Ning Fengji, Xiao Xin, and others. Sen Yu, who was in charge of recording, quickly waved his pen to tally Aqiang's score. Then, he picked up the spirit tool megaphone and announced to the crowd below, Aqiang, Spring and Autumn Cicada Spirit, total score, 283. Temporarily ranking second. Chapter 137, Tang San's Entanglement and Doubts. The food-type soul masters who took the stage next each had their own unique strengths. But without exception, no food-type soul master appeared whose soul skills could compare to those of Oscar or A. Chang and the others, and their scores weren't particularly brilliant either. They couldn't even compare to Su Bai's Qingxin Lotus Spirit. Time was still too short. In just 2 years, no matter how much the worlds will favor them, it still required a certain amount of time for changes to manifest. Spirit masters had limited cultivation speeds. The innate soul powerless meditation method needed even more time to be verified. Perhaps, during the 4th and 5th food-type soul master soul skill evaluation competitions in a few more years, more eye-catching food-type soul masters and spirit abilities would emerge. Jade Zhao sat in the judges' seats, cupping his chin in deep thought. Perhaps it won't take that long. After this evaluation competition ends, many plant system spirit masters will definitely choose to transform their spirits into the food system. The next session 3 years later might just see an influx of even more outstanding food-type soul masters. Jade Zhao thought to himself, making a decision in his heart. Later, he would add some heaven and earth treasures that could alter aptitude into the potions used to transform plant system spirits into food system spirits. He would manually alter the innate talent of the plant system spirit masters who wanted to become food-type soul masters. This would serve as an advertisement for the upcoming beast spirit transformation into food system spirits. And the distribution of the transformation potions needs to be controlled. I can't let that little bastard benefit for nothing. He thought on the judge's platform, while below, the atmosphere of the evaluation stage was soaring, and discussions about the contestants of this evaluation competition lingered endlessly. Finally, accompanying the departure of the last food-type soul master whose spirit was a crystal knuckle of pork, the evaluation competition came to an end. The championship naturally belonged to Oscar. A-Chang took second place. Su Qir took third place. Oscar absorbed the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone on the spot, and his spirit power increased by another 3 levels, reaching level 39. He was still 1 level away from reaching the threshold of a level 40 spirit ancestor and obtaining his 4th spirit ring. Beneath the sunset's afterglow, in Nuoding City, Tang San concluded his day of classes. Walking on the stone slab road, lowering his head to ponder the details of Tang sect's secret skills and spirit cultivation, he strode quickly toward the blacksmith shop. Having failed to obtain the work-study student quota, working part-time to earn living expenses and tuition fees was now his daily routine. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The 131st issue of the Food System Soul Master Guild Weekly. Earth-shattering news. The results of the second all-continent food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition are out. 3-ring Spirit Elder Oscar won the championship, and the champion's reward is a 100,000-year spirit bone. Last session's champion A. Chang took second place, and Blue-Silver Grass Spirit Su Qir won third. A newsboy waved the newspaper in his hand, his cries crisp and loud, echoing through the streets and attracting the attention of many pedestrians. Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. Tang San instinctively slowed his pace. He was not unfamiliar with the Food System Soul Master Guild Weekly. When he awakened his spirit last time, he had received a copy of the 127th issue of the Food System Soul Master Guild Weekly from the Spirit Hall's awakening Grandmaster Su Yuntao, which detailed the deeds of the blue Silver Grass Spirit Su Qir transforming her spirit into a food system spirit. Because of this, Tang San had once wanted to transform his own blue-silver grass spirit into a food system spirit, but hindered by his father's orders, he had never been able to put it into action. However, he had always been paying attention to the information from the Food-type Soul Master Guild. 100,000-year spirit bone. For some reason, upon hearing these words, a sudden discomfort arose in his chest, an indescribable emptiness. "Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper." Tang San called out to the newsboy and handed over a few bronze coins. "Alrighty, Lord Spirit Master, please take it. Today's big news is all on it." The newsboy deftly pulled out a newspaper and handed it to Tang San, then continued to hawk and run into the distance. Holding the newspaper that still carried the scent of ink, Tang San leaned against the tree by the roadside and impatiently unfolded it to read. Food System Soul Master Guild Weekly, Issue 131 front page headline. The second all-continent Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition concludes successfully. Oscar exhibits outstanding talent, winning the championship and the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone. Reporter, Lemon Tea, 100,000-year, Blue-Silver Emperor. At the first glance at the title, the emptiness and sense of loss in Tang San's heart grew even stronger, bringing an indescribable discomfort. He wanted to cry, but he didn't know why. Looking at the accompanying picture in the newspaper where Oscar stood on the evaluation stage holding high a piece of soul bone radiating brilliant blue-gold luster, Tang San couldn't tell whether it was envy or jealousy. Anyway, his heart was tangled beyond ordinary proportions. Blue-silver grass, is there also a blue-silver emperor? A 100,000-year blue-silver grass spirit beast is the blue-silver emperor. Questions arose in his heart. He gained a clearer understanding of the matter where his father had previously solemnly warned him to use the hammer in his left hand to protect the grass in his right hand. Could it be? Did this 100,000-year blue-silver emperor show kindness to my father? Or perhaps, it showed kindness to my mother, so much so that seeing the object brought back memories of the person for my father, and now he has gone to find my mother. Tang San frowned tightly, squatting under the tree and thinking bitterly. He always felt that this 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone was inextricably linked to his own background. But his father was not by his side. Even with 10,000 doubts in his heart, he could only suppress his thoughts and wait to ask and resolve them when he saw his father in the future. Continuing to read downwards. A few days ago, the second Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition held in Baiwei City successfully concluded. Through the soul food competitions of countless genius food-type soul masters, Oscar, at the age of 8 with the strength of a level 36 3-ring spirit elder, conquered all the judges and audience members, unquestioningly winning the championship of this competition. Soul Food, Illusory Dream Sausage. Soul Food, Millet Dream Epiphany Sausage. Soul Food, Simulation Transformation Sausage. There were several accompanying pictures on the newspaper, which detailed the effects and value of each kind of sausage clearly and lucidly. 8 years old, level 36. The moment he saw the introduction at the beginning, Tang San was completely dumbfounded. Could these two terms be placed on the same person? A genius. There are always people beyond people. I didn't expect such a genius to exist within the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Even the Clear Sky Douluo, who attained his title at the age of 40 back then, probably wasn't at level 36 when he was 8 years old, right? Unable to tell whether it was envy or jealousy, Tang San couldn't help but sigh. Because of the Food-type Soul Master Guild's newspaper, compared to the original work, Tang San understood the information of the Spirit Master's world much more and more deeply. He had specifically browsed through major events from previous years at the newspaper office in Nuoding City. Therefore, he had a deep impression of the Clear Sky Douluo. The continent's youngest titled Douluo, with the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, filled Tang San with yearning, and he took him as his goal. Twin spirits. The second spirit was a hammer of extremely high quality. Tang San felt that in the future, he might also have hope of reaching titled Douluo at the age of 40, becoming an existence like the Clear Sky Douluo. But he didn't expect that simply at the second evaluation competition of the Food-type Soul Master Guild, he would be able to see so many geniuses emerge. Chapter 138, Where Did Dad Go? Gathering of Heroes, 100 Flowers Bloom. This competition witnessed the soul food and potential of many Food-type Soul Masters. Among them, the runner-up Akyong's recorded cicada molting showcased the unique charm of time system spirit abilities. With a total score of 283 points, he ranked second and obtained a 70,000-year blazing demonic ape right leg bone. Award illustration. Third place, Su Kier. Spirit Blue Silver Grass perfectly interprets the huge potential and bright future of plant system spirits transforming into food system spirits. Her fourth spirit ability, Blue Silver Small Berry, can inflict thunderstorm damage that ignores the realm on other soul masters, possessing extraordinary strategic value. With 278 points, she stunned the audience, won third place, and was awarded a 40,000-year Shadow Civet Torso Bone. Spirit Bone illustration. In addition, there was Su Bai, a spirit ancestor with the Pure Heart Lotus Spirit, who also transformed a plant system spirit into a food system spirit. Scoring 211, he ranked 8th and obtained a 10,000-year soul spirit. From this, it is sufficient to see that transforming a plant system spirit into a food system spirit is an extremely correct choice. The success of this competition marks that plant system soul masters and food-type soul masters are welcoming unprecedented development opportunities. Although the road ahead is long. However, with the in-depth promotion of the innate soul powerless meditation method and the increasing maturity of plant system spirit transformation technology, the future of food-type soul masters will surely bloom with brilliant radiance. At the same time, the Food-type Soul Master Guild is researching the transformation of beast spirits into food system spirits. Seeing this, Tang San closed the newspaper. The inexplicable sense of emptiness in his chest did not dissipate with it, instead, it became clearer. Blue Silver Emperor. Blue Silver. Grass. 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor right leg bone, 70,000-year blazing demonic ape left leg bone, 40,000-year Shadow Civet Torso Bone, 10,000-year Soul Spirit. He muttered to himself, yearning growing in his heart. Spirit Bone. The supreme treasure that countless soul masters dreamed of. Especially the 100,000-year Spirit Bone, which was called the supreme treasure of the Blood River. Every time it appeared, it would stir up bloody storms, and its value could simply not be measured by money. Even the most ordinary 10,000-year Spirit Bone was enough to cause powerhouses at the Spirit Emperor and Spirit Saint levels to fight and scramble for it, let alone that this piece was a 100,000-year Spirit Bone, and came from the unheard-of Blue Silver Emperor. If he could obtain this Spirit Bone. Once this thought popped up, it grew wildly in Tang San's heart like wild grass. He lowered his head to look at his right hand. The blue-silver grass spirit quietly emerged, swaying gently in the air and blooming with a faint silver glow. Su Kier's spirit is blue-silver grass. Tang San's gaze became complex and fiery. Her blue-silver grass can be transformed into a food system, participate in the competition, and win rankings in a Spirit Bone. Why can't I? My blue-silver grass spirit has innate full spirit power, and its quality shouldn't be worse than hers. Perhaps it's even stronger due to the nourishment of the mysterious heaven skill. Tang San couldn't help daydreaming in his heart. If he could also embark on the path of a food-type soul master, relying on the unique skills and hidden weapons techniques of the Tang sect, perhaps he could also stand out in the competition like Su Kier and obtain precious Spirit Bone resources. In that case, not only would he not have to worry about spirit rings and soul spirits, but he could even become stronger faster and have enough strength to search for his father. This idea was extremely seductive. For Tang San, who was currently almost penniless and even needed to make money by blacksmithing to hire a mercenary group just to hunt his first spirit ring, it was hard to resist this temptation. That sentence in the newspaper transforming plant system spirits into food system spirits is an extremely correct choice constantly appeared before his eyes. But the next moment, Tang Hao's stern warning exploded in his mind. Especially you. The blue-silver grass spirit must absolutely not become a food system spirit. In the future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand. Forever. His father's injunction was resounding and unquestionable. Although the reason was never explicitly stated, this inevitably involved a huge secret, possibly related to his background and even his mother. If he arbitrarily transformed the blue-silver grass spirit into a food system, would it trigger unpredictable consequences? Tang San did not know. Two kinds of thoughts fiercely clashed in his mind, making his thoughts as chaotic as hemp. Sigh. In the end, he let out a long sigh. The fiery heat in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a trace of helplessness and determination. His father's words, he had to listen to. Before figuring everything out, he could not act rashly. "Dad, where did you go? When will you come back and tell me all this?" Tang San muttered in a low voice, his voice carrying a trace of grievance and longing. He raised his head to look at the sky, his gaze fixed on the edge of the clouds in the setting sun's afterglow. Appearing exceptionally lonely, without the working student quota, he separated from old Jack upon arriving in Nuoding City to look for work and a place to settle down. Naturally, he did not encounter the doorman's harassment incident, nor did he meet Yu Shaogang. In the academy, because he needed to go to the blacksmith shop to blacksmith and make money after school, he always walked alone and wasn't familiar with the teachers, acting like a lone wolf. He was actually familiar with this kind of life. It was no different from when he was in the Tang sect in his previous life. Doing what he liked alone, he didn't find it boring. It's just that the newspaper of the food-type Soul Master Guild would occasionally pluck at his heartstrings. He had heard that a very formidable working student had recently arrived at the academy, nicknamed Sister Xiao Wu. Her combat skills were extraordinary, and she had beaten Xiao Chanu, the city lord's son in the 6th grade, becoming the big boss of the academy. But these had nothing to do with him. In his eyes, right now there was only cultivate, blacksmithing, forging hidden weapons, and thinking about how to obtain his first spirit ring, what kind of first spirit ring he should acquire. The pressure of reality quickly pulled him back from his chaotic thoughts. Envy or entanglement, neither could change the current situation where he couldn't even scrape together the money to hire a spirit grandmaster level mercenary. Life had to go on. He put away the newspaper, stood up, patted the dust off his body, and his gaze turned calm and persistent once again. Since external forces could not be relied upon, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, he still had the mysterious Heaven Treasure Codex, Tang Sect unique skills, and hidden weapons. Thinking of this, Tang San quickened his pace and walked towards the blacksmith shop. He already had a plan in his heart. As soon as possible, utilizing the opportunity and materials of blacksmithing at the blacksmith shop, he would forge a few practical hidden weapons, such as sleeve arrows, powder-shooting shadow, godly zug crossbow, etc. With these hidden weapons for self-defense, perhaps, he could try entering the spirit-hunting forest alone to search for a first spirit ring suitable for himself. Although dangerous, this was his only viable path at present. He must first obtain a spirit ring so that the mysterious heaven skill could make a breakthrough into the second layer and increase his own strength faster. He had already chosen the target for his first spirit ring. Su Qir's third spirit ability when she was originally a control system soul master, Endless Blue-Silver Flower, was extremely suitable for him. It could continuously produce blue-silver grass in battle, repair his own meridian's damage, and alleviate issues like muscle strain caused by his current blacksmithing. It was definitely the best choice for his first spirit ring and spirit ability. What a pity. The newspaper did not specify what spirit beast Su Qir's third spirit ability originated from. Aside from blacksmithing, he also needed to go to the Spirit Hall's library to browse the Spirit Beast Illustrated Handbook. Chapter 139, Genius Students of the Food-Type Soul Master Academy. Baiwei City. After the conclusion of the second Food-Type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition, Zhe Zhao did not immediately lead his subordinates back to the extreme north, but instead stayed at the Food-Type Soul Master Academy to inspect for a few days. He observed several promising prospects he had previously marked as priorities. For example, Shi Lei with the Facing Heaven Pepper Spirit, Li Qing with the Zhanshuqing Spirit, and several genius students who had emerged in the past 2 years. And Qing Spirit, Permafrost Blueberry Tree. First Soul Skill, Ice Crystal Sublimation Small Blueberry. After consumption, the user can briefly experience the ultimate ice effect, attacks carry the ultimate ice attribute, and it can also defend against the vast majority of mental type interference and control type spirit abilities. If consumed over a long period, their physique will be imperceptibly transformed by the ultimate ice. If the user can withstand the repeated quenching of the ultimate ice, there is an extremely low chance of awakening the ultimate ice attribute. Of course, this chance is very low. The evaluation given by the auction house was that it was a chicken rib, but the starting bid was a full 5,000 coins, the same price as Li Qing's first soul skill, Emerald Psychedelic Mushroom. He Li, Spirit, Crystal Grape. First soul skill, Clear Heart Crystal Grape. After consumption, spirit power condenses in the eyes, greatly enhancing dynamic vision and static observation in a short period of time. It can see through the vast majority of illusions and stealth spirit abilities of the same rank, and has a certain defensive effect against mental shocks. Consumed over a long period, it can slowly nourish the sea of consciousness and enhance the perception ability of spirit power fluctuations. Zhe Zhao stood with his hands behind his back by the edge of the training ground. Watching the students conducting adaptive training on the field, his gaze lingered for a moment, especially on several teenage students. His sight rested on a calm-tempered youth in the field. The youth held a panicle of rice in his hand. Beneath him, a spirit ring of deep yellow bordering on purple flashed with light, and a light cyan small tree soul spirit crouched atop his head, its leaves moving gently and rustling. The panicles are full of granaries, the rice condenses light, and the heart wall naturally guards the 8 directions. He saw the panicle of rice in his hand drooping slightly, a strange luster flowing over the rice husk, forming a resonance with the small tree soul spirit above his head. The rustling sound of the leaves gradually became rhythmic. Wisps of pure spirit power converged from his palms, and dots of soft milky white rice grains emerged, emitting a faint fragrance of rice. Within just a few breaths, about 20 grains of rice condensed and formed, quietly suspended in midair. Zhe Zhao saw this in his eyes, nodding continuously in his heart. Lu Chen, Spirit, Delusion Confusing Rice, First Soul Skill, Heart Wall Fragrant Rice. In the training ground, Lu Chen's left hand revealed the food type Soul Master Guild token, with the words Rank 6 engraved on the back. He brought the token close to the center of the rice grains suspended above his right hand. Suddenly, the token lit up with a circle of soft white light, and the words Rank 6 on it lit up, sucking the 20 grains of Heart Wall Fragrant Rice into it. At the same time, streams of information lit up in front of Lu Chen. Heart Wall Fragrant Rice. Effect: short-term mental outer wall protection, unorthodox protection type, condensed energy efficiency, rated excellent. Quantity: 20 grains. Based on the 6th grade standard of the Soul Skill Product Exchange Regulations, protective food type products, exchange points per grain, 40 points. Total: 800 points. Points have been recorded, current remaining. Points: 5,870. Lu Chen gazed at the updated point number on the token, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing lightly against the edge of the token. Soul Suppressing Bodhi Seed, 80,000 points. He muttered to himself, 5,870, still lacking 74,130. Half a year. Lu Chen raised his head to look at the drifting white clouds on the horizon, exhaling softly, a trace of inexplicable burning heat in his eyes. In another half a year, I can exchange for the immortal herb Soul Suppressing Bodhi Seed to enhance my spirit. For the talented food system students within the academy, Zhe Zhao had established exclusive support policies, opening up immortal herb exchange permissions to allow them to cash in their potential for strength faster. No additional conditions were required. As long as the students could save up the corresponding points, they could directly apply to the food type Soul Master Guild to exchange for an immortal herb suitable for their own spirit. Limited to personal consumption. And the Soul Suppressing Bodhi Seed was an immortal herb in the food type Soul Master Guild that was extremely suitable for Lu Chen's spirit, Delusion Confusing Rice, solving the defects inherent in his spirit. Not far away, Zhe Zhao, who had been standing with his hands behind his back all along, took all of this in, the corners of his mouth curving into an undetectable arc. You must know, the price of the soul food submitted by the students each time was half of the starting bid evaluated by the auction house. The more they submitted, the more he earned. They are all prime chives. Zhe Zhao couldn't help praising in his heart, his gaze continuing to move, falling on the students on the other side who were carefully manipulating spirit power to condense peanuts one by one. Shu Dong, Spirit, Exquisite Peanut. The first soul skill is Thousand Thought Peanut. After consumption, it allows a person's thinking to be clear in a short time, greatly enhancing information processing speed and logical reasoning ability, and has an excellent auxiliary effect for analyzing opponent's spirit ability flaws or even learning and comprehending new knowledge. At the same time, it slightly stabilizes the mind and spirit. It can resist abnormal mental states such as confusion and fear. It could be considered a small top-tier item. The starting bid given by the auction house was 100 coins per grain, which was even higher than Lu Chen's Heartwall fragrant rice. Of course, these couldn't compare to Oscar's illusory dream sausage. But in the food-type Soul Master Academy, they were already considered quite good, worthy of key cultivation, and with a promising future. Afterward, a little girl caught Jade Zhao's attention. She was holding a tea tree in her hand, pitch black overall, with her first spirit ring shining beneath her, leaves falling off from the tea tree spirit. This is. Jade Zhao pondered for a moment, recalling the girl's name. Keikai. Innate Spirit Power Rank 7, Ink Tea Tree Spirit. Originally, I was planning to guide her spirit towards the direction of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, but later things got busy in the extreme north and this matter was delayed. However, the effect of her first soul skill also seemed pretty good. Thinking this in his heart, Jade Zhao clicked open the President's token in his Sea of Consciousness, searching for the information on the food-type Soul Master Academy students previously submitted by Yang Tong. Truly not bad. First soul skill, Clarifying Thought and Serene Perception Tea. Held in the mouth, it allows one to enter an absolute calm state, enhances perception to the ultimate degree, and suppresses emotional fluctuations. In the auction house, the starting bid given is 500. Truly not bad. A flash of satisfaction swept across the depths of Jade Zhao's eyes as his gaze swept over these boys and girls on the training ground. Feeling deeply emotional in his heart. It was not in vain that he had worked hard to establish the Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition and the Food-type Soul Master Academy. The development of the world was proceeding along the path he had envisioned. Withdrawing his gaze, his consciousness immersed in the auction house, landing on the upper right corner of his personal panel. Time until auction starts, 0 days 1 hour 24 minutes. An obvious countdown was reminding Jade Zhao that the next auction was about to begin, and he needed to prepare in advance. His consciousness slid down, moving to the balance section. Auction coins, 635,429,277,000. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up, deposits over 600 billion. This time, I must splurge heavily at the auction. Chapter 140, Dream Journey to the West 8 Immortals Magic Treasure. Jade Zhao left the training ground and returned to his dormitory. Less than an hour and a half remained before the start of the next auction. He sat down calmly, waiting for time to quietly slip away. Starkly different from the caution and anticipation he felt when he originally held 980,000, at this moment, he already possessed the capital to command the situation at this top-tier gathering of the heavens. Once the time arrived, with a thought in his mind, his figure quietly vanished from the dormitory. The familiar sensation of space-time shifting washed over him, and the scene before his eyes once again transformed into that boundless expanse of azure starry skies, surrounded by twinkling stars. He was still situated within that antique private box. Respected guests, welcome to the 308,296th Auction Gala of the Heavens Auction House. A clear and melodious voice rang out. Emanating from the center of the auction venue, Xiaoju's figure gracefully stood atop the stellar platform. Thank you all for waiting so long. Draped in flowing clouds, Xiaoju bowed slightly, her jade feet lightly stepping upon the stellar platform as she respectfully paid her respects to all the guests. I am the auctioneer, Xiaoju. It is my honor to host this grand event for everyone. This grand event features a total of 50,000 auction items. Among them, there are 5,000 mortal grade items, 10,000 rule grade items, 20,000 law grade items, and 5,000 Dao entering grade items. In addition, there are 10,000 mysterious unknown blind box items. Here, Xiaoju sincerely wishes that all respected guests will be able to find what your hearts desire at this grand event and return with a full load. Without further ado, this auction gala will now begin. As her voice fell, Xiaoju offered another graceful curtsy and waved her hand. The pitch was similar to the previous session, except the number of auction items had increased, especially the law-grade items, which had doubled. Zhe Zhao sat down leisurely, casting his gaze toward the center of the venue. Starlight surged. What appeared in the center of the venue was not a figure, but a sphere of light teeming with immortal qi and law fluctuations. Within the sphere of light, 8 artifacts floated up and down. They varied in shape, with treasure light soaring into the heavens. Their auras were interconnected, forming a single entity with dazzling light that made others hesitate to approach, revealing their power at a single glance. Xiaoju pointed at the sphere of light and introduced them with a smile. The opening auction of the event is exceptionally rare. Coming from the major 1,000 worlds of Dream Journey to the west, this is the Enlightenment Magic Treasure set of the Ancient 8 Immortals, the origin magic treasure used when the 8 Immortals crossed the sea. The set includes Yunyang Clappers of Sao Guojiu, Xuanfang Palm Leaf Fan of Han Zhongli, Junhun Jade Xiao of Han Shangzi, Medicine King Gourd of Tai Guili, Sixen Marvelous Lotus of Hishanggu, Dekui Flower Basket of Lan Kaihei, Divine Traveling Fisher Drum of Zhang Guolao, Yin-Yang Dragon Slaying Sword of Lu Dongbin, Yunyang Clappers Suppress Demons, causing all evils to retreat. The Xuanfeng Palm Leaf Fan stirs up mystic winds that melt souls and corrode bones. The Junhun Jade Xiao subdues souls with its flute music, making all spirits bow. The Divine Traveling Fisher Drum breaks through the major 1,000 worlds to travel unhindered. The Yin-Yang Dragon Slaying Sword divides yin and yang, slicing away all illusions. Any single magic treasure is of the supreme law grade. When all 8 form a set, they complement one another. Paired with Kunlun Jade, they can be synthesized into a Dao grade, acquired low-grade spirit treasure, the Taiji 8 trigrams disc, capable of bringing the dead back to life with boundless might. Of course, even if they are not synthesized with Kunlun Jade into the Taiji 8 trigrams disc, when the 8 magic treasures are grouped together, they can deploy the 8 trigrams grand formation, which is enough to shake the threshold of the Dao grade. Xiaoju enthusiastically introduced the detailed information of the 8 magic treasures. Then she waved her small hand. Starlight converged, and another 4 identical sets of 8 Immortals magic treasures appeared in the center of the venue, eliciting gasps of astonishment from countless guests in the Void Realm. There are a total of 5 sets of magic treasures. Each set is auctioned as a package, with a starting bid of 100 million auction coins, plus any 3 law-grade magic treasures or equivalent medicinal pills, materials, and so on. As soon as her voice fell, divine thought fluctuations and noisy chatter emanated from countless private boxes. The 8 Immortals magic treasures. It is actually this legendary set of magic treasures. I remember the 8 Immortals magic treasures last appeared at an auction 500 years ago, and there was only one set. His tilde. The very first item is such heavy-duty goods. The auction house is making such a huge move this time, it was worth the wait. A law-grade set-type magic treasure. If one can obtain it, it will be enough to serve as a sect-suppressing legacy for a major teaching. Quick, raise funds. No matter the cost. We must win it. Out of the 5 sets of magic treasures, we must secure one. Countless people rubbed their hands and rolled up their sleeves, bidding sounds rising one after another. Many law-grade magic treasures, medicinal pills, and materials that were usually rare to see appeared in clusters. 200 million auction coins, plus 3 law-grade offensive talismans, all Heaven Purple Thunder Talisman. I bid 300 million. Plus 5 law-grade medicinal pills, 3 turn golden pill. 300 million. Who do you think you're looking down on? I bid 800 million. Plus 10 pieces of sun essence gold containing the origin of the fire-type law. Quote. The competition entered a white-hot state right from the start. The bidders were clearly big shots who had prepared in advance or possessed deep pockets, and every bid elicited gasps of amazement. Zhe Zhao stared at the magic treasures on the stage in deep thought. The 8 Immortals set, being law-grade magic treasures, could definitely crush those so-called super-divine artifacts when mapped to the Douluo world. Furthermore, the Medicine King Gourd and Sixen Marvelous Lotus. One nourished spirit medicine to bring flesh back to bones, while the other brought the dead back to life, protected oneself, and remained immune to all laws. It was extremely useful to him. The entire set of magic treasures possessed boundless might. The price was quickly pushed to the height of 2 billion auction coins plus 1 law-grade protective spirit armor, and the momentum of the competition seemed to slow down slightly. But there were still sporadic voices increasing the bid, clearly unwilling to give up. It was simply not as intense as before. The bids had reached the limit of cost-effectiveness and the psychological price range they could accept, and everyone was waiting to bid for the second or third set. Right at this moment, Zhe Zhao spoke indifferently. 3 billion, plus 20 cups of the time-type law-grade spirit liquid Suyu Fusheng Time Dew. Is there anyone bidding higher? If there is, I will continue to raise the bid. The calm voice was filled with absolute confidence, and the domineering statement clearly echoed throughout the entire starry venue. The auction venue, which had previously still had some sporadic bidding, instantly fell silent. 3 billion auction coins in itself was already a jaw-dropping figure, enough to crush the financial resources of the vast majority of bidders. Even more suffocating were those 20 cups of Suyu Fusheng Time Dew. The law of time was inherently a supreme law. Items containing the law of time were without exception rare and precious treasures, let alone the Suyu Fusheng Time Dew, which could help people comprehend the law of time and was the pinnacle of supreme grades. Every time it appeared on the auction house rankings, it would be instantly snapped up at an absolute high price. No one had ever been able to pick up a bargain. This was the gold content of the Suyu Fusheng Time Dew. The value of these 20 cups of Suyu Fusheng Time Dew alone far exceeded the value of the 8 Immortals Magic Treasure set. To take out 20 cups all at once. Aside from the seller of that Suyu Fusheng Time Dew in the Douluo world, who else could possibly pull it out? Not to mention, Zhe Zhao's determined statement meant he could continue to increase the stakes. Chapter 141, Kingdom of Lock Pet Elves. At this moment, even if some people wanted to continue bidding to scam Zhe Zhao, they were also afraid that Zhe Zhao would give up on purchasing the first set and trap themselves in it. How much? 3 billion, plus 20 cups of Suyu Fusheng Time Dew Time Law Spiritual Liquid. Are you crazy? This gesture, truly massive. Can't compare. Suyu Fusheng Time Dew, priceless and in high demand, bringing out 20 cups, who else can afford to bid? Isn't this fucking driving up the price? The first set is already bid so high, how are we supposed to bid for the subsequent sets? Driving up the price. Listen to his domineering tone, does it sound like he's driving up the price? Purely determined to win. Forget it, we can't beat him, let's wait for the second and third sets. The private rooms that had the fiercest competition earlier fell into silence. An elderly voice sounded with sourness. HMPH, 20 cups of time-type law spiritual liquid, what a grand gesture. This old man wants to see how much capital he has left to squander like this. HMPH. Mere Douluo world. Another sharp voice sneered, the jealousy in its tone hard to conceal. Almost in an instant, all the buyers who originally intended to compete for the first set of 8 Immortals Magic Treasures stopped bidding. Xiaoju stood on the stellar platform with a sweet smile on her face, and said in a clear voice, 3 billion auction coins, plus 20 cups of Suyu Fusheng Time Dew. Are there any other distinguished guests bidding? The venue was silent. Those sour remarks also quietly subsided, and the huge starry sky venue was pin-drop silent, waiting for Xiaoju to finalize the transaction for the first set of 8 Immortals Magic Treasures. 3 billion, going once. 3 billion, going twice. 3 billion, going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for successfully winning the first set of the 8 Immortals Proving Dao Magic Treasure set from the Dream Journey to the West World. Congratulations. Xiaoju waved her small hand, and starlight flickered. A sphere of light floating in the void carrying the 8 pieces of magic treasures instantly vanished and appeared inside Zhe Zhao's private room. Immortal light lingered, and laws were infinite. Looking at the 3 billion deducted from his account and the 20 cups of Suyu Fusheng Time Dew that had disappeared, Zhe Zhao wore a satisfied smile on his face. A good start, secured. Waving his hand to put away the 8 Immortals Magic Treasures, he gently took a sip of the clear tea in his cup, casting his gaze toward the center of the starry sky venue, anticipating the appearance of the second auction item. With over 600 billion auction coins, he was bound to splurge fiercely at the auction. The astronomical price of the first set ignited the venue, and the competition for the subsequent 4 sets of 8 Immortals Magic Treasures became even more intense. The price repeatedly broke through 1 billion. It motivated buyers from all sides to make their moves, frantically increasing their bids with various rare law materials, medicinal pills, and magic treasures, the waves of bidding voices rising and falling. One after another, the 4 sets of magic treasures fell into various hands. After the transaction for the last set of 8 Immortals Magic Treasures concluded, Xiaoju did not leave directly, but instead gently tapped the void with her jade finger. A fragmented horn emerged. The Horn of Ragnarok, coming from the high magic Norse plane, blowing it can briefly trigger regional rule disorder. It was originally a law-grade divine artifact, but after shattering, it became rule-grade, and can be repaired with Life Spirit Spring. Starting bid, 30 million. No additions. As soon as Xiaoju finished speaking, the bidders in the arena were countless. Zhao also tried to bid, but only scratched the surface without making a high bid definitive strike like when he bought the 8 Immortals Magic Treasures. Take it or leave it, not much interest. In the end, the horn was sold at a price of 120 million. Pandora's Box. The Mark of the 7 Deadly Sins. Floating Light Me and Sun Moon Gourd. Star Core, containing complete star birth and destruction laws within, a supreme treasure for refining world prototypes or grotto heaven-blessed lands. One auction item after another appeared, triggering countless supreme powerhouses of the myriad realms in the venue to compete for them. The price rose higher and higher layer by layer. Just as a Dow-grade wind-swept yellow sand formation was sold at a price of 10 billion, starlight rippled in the center of the venue, and a youth walked out. His eyes were arrogant, and he wore casual clothes. As if walking out of an anime, he stood still in the center of the starry sky venue, raised his hand, and tossed 2 glowing, colorful spirit balls. Bang, bang, light shone, and 2 extraordinary divine beasts appeared. The one on the left was pure white all over, emitting a holy radiance, resembling the incarnation of light. The one on the right was surrounded by raging flames, possessed 8-pack abs, 2 bright yellow horns on top of its head, surging battle intent, and a startling aura. In the private room, Zhao murmured in doubt, "This is Holy Light Demu and Fire God." Without letting Zhao continue guessing, the youth clapped his hands and introduced in a clear voice, "Pet elves from the Kingdom of Lock World. Level 100 Royal Holy Light Demu. Level 100 Blazing Flame Aries." The strength evaluation in the auction house reaches the peak of Rule Grade, with evolution items for Law Grade Grand Flame Aries and Phantom Light Demu included as a bonus. Starting bid, 30 million auction coins, or equivalent water-type Law Grade. Materials. There was a brief silence in the venue due to the appearance of these 2 bizarre creatures from another world, which then erupted into even more discussions. Kingdom of Lock. A bit of an impression, isn't this once childhood? Take it down, take it down. Must take it down. Just consider it a tribute to childhood, satisfying the younger self. A battle pet at the peak of Rule Grade, somewhat interesting. 1 light, 1 fire, pure aura, extremely high energy concentration, truly extraordinary, and it can continue to evolve and upgrade to Law Grade. Not a few powerhouses in the venue showed words of interest. Some powerhouses of the myriad realms who were not transmigrators focused even more on the technology in the youth's hands that could seal living beings into small balls. And the life forms of the Royal Holy Light Demu and the Blazing Flame Aries were quite novel to them. As for some contestants whose own strength was slightly weaker, but who were financially robust. This kind of ready-to-use peak rule grade pet had even greater attraction, and they successively called out bids. 35 million. 40 million, 43 million. This Blazing Flame Aries is just right for the fire vein of my cultivation ground. 50 million, 60 million. Holy light type creatures are beneficial to my holy sea. 80 million, 85 million. I've wanted 2 pets for a long time. The fire god of this kingdom of Lock has come at just the right time. The price climbed steadily. The competition was mainly concentrated among a few buyers who needed guards of specific attributes and transmigrators, quickly skyrocketing to 100 million. Severe premium. Inside the private room, Jade looked at the two pet elves with different expressions in the center of the venue, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest of his seat. Kingdom of Lock. Pets that have evolved once at level 100, their strength is at the peak of Rule grade. This rank division matches the realm ranks of the Douluo Continent more than a little. I originally planned to buy some pet elves. It's just that too few popped up in the auction house's rankings, and contacting the seller got no reply. This time, I can have a good chat with him. Buy it first. As for the matter of communication, I'll ask the auction house for a favor later. Thinking this in his heart, Jade made up his mind, opened his mouth to bid, and his voice echoed in the venue, 200 million. Chapter 142, The Whereabouts of the Eighth Spirit Ring, Xuanwang Undying Grass. 210 million. 215 million. 230 million. 100 million plus 3 law-grade water-type spiritual plants, 3 Shueyubibo lotuses. I bid 1 drop of Tao-grade Xuanming True Water, which contains the pure Tao law of water, is of immeasurable value, and can evolve all waters. As soon as those words were spoken, the place fell into dead silence. Even Tao-grade Xuanming True Water was brought out. Was there any need to go this far? Jade couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly and chose to give up. A cold hum came from a distant private box, and they also stopped bidding. Xuanming True Water for the first time. Xuanming True Water for the second time. Xuanming True Water for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box number 7. Xiaoju quietly appeared in the starry venue to take control, while the unruly youth from earlier had long since vanished, leaving only 2 pet elves, the flame god of war and the royal holy light Demo, crawling and prostrating in the starry sky. Alright, there were also 2 gulu balls. With a light wave of Xiaoju's delicate hand, they were sent into box number 7. Tisk. Box number 7, Xuanming True Water. Jade Zhao, who had given up competing, shook his head in regret, feeling helpless in his heart. Being able to rank among the top private boxes in the auction house itself represented a different kind of meaning, so how could anyone compete with that? It's just a pity. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to chat with the youth from the Kingdom of Lock about long-term batch orders for pet elves, but now it was basically blown. However, it didn't matter. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. If worst came to worst, Pokemon and Seer could also be alternatives, except that their rank and strength expression would far exceed the Douluo world. Jade pondered inwardly as the auction continued. Various rare treasures appeared like a revolving lantern, causing continuous exclamations in the venue, fierce bidding, and a bustling atmosphere. Reverse Scale of the Abyss Magic Dragon. Contains pure dark dragon breath, which can be used to forge a divine artifact or be directly absorbed. Immortal Brew Drunken Millennium. Drinking a mouthful can immerse one in an illusion for 1,000 years, a mere instant in the outside world as a reincarnation of 100 lifetimes, tempering the divine soul. Spark of Civilization. The core of the highest knowledge base of a perished technological civilization. Seed of the Elven Mother Tree. Requires massive life energy to cultivate, with the hope of creating an elven kingdom. Taigu Starship Luan Bird Wreckage. Full set of technological knowledge base for the Nantianmen project. Different Fire Dian. Prophecy Crystal Ball. Godhead of the God of Assassination contains a large amount of assassination laws. Layout diagrams for spatial labyrinth locks. Great Devouring Technique Introductory Jade Slip. Divine Beast 9-tailed Celestial Fox 3 Fox Tails. Enlightenment Tea Tree 10 Tea Leaves. Emotion Mask. Power of Faith Collection Crystal. During this period, Jade made moves several times, successfully bidding for Enlightenment Tea Tree 10 Tea Leaves and Power of Faith Collection Crystal. He had also made bids for others, but failed to win them. Some particularly good auction items had many competitors, while Jade naturally looked down upon those that were like tasteless chicken ribs. When the auction items reached over 30,000 pieces, a Xuanwang Undying Grass from the primordial world caught Jade attention. It was only 3 inches tall. It was surrounded by wisps of Xuanwang qi, dense and heavy, with an upright stem borne with Dao patterns. Ahem. Fellow Taoists, please look. This Xuanwang undying grass comes from the primordial world and was cultivated in the heaven and earth Xuanwang pagoda. Its value is something all fellow Taoists surely understand. A familiar voice came over. Seeing a flash of light, the colorful snail that should have been bought by someone at the last auction actually appeared beside the Xuanwang undying grass. At this moment, its size had shrunk quite a bit. Crawling on the soil where the Xuanwang undying grass was rooted, the colorful halo on its shell converged, making it look much more professional. Wo Aimei. Inside the private box, Jade Zhao let out a soft exclamation of doubt. He had a deep memory of this colorful snail, a semi-Dao spirit that auctioned itself at the last auction and mastered various ways of escaping. Why did it change its routine this time? Thanks to the high appreciation of the immortals of Hua Palace. Little Snail is now acting as the external envoy for Hua Palace, mainly auctioning and selling specialty products of the primordial world. Fellow Taoists, please rest assured, there will absolutely be no falsification. Wo Aimei cleared its throat, waved its tentacles, and continuously pulled out plants and fruits to introduce them. Xuanwang undying grass, ranked as an acquired high-grade spiritual plant. Ginseng fruit, also known as grass return pill. Innate rainwater flat peach, 3,000 years old. Jiaoli. Wazao. Fire mulberry fruit. Moon laurel flower. A long, rambling list of them were all fruits of innate spiritual roots that were usually hard to find, interspersed with some primordial characteristic spiritual roots like the other shore flower. Hua Palace reputation guarantee. 1 fake compensated with 10, a rare opportunity. Fellow Taoists, please place your bids. After saying the last sentence, it held its head high, proudly shook its tentacles a few times, looking extremely full of spirit. Good fellow. This snail can actually enter the payroll of Hua Palace. Wo Aimei's introduction left Jade Zhao dumbfounded. Last time it was bought by a milky-voiced little girl, and he had thought it would replicate its self-selling operation in this auction, but who would have expected that with a twist, it became the external envoy of Hua Palace. Is this right? Hua Palace was St. Nua's Dao field. How did it pull that off? After much thought, Jade Zhao vaguely guessed a bit of the reason. That milky-voiced little girl from the last auction was probably the Lingzu or little Yangchen from Hua Palace. After buying this guy, it went straight into the Saint's Dao field. No matter how heaven-defying its abilities were, it still had to swallow its pride. A rare talent. This snail really has some dog luck on it. Jade Zhao couldn't help but sigh again, while his gaze became passionate, locking onto the Xuanwang undying grass in the center of the venue. Wo Aimei had introduced it very clearly just now. The Xuanwang undying grass contains Xuanwang qi, which can forge the Xuanwang undying body, refine Xuanwang pills, bring the dead back to life, and flesh out skeletons, as well as help people comprehend the Tao of creation. Blended into a spirit treasure, it immediately forms an acquired karma spirit treasure, killing without entangling karma. Even if you do nothing and plant it in your immortal cave, it can automatically gather Xuanwang qi, stabilize the blessed land, and be immune to all evils. For Jade Zhao, this was completely the best choice for the 8th spirit ring. Don't forget, Lin Yi's talent was being able to transform any energy-containing living creature into a spirit ring. Given the identity of the Xuanwang undying grass, coming from the primordial world, an acquired spiritual root, with diverse functions, it guaranteed a minimum starting point of 1 million years. Moreover, Jade Zhao didn't need to worry about not being able to absorb it. When Wo Aimei introduced it earlier, it had said that the spiritual qi contained within the Xuanwang undying grass was gentle, even a mortal could swallow it, and upon consuming it, instantly become a heavenly immortal. After all, it was an acquired spiritual root. But for Jade Zhao, it was enough. Making up his mind, Jade Zhao shouted his bid, Xuanwang undying grass, 5 billion auction coins, plus a piece of Wutu essence. Wutu essence was what Jade Zhao had saved earlier when he swept the lists in the auction house. He knew that for Wo Aimei and Hua Palace, auction coins were actually less attractive than specific treasures. The price was instantly driven up. With Wo Imei's highly provocative introduction, plus the implicit endorsement of Wa Palace, the competition was obviously much fiercer than before. In the end, Zhe Zhao pocketed the Xuanwang Undying Grass at a high price of 10 billion, plus 4-star cores and a piece of Wutu essence. Chapter 143, Behind-the-Scenes Master of the Auction House. His balance instantly dropped by 1/60th. Aside from the heartache, Zhe Zhao couldn't help feeling delighted, anticipating what kind of 8th spirit ability the Xuanwang Undying Grass would bring him. In the subsequent competition for innate spiritual fruits, Zhe Zhao made frequent moves. But he obtained very few. He only acquired a single 3,000-year-old Renshui flat peach, and it cost Zhe Zhao a hefty price of 3 billion, plus 50 cups of Suyu Fusheng Time Dew. How exaggerated. Zhe Zhao couldn't help clicking his tongue, but his eyebrows curved upwards, clearly in a good mood. I wonder if this Renshui flat peach pit can be grown alive in the Spirit Spring Small World. I'll have Xiao Yu try it when I get back. Calculating in his mind, the auction continued. When the 40,000th lot was sold at a high price, the light of the starry sky venue dimmed slightly, and the atmosphere became even more mysterious. Congratulations to all esteemed guests for making gains in this auction. Xiao Zhu appeared in the center of the venue once again, smiling sweetly as she said, "Next, the auction will enter its final stage. Blind box auction. I believe all esteemed guests already understand the rules, so Xiao Zhu won't keep you in suspense any longer. The blind boxes start at 1 million coins each. The first one, bidding starts." Finished speaking, Xiao Zhu flicked her fair hand, and a cluster of azure light spheres appeared in the starry sky, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the venue. 2 million, 3 million, ... The sound of bidding was endless, even more frantic than during the last auction. In an instant, the price broke through the tens of millions mark. Zhe Zhao sat quietly in the private box, not in a hurry to make a move. His gaze swept across the more than 100 blind box lots that appeared successively, until a dark black light sphere appeared, prompting him to make a decisive move. He directly secured it at a price of 6 million. Afterwards, he secured 2 blind box light spheres emitting a jade-colored glow at prices of 12 million and 9,300,000 respectively. Ding! A crisp chime rang out, announcing that the auction was coming to an end. Respected guests, the ownership of the 10,000 blind boxes has been decided. Xiao Zhu bowed gracefully. The starry sky venue shone brilliantly, with billions of stars twinkling in unison, and Xiao Zhu's voice became ethereal and grandiose. Thus, the 382,960,000th auction gala of the Heavens Auction House has concluded in perfection. Starlight flowed, and the lingering charm had yet to fade. The brilliance of most private boxes began to dim, signaling that the guests were gradually leaving. As Zhe Zhao brushed his fingertips across the 3 newly acquired blind boxes, putting them away one by one and preparing to leave, the starlight flowing within the private box paused slightly. The next second, specks of stardust gathered, and Xiao Zhu, who had already exited, appeared in the private box. Respected guest, Xiao Zhu has presumptuously disturbed you, and hopes young master will not blame her. At this moment, the sweet smile on her face was replaced by respect. With her eyelids slightly lowered, she bowed deeply once again, her tone soft yet extremely solemn. In appreciation of young master's abundant wealth, my master has specifically ordered Xiao Zhu to come and invite young master to move. To have a chat in the Starry Dome Secret Realm. A modest banquet has already been set up in the Starry Dome Secret Realm, inviting only a few people. My master is already waiting quietly, and we sincerely hope young master will grace us with your presence. She bent her slender waist and bowed. Beneath her humble posture lies a will that could not be refused. Zhe Zhao's gaze narrowed slightly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. The master of the Heavens Auction House. This person behind the scenes would actually invite me to attend a banquet. For what reason? Zhe Zhao's thoughts spun rapidly, unable to figure it out, but outwardly he remained calm, a just right smile appearing on his face. Opportunity and risk coexist. Being invited by the behind-the-scenes master of the auction house made it hard for him to refuse. Perhaps this would be a huge opportunity. It's an absolute honor. Zhe Zhao readily agreed with a calm posture, Please lead the way, Miss Xiaoju. Please follow me, young master. Xiaoju bowed once again, turned around and waved her slender hand lightly. The starlight originally flowing in the private box gathered in front of her, transforming into a swirling stargate. Zhe Jiao closely followed Xiaoju and stepped into it. In an instant, the sensation of space-time shifting washed over him. Star clusters were like diamonds, nebulae like gauze, everywhere he looked was a river of stars, brilliant and gorgeous. The ground beneath his feet was smooth as a mirror, walking upon the pitch-black starry dome. In the center of the secret realm, several jade desks floated, upon which glazed cups were placed. The liquid within the cups was misty, seemingly with a galaxy flowing through it. Around the jade desks, there were already 2 or 3 figures. Please, young master. Xiaoju led him to a jade desk, bowed once more, and her figure dissipated and left. Zhe Jiao sat down, his gaze sweeping across those figures, and he asked in surprise, "Are you the good brother from the Douluo second world?" "Old brother." The youth in black smiled brightly and said in equal surprise, "I didn't expect, old brother, that you would be able to meet the conditions to enter the starry dome so quickly. I really didn't misjudge you." Zhe Jiao's heart stirred slightly. With a smile, he followed up on his words and asked, "Meeting the conditions? What is good brother referring to?" "Consumption. Quota." The youth in black didn't beat around the bush and stated directly, "Only by consuming over 100 billion in the auction house are you qualified to receive an invitation from the master of the auction house to enter this starry dome secret realm." 100 billion. Zhe Jiao was puzzled upon hearing this. The auction house connects the myriad realms of the heavens, and guests are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. If it's just 100 billion in consumption, why would this starry dome secret realm be so deserted? Right. The youth in black nodded, picked up the glazed cup in front of him and took a light sip. The liquid in the cup rippled slightly, flashing with the brilliance of a galaxy. 100 billion. Meeting the condition is very simple, but the starry dome secret realm is far more than that. This is just a newcomer reception area, the few of us are here waiting for business. I see. Zhe Jiao smiled and nodded, his inner doubts instantly resolved. Putting down some of his guard, he raised his cup to signal the youth in black, "Good brother, please. Please. If old brother doesn't mind, you can call me Xiao Huo." The youth in black leaned forward slightly, responding to Zhe Jiao. Zhe Jiao went along with the flow and raised his cup in return, "Zhe Jiao. Brother Huo can just call me Xiao Jiao from now on." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Zhe Jiao's gaze swept around, and Xiaoju appeared in the starry dome secret realm with people once again. Zhe Jiao actually recognized the newcomer who came. It was precisely the provider of the auction house's transferred sealing scroll, Koto Amatsukami version. The youth whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Afterwards, one after another, newcomers who met the conditions were guided here by Xiaoju and seated at the jade desks. They sized each other up. Suddenly, billions of stars twinkled, nebulae flowed, and specks of starlight gathered as a figure appeared in the center of the starry dome. Secret realm. Accompanied by this were verses of poetry. Transactions across the heavens in a single thought. Rare treasures of 10,000 realms suspended in the palm. Today, fortunate to have the gathering of wise sages. Together entering the starry dome to discuss the wondrous and profound. Starlight flowed, and the figure gradually became clear. There was no earth-shattering pressure, but there was a natural, absolute sense of presence. Dressed in a simple Taoist robe, his face was blurred like a young man's. Upon the robe, numerous phantom images of treasures flowed endlessly, yet upon closer inspection, there was no trace at all, unspeakably profound. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to the starry dome secret realm. The man smiled slightly and lightly flicked his sleeve. On the jade desk in front of each person, starlight gathered, revealing immortal fruits and fine nectar. Chapter 144, Xingqiang 9 Cities. Starlight twinkled. A faint fragrance permeated the air. The person behind the scenes of the Heavens Auction House merely stood there, as if they were the ultimate destination of all wealth and the source of all transactions. All the guests held their breath and concentrated. Their gazes lingered on the auction house master, and lines of poetic verses echoed in their hearts. This seat is Taoist Lord Tianxing. For all you fellow Taoists to gather here means you share a bond with this seat, as well as an affinity with the Tao of transactions. Spending 100 billion is merely an entry ticket to prove that you all have the potential to step into the Tao of transactions and become fellow Taoists with this seat. Inviting you all here, first, to become acquainted, second, to seek the Tao. From now on, you will all obtain the qualification to open specialty stores within the auction house. Those who are interested may peruse this Tao contract. Taoist Lord Tianxing's voice was calm, clearly entering the ears of everyone present. Zhe Zhao looked around. He saw that on the faces of the fellow Taoists beside those jade tables, excitement and shock were revealed, holding their breath and listening with reverence. Taoist Lord Tianxing simply waved his robe sleeve. Without any extra movements from him, several streaks of golden light lingered above each jade table, revealing golden talisman characters. Upon them were the details of the auction house. Zhe Zhao read through them carefully, feeling quite shocked. It turned out that this auction house was divided into 5 levels, progressively increasing from bottom to top. The first level was the auction rankings. The second level was the regular auctions. The third level was none other than the Xingqiang Secret Realm, also known as the Xingqiang 9 Cities. The qualification to open specialty stores mentioned by Taoist Lord Tianxing referred to opening shops within the Xingqiang 9 Cities. The fourth level was the 9 Cities Bounties. The fifth level was the Tao Discussion Gathering. The auction rankings were the foundation, encompassing all things. Divine weapons, magic treasures, rare items of the heavens, wondrous spirit pills, were all listed upon it. The rankings connected to the myriad realms. With a single thought, one could query, bid, and compete in auctions. It was the source of gathered information. The auctions were the advancement. Unlike the tedious complexity of the auction rankings, everything that could make it onto the auctions was a supreme treasure, rarely seen ordinarily. The Xingqiang Secret Realm was the core. One could only enter upon meeting the conditions. Inside were 9 major void realm floating islands, each evolving different weather phenomena, known as the Xingqiang 9 Cities. There was an immortal Tao dedicated market. There was a demonic path dedicated market. There was a sci-fi dedicated market. There was a system dedicated market. Countless mighty figures of the myriad realms opened immortal caves and shops within the 9 cities, trading what they had for what they lacked, and even sitting down to discuss the Tao. The 9 cities bounties and the Tao Discussion Gathering were both special events held based on the Xingqiang 9 cities. The bounty rankings were similar to the auction rankings. Only, unlike the auction rankings which encompassed all things, the bounty rankings were used to purchase designated types of commodities or hire powerful experts to assist, and so on. The Tao Discussion Gathering was similarly like the auctions. Only, the entry conditions were stricter. A gathering meant there were restrictions on numbers, and there were also restrictions on strength. Discussing the Tao. Only by entering the Tao could one receive an invitation. Within the gathering, they would exchange cultivation experiences, trade comprehension of the Tao, and so on. Of course, only by joining the Xingqiang 9 cities would one be qualified to issue bounties and receive invitations to Tao discussion gatherings that aligned with one's cultivation Tao. The 5-fold structure progressed layer by layer. From ordinary goods transactions all the way to the pursuit of the Tao, it constructed an incomparably colossal and complete system. After a brief silence, an old man dressed in a dark magical robe was the first to snap back to his senses. He took a deep breath, suppressed the ripples in his eyes, and respectfully cupped his hands toward Taoist Lord Tianxing. Junior Mingu pays respects to the Taoist Lord. Thank you, Taoist Lord, for bestowing this opportunity. It's just, may I ask the Taoist Lord, what are the rules and procedures for opening a specialty store within these Xingqiang 9 cities? Someone spoke, breaking the atmosphere. The rest of the crowd also chimed in, casting their gazes toward Taoist Lord Tianxing. Thank you, Taoist Lord, for granting us a path to the heavens. We yearn for the Xingqiang 9 cities in our hearts, and earnestly request the Taoist Lord to clarify. That is easy to discuss, Taoist Lord Tianxing wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, long accustomed to this. He did not directly answer the specifics of opening a shop in the Xingqiang 9 cities but instead said slowly. Those willing to join may stay. Those who are unwilling may leave first, and you can still enjoy the auction privileges of the first 2 levels. This seat will not deliberately target or deprive you of this. After all, this is where the foundation of this seat's Tao lies. His words paused slightly, and seeing that no one left, he continued, as for opening a shop, it is not a difficult task. The Xingqiang 9 cities naturally have vacant places filled with spiritual rhyme quietly awaiting those with an affinity. You only need to communicate with the contract using your divine thought, select a location, and pay the corresponding rent to open a shop. Many thanks to the Taoist Lord for clearing our doubts. Several people bowed in gratitude together, with Zhe Zhao mixed among them, looking thoughtful. He was just worrying that the soul food stockpiled in the food-type Soul Master Guild couldn't be sold, but now he unexpectedly found a good place for it. Afterwards, he made up his mind, and his spiritual will probed toward the golden light contract floating before him, preparing to open a soul food specialty store in the Xingqiang 9 cities. He selected an address and paid the rent. Right at this moment, Taoist Lord Tianxing perceived that everyone had made their choice, nodded slightly, and without saying much more, his figure turned into starlight and disappeared. As soon as the Taoist Lord left, the atmosphere at the scene instantly relaxed. Xiaohuo skillfully put away the spiritual fruits and immortal brews on the jade table in front of him one by one, darted over to Zhe Zhao's side, draped an arm around his shoulder, and said with a grin, "Old brother, you've got it all sorted out, right? Let's go, this little brother will take you to tour these Xingqiang 9 cities. I guarantee it will broaden your horizons." As he spoke, he didn't forget to remind Zhe Zhao, pointing at the melons, fruits, and fine nectars on the jade table and saying, "These are all good things taken out by the Star Sovereign. Old brother, don't waste them. Hurry and put them away. Sorry to trouble brother Huo." Hearing this, Zhe Zhao smiled, cupped his hands, and put away the immortal fruits and wine pot placed on the table. "What are you being so polite for? We two hit it off." Xiaohuo laughed heartily, pulled Zhe Zhao away from the jade table, and casually slashed through the void. A starlight flowing portal swung wide open. "Old brother, follow me. I'll take you to see my shop first, and then we can stroll over to the Enlightenment Tea House, and there's also the Yanfa Pavilion. That's truly a good place." Xiaohuo spoke as if counting his family treasures, full of enthusiasm, and dragged Zhe Zhao into the starlight portal. Starlight flowed, and space shifted. What came into view was a profound starry sky. Beneath their feet was not solid ground, but a nebula rainbow bridge. In the distance, 9 major floating islands loomed faintly amidst the brilliant galaxy. The rainbow bridges were interconnected, overflowing with radiant light. Before Zhe Zhao could look closely, his body was transported along with the nebula rainbow bridge beneath his feet to a floating island shrouded in a faint dim light. "Old brother, please take a look. This is this little brother's soul spirit small shop." Xiaohuo proudly pointed at the shop. On the plaque were 7 large characters written, "Douluo Soul Spirit Specialty Store." The shop signs in the surrounding area mostly featured characters like soul, anima, and spirit, looking gloomy, profound, and brimming with chilling evil qi. The plaque next door caught Zhe Zhao's attention. It was inscribed with Zanpakudo Specialty Store. The shop's storefront was not large, and various swords and sabers hung inside the display windows. Seeing Zhe Zhao staring in fascination, Xiaohuo smiled and asked, "Old brother is interested in the Zanpakudo. Do you want to go inside and take a look?" He wasn't in a hurry to return to his own shop anyway. As he spoke, he pulled Zhe Zhao and stepped into the Zanpakudo Specialty Store. The space inside was far vaster than it appeared from the outside. Row upon row of crystal display stands were arranged in an orderly fashion. Sealed within each display stand was a Zanpakudo, with text descriptions alongside it. A shopkeeper dressed in tight black attire came forward to greet them. Chapter 145, Batch Ordering Zanpakudo. "Welcome. Are the two of you here to browse, or are you interested in acquiring a blade?" Xiaohuo was clearly extremely familiar with the place, and chimed in with a grin, "Brother Bai, I brought my elder brother here to support your business. Why aren't you hurrying to show off your best blades? Don't hide them away, hey." As he spoke, Xiaohuo turned his head and introduced to Jade Zhao, elder brother, this is Bai Feng, who specializes in selling Zanpakuto and black tech items from the bleach world. If you have any needs, you can also ask him for custom orders. Even the Hogyoku, he can manage to get it for you. Saying this, Xiaohuo turned his head again to look at Bai Feng, right, brother Bai. The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he nodded with a smile, since Xiaohuo recommended you, then naturally you are friends. Please follow me. He said no more, waved his hand, and led Jade Zhao and his companion deeper into the shop. Come, take a look at how these few are. Walking past crystal display stands one after another, the shopkeeper Bai Feng stopped and pointed at the innermost wall to introduce. Ryujin Jaka, Kyoka Suigetsu, Hierin-maru, Zanyushi. The above 4 blades are all peak law-type weapons, having undergone multiple enhancements and forging, enough to match ordinary high-grade acquired spirit treasures. Ryujin Jaka needs no more explanation. The head captain's personal sword, the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto. This is something I replicated 1-to-1 using the multiplication mirror. Aside from the hilt being inverted, there are no other problems. Moreover, it has absorbed Dian and looting divine fire. After finishing the introduction of Ryujin Jaka, Bai Feng introduced the remaining 3 one by one, each with its own characteristics, especially Zanyushi, which never appeared in the Bleach anime. Pitch black throughout, unpretentious and plain. In reality, it is a time-type Zanpakuto, a divine artifact capable of slashing open timelines to travel to the past and future. Of course, its power depends on the river of time and the world rank of the world it is in. Even so, it can still be considered outstanding among all kinds of Zanpakuto. It was given special emphasis by Bai Feng. Understood, understood, understood. Brother Bai, the strength of Zanyushi is truly overmoted. This is a replica of your own Zanpakuto, absolutely top tier. Xiaohuo raised a thumbs up on the side, vouching for Bai Feng. Jade Zhao's gaze swept across the 4 Zanpakuto, quite puzzled. Aren't Zanpakuto connected to a Soul Reaper's very life? How come? Elder brother, you don't understand this, do you? Before Bai Feng could speak, Xiaohuo explained with a grin, it's true that Zanpakuto are connected to a Soul Reaper's life, but the multiplication mirror from Doraemon can replicate them 1-to-1. The replicated Zanpakuto. Aside from having a blank soul inside, all other functions and powers are identical to the original Zanpakuto, and it is even somewhat enhanced. Bai Feng nodded in affirmation. Xiaohuo explained it well. As the core supreme treasure of the replication shop, every replication costs a pretty penny, so its effect is naturally worth more than its price. However, it's not without its drawbacks. Bai Feng explained in detail, the essence of a Zanpakuto is the extension of the mind and soul. Although the replica lacks the soul imprint of the original owner, it inherits the most original personality and law, and will eagerly seek a new host that can resonate with it. In other words, the Zanpakuto in this small shop are not completely dead objects, but will mutually influence and choose each other with the holder. Take Ryujin Jaka as an example. The fire-type law has reached the ultimate peak. If the holder themselves cultivates the fire-type arts, it will naturally be like adding wings to a tiger, and the progress of the unity of man and blade will be extremely rapid. But if they practice ice-type or water-type laws, Bai Feng shook his head and said, the laws repel each other, and it is difficult for both sides to adapt. By the same token, my Zanyushi is also like this. It can help the new master comprehend the time law, but if the new master's comprehension of time is insufficient, not to mention slashing open time, they are likely to be injured by the time turbulence. After finishing about the drawbacks, Bai Feng's tone slowed down, and he summarized, choosing a Zanpakuto is not a case of the stronger the better. One needs to consider the compatibility degree. Of course, this shop also has improved Asachi, which can quickly awaken after being obtained, guaranteeing the wake-up of an exclusive Zanpakuto that best fits the host in the shortest time. It's just that this strength varies from person to person. Bai Feng raised his hand to signal Jade Zhao to look at the crystal counter on the other side, inside which neatly lined up 100 or so unreleased Asachi. I wonder what this friend thinks of this. Jade Zhao's gaze shifted to the Asachi. His original goal was to buy Asachi in large batches as a substitute for pet spirits, to raise the combat effectiveness of food-type soul masters. Never did he expect that the Asachi sold here were actually improved versions. What a coincidence. Pretty good. What is the price of these Asachi? Can they be supplied in large quantities for a long time? Zhe Zhao did not hesitate too much, and directly asked, preparing to buy them back to arrange one for every member of the food-type Soul Master Guild. 100,000 per blade. 80% off for friends. If you order long-term and in large quantities, I'll give you another 50% off, calculating it at 40,000 per blade. Cost price, it can't go any lower. Before Zhe Zhao could bargain, Bai Feng slashed 2 cuts himself, making Zhe Zhao too embarrassed to bargain any further. All right, give me 300,000 blades first, and then 100,000 blades every year. We can add more then if it's not enough. Do we need to sign a contract? Zhe Zhao nodded, extremely satisfied with this price. Seeing how straightforward Zhe Zhao was, the smile in Bai Feng's eyes deepened, and with a flip of his wrist, he took out a jade slip. Since Sir is so bold and generous, and introduced by Xiao Huo, Bai, naturally should show something. Handing the jade slip to Zhe Zhao, he said at the same time, aside from the ordered Asachi, take this open double-angle bracket Cultivation Essentials Manual of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hido, and Ho-Ho close double-angle bracket as a gift to express my humble feelings. This isn't some common street goods from the Bleach world. Instead, it is an advanced version optimized by me combining the data of many powerhouses and actual combat. It covers the basic cultivation before and after Asachi awakening, hand-to-hand combat footwork, the rudiments of Kido, and the essentials of swordsmanship. Having said that, he beckoned. The crystal counter on one side swung wide open, and a withered bamboo-colored Zanpakuto flew out. The blade's name is Suzumushi. Although it cannot compare to Ryujin Jaka and Kyoka Suigetsu, it still belongs above fine quality in this shop. Consider it making a friend. Bai Feng smiled as he shoved the blade into Zhe Zhao's hands, and added. However, there is one thing that needs to be explained. If this improved Asachi wants to quickly awaken into a Zanpakuto, it still needs to be paired with an auxiliary prop. He spread his palms, revealing a transparent crystal the size of a fingernail. Soul Crystal. Without the Soul Crystal, the speed at which the Asachi awakens the Zanpakuto is faster than in Soul Society, but it still takes 3 to 5 years. And with the Soul Crystal, there is no need to wait long. Fastest in a quarter of an hour, slowest in half a day, you will definitely be able to wake up your own Zanpakuto. The efficiency is worlds apart. To express my apology. For the first order, along with the 300,000 Asachi, I can gift 10,000 pieces for trial first. If you feel the effect is good, you can purchase more subsequently. How does that sound to you? Chapter 146 Xingqiang 9 Cities, Yanfa Pavilion. Yes. Zhe Zhao nodded. This deal was very cost-effective. It could quickly shape combat power with immediate results. He quickly calculated in his heart, then said, give me 100,000 soul crystals first, and we can add more later depending on the situation. Just write it into the contract together with the supply of Asachi. Straightforward. Bai Feng clapped his hands, communicated with the auction house to generate a contract in duplicate, and handed it to Zhe Zhao. If there are no objections, happy cooperation. Zhe Zhao carefully scanned the terms, and after confirming they were correct, he branded his mental mark on it and signed the contract. Happy cooperation. Zhe Zhao smiled, put away the Zanpakuto Suzumushi in the spatial bag handed over by Bai Feng, and counted the quantity of the Zanpakuto and soul crystals inside. Actually, there was no need to count carefully. With the auction house as a guarantee, there was completely no need to worry about problems arising. He was just used to it. His mental consciousness swept across the spatial bag, and the Zanpakuto were neatly arranged inside in boards, with one board holding 100 swords, making them particularly easy to recognize. Stepping out of the Zanpakuto shop, Zhe Zhao followed Xiao Huo to his soul spirit specialty store. Here, the categories, quantities, and quality of the soul spirits were obviously much stronger than those hung on the auction list. 100,000-year soul spirits were placed casually. Vicious beast-grade soul spirits could be seen everywhere. Even million-year soul spirits were not non-existent. Xiaohuo mysteriously took one out and showed it off to Jade Zhao. Old brother, come and take a look at this. Xiaohuo carefully took out a brilliant ball of light from a rune-covered crystal cover in the inner room. Inside the light ball was an ancient golden tree, its branches and leaf veins nearly transparent, and its whole body exhibiting warm and soft energy fluctuations. Just getting close made people feel exceptionally comfortable. The golden ancient tree soul spirit, with an age of 2.3 million years, is the supreme treasure of my little shop. Does old brother want to take it in? It can provide at least 2 million-year spirit rings, and the effect will definitely satisfy old brother. Xiaohuo pointed at the light ball wrapping the golden ancient tree soul spirit and introduced, the life energy and spirit power contained within it absolutely far exceed ordinary soul spirits. Old brother, you know, the golden ancient tree was once parasitized by yin, which caused the potential limit of the golden ancient tree to be weakened. Otherwise, I wouldn't take it out to sell. His gaze looking at the golden ancient tree soul spirit was full of regret. Jade Zhao stared at the golden ancient tree soul spirit, clearly feeling how powerful the spirit power and life energy contained within it were. Pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Keep it for now. For the time being, my 8th spirit ring already has a destination, and I also have ideas for the 9th spirit ring. I will come back to find you when I need it later. Hearing this, Xiaohuo was not disappointed and smiled, all right. I will keep it for old brother. Mainly it's hard to sell. If the pricing is low, the auction house won't allow it, and I will also lose out. Over the years, I haven't fed it less things like life gold. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached over 2 million years of age. Xiaohuo stated the problems existing in the golden ancient tree soul spirit without any avoidance, primarily focusing on treating people with sincerity. Since old brother doesn't want anything else, let's go stroll around other places. There is a must-visit place in Xinjiang 9 cities. Let's go, old brother. Your little brother will take you to experience it. As he spoke, seeing Jade Zhao nod in agreement with an expression of interest, Xiaohuo pulled Jade Zhao out of the soul spirit shop and stepped onto the nebula rainbow bridge. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a pure and ethereal floating island. Amidst the swirling clouds and mists, pavilions and towers loomed vaguely, as if entering an immortal cultivation world. All kinds of spirit medicine pavilions, medicinal pill shops, talisman specialty stores, magical artifact stores, everything was available. The footsteps of the two paused in front of an ancient and profound pavilion. Inscribed with Yanfa Pavilion. This is it, old brother. Xiaohuo raised his thumb and introduced in a lowered voice, there are quite a few good places hidden in Xinjiang 9 cities, but this Yanfa Pavilion is definitely number one. Don't look at how unremarkable this Yanfa Pavilion looks, its background is astonishing. Do you know about the Jade Disk of Creation? It's that one in the primordial world. Inside here is the clone projection of the Jade Disk of Creation sitting in town, and it's even that one hailed as the Grandmist Supreme Treasure. Xiaohuo introduced while pointing at the plaque of Yanfa Pavilion. Right here. No matter what is practiced, it can deduce tailored to one's bone structure, aptitude, current cultivation state, and even future potential, customizing the most suitable cultivation technique. Extremely precise and absolutely compatible. The most crucial thing is, there has never been a bad review. Xiaohuo said decisively and with great enthusiasm, it can be said that anyone who comes to Xinjiang 9 cities will make a trip to this Yanfa Pavilion. Hearing this, Jade Zhao couldn't help clicking his tongue in amazement. The Jade Disk of Creation. The supreme treasure recorded in legends containing the 3000 Dao, no wonder Xiaohuo led him here first. This was indeed what he needed most right now. Many thanks for leading the way, brother Huo. Jade Zhao cupped his hands in. Thanks, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he walked into Yanfa Pavilion alone. The internal space was even broader, surrounded by countless flowing runes, with silver light flickering, like a flowing river of stars, exceptionally profound. In the center of the hall, a cluster of soft, clear radiance floated in midair. Within the clear radiance, a phantom of a jade disk could be vaguely seen rotating slowly. A voice devoid of any emotional coloring directly sounded in Jade Zhao's sea of consciousness, identity recognition, visitor. Permission. Basic consultation. Please state your request. So high grade. Zhe Zhao exclaimed inwardly, organized his words, and asked, "May I ask, for the beast spirit in Douluo Continent, can it be transformed or reshaped into a food system spirit? What about the tool spirit? Can it also be transformed into a food system spirit?" He didn't ask questions about his own cultivation technique, but instead asked two questions that had troubled him for a long time. The experiment of transforming beast spirits into food system spirits was close to success. But tool spirits could not. According to Zhe Zhao's nutrient theory, both plant-type spirits and beast spirits were easy to transform, and results had already been achieved. But what about tool spirits? Could it be that the clear sky hammer and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda both become things to eat? It wasn't that it wouldn't work either. Without waiting for Zhe Zhao to continue letting his imagination run wild, the jade disc phantom in the clear radiance gave the answer: request accepted. Involves cross-system rule transformation and essence reconstruction. Retrieving corresponding world rules. Analyzing spirit essence. Deducing transformation possibilities. Conclusion: feasible. Deducing solution: requires 10 million auction coins, please pay. So expensive. Zhe Zhao was dumbfounded. Xiaohuo had said during his previous introduction that the Jade Disc of Creation charged a very high price, but he didn't expect that just asking 2 questions would require 10 million auction coins. But after thinking about it, Zhe Zhao felt it was understandable. After all, it was the Grandmist Supreme Treasure, the Jade Disc of Creation. Outside, if someone wanted to ask it to help with deduction, let alone 10 million auction coins, even 100 billion probably wouldn't be enough to hire it. Pay. 10 million auction coins were painless for Zhe Zhao, who now sat on a fortune of over 600 billion. Giving it was giving it. Just based on the 4 words, Jade Disc of Creation, it was worth this price. Chapter 147, Soul Food Shop, Tuichin Zumeng Jade Pith Soup. User has paid, upgrading permission rank, designated consultation. Based on Douluo World Rule Foundations, the core of transformation lies in guiding life origin and reshaping rules. Beast spirits contain life spirituality, and tool spirits contain material rules. It is necessary to guide their origin power to deflect toward traits such as creation, nourishment, and bestowal, and condense new food system spirit rules at the soul level, generating food system spirit incantations. Plan 1. Origin Traceback Cultivation Technique. Guide Heaven and Earth Origin Chi to temper spirit origin, supplemented by the rising purple Chi, reversing the spirit morphological manifestation to reshape it into a food system spirit. Success rate: 78.3%. Side effects: the spirit's original traits disappear, transforming into new traits. Plan 2. Soul-devouring transformation formula. Devour the origin of specific high-rank food system spirits or food-type spirit beasts, taking it as the core to forcibly assimilate and cover the original spirit rule structure. Success rate: 65.1%. Side effects: there are risks of soul backlash and rejection. Cultivation may drop significantly during the spirit transformation, and the spirit quality after transformation is directly related to the quality of the devoured origin, making it prone to unpredictable mutations. Plan 3. Myriad Phenomena Food Record. Use the soul as a pen and spirit power as ink. Visualize and engrave the innate food chi record text within the spiritual sea. Nourish the record text with spirit power daily, and gradually infiltrate the spirit foundation to slowly draw it closer to a food system spirit. Success rate: 91.5%. Side effects: takes a long time, has requirements for comprehension ability and soul strength. The above 3 plans are all applicable to tool spirits and beast spirits, with a success rate fluctuation range of plus or minus 5.7%. In addition, yin-yang transformation method. Nurture the transformation seed within the body so that the spirit maintains its original traits unchanged after transforming into a food system spirit, allowing free transformation between the original spirit and the food system spirit. Success rate: 97.5%. Side effects: comprehension ability demand is extremely high, the transformation seed needs to be purchased at the auction house, and borrowing external objects is not recommended. The 4 plans have been deduced and corresponding cultivation techniques provided, perfectly adapting to the transformation of any tool spirit and beast spirit into a food system spirit. Do you accept? If not accepted, deduction can continue. Please pay another 1 million auction coins for subsequent deductions. The currently provided plans are already the optimal plans, and further deduction is not recommended. Accept. As the words fell, 4 jade slips were spit out from the bright, clear light sphere, appearing in front of Jade Zhao, quietly waiting for Jade Zhao to read. A smile hung on Jade Zhao's face. He could not stop praising in his heart. Originally he only expected to obtain a feasible transformation path, but he did not expect the Jade Disc of Creation to be so powerful. One can only say, as expected of the Jade Disc of Creation. 10 million was well spent. 4 plans. 4 detailed transformation plans with complete cultivation techniques. Even if the success rate is lower and the side effects are larger, as long as there is a start, relying on the inclination of the world will and the accumulation of time, it can always be slowly pushed open. Isn't this much better than painstakingly doing experiments in the far north yourself? From the relatively safe origin trace-back cultivation technique, to the unorthodox soul-devouring transformation formula, and then to the myriad phenomena food record which has almost no side effects but requires painstaking effort. Each of them clearly marked the success rate and potential risks. Considering everything extremely thoroughly, especially the final yin-yang transformation method, which has the highest success rate and can also convert back and forth between the original spirit and the food system spirit. What difference does this have from having an extra spirit? It's just that the requirement for comprehension ability is a bit high. But it doesn't matter. There are still quite a few heaven and earth treasures and various soul foods that increase comprehension ability. It's just a pity for Chrysanthemum Douluo, Kirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum transformed into a food system spirit too early, failing to catch this wave of version benefits. Hopefully the yin-yang transformation method will be useful to him. Perfect, simply perfect. As expected of the Jade Disc of Creation. A smile curled up at the corner of Jade Zhao's mouth, and he was extremely satisfied in his heart. The 4 plans covered almost all types of spirit masters and possible situations, forming a complete transformation system. As long as the 4 cultivation techniques are spread out, under the inclination of the Douluo world consciousness, it won't take too long, and the quantity and quality of food-type soul masters will usher in explosive growth. By that time, these 10 million can easily make back the capital. Jade Zhao's heart surged as he planned how to use these 4 cultivation techniques to expand the scale of food-type soul masters and the influence of the food-type soul master guild. Perhaps, it won't be long before Douluo can be unified. The Jade Disc Phantom in the bright, clear light slowed its rotation speed, returned to its initial state, and floated quietly, waiting for the next consultant. Jade Zhao did not continue to deduce cultivation techniques suitable for himself. Instead, he bowed to the Jade Disc of Creation and turned to walk out of Yanfa Pavilion. Outside the door, Xiao Huo was craning his neck in anticipation. Seeing Jade Zhao come out, he immediately stepped forward. How is it, old brother? Did you gain a lot? The Jade Disc of Creation truly lives up to its reputation. I have already obtained the cultivation technique I wanted, many thanks to Brother Huo for leading the way. Ah, between brothers, don't say thank you. Xiao Huo waved his hand and pulled Jade Zhao towards the Nebula Rainbow Bridge. Let's go, old brother, let's stroll around other places. Among the 9 cities, there are plenty of good places. As they spoke, the 2 stepped onto the Nebula Rainbow Bridge once more. Bursts of unusual fragrance drifted over. Jade Zhao looked over following the scent. The floating island was bustling with voices, the sign of the Myriad Realm's food city was dazzling, and they happened to arrive at the floating island where the soul food shop he had previously selected was located. Jade Zhao did not call to stop, but instead let Xiao Huo pull him around to sightsee and taste delicious food. After a long while, the 2 finally stopped in front of an empty shop, on which a plaque was already hanging, Douluo Soul Food Specialty Store. Pushing open the wooden door, the shop was not as empty as expected. Instead, rows of empty counters were neatly arranged, and many tables and chairs were placed neatly. It truly had the vibe of a small restaurant. Brother Huo, come and taste the rank 9 soul food I am about to sell. Is it enough to serve as the treasure of the town? Zhe Zhao smiled and summoned his spirit, and his 6th platinum spirit ring lit up. Jade Spring cleanses dust, 9 mutations return to truth, waking from a great dream casts the Jade Soul. The moment the words fell, with Zhe Zhao as the center, a layer of bright, clear radiance rippled out, and the spirit power in his palm condensed into jade-colored brilliance. A bowl of soup appeared in his hand. The soup was as thick as white jade, and countless ice-blue fragments bobbed up and down in the soup, reflecting an ice-blue luster on the soup. Right in the center was the phantom of a white Jade Dragon Turtle, peacefully sleeping. Tuichin Zumang Jade Pith Soup. Please taste it. A food system spirit ability originating from the million-year spirit beast Tianmeng Iceworm, its efficacy focuses on cleansing and reshaping. It possesses dual effects. First is tortoise breath dust shedding. After drinking it, one enters a state of deep sleep, cleansing the spiritual sea. Whether it is the fatigue accumulated from long cultivation or potential heart demons, they will be stripped away in the dream and discharged out of the body. Second is 9 mutations jade casting. In the dream, one will experience 9 layers of spiritual tides, tempering the spiritual origin, ultimately returning to the true self, clearing the original heart, and permanently enhancing spiritual resistance so that external evils are hard to invade. Saying this, Zhe Zhao smiled and handed the Tuichin Zumang Jade Pith Soup in his hand to Xiao Huo. Come, take it first to rinse your mouth. Chapter 148, The 4 Kinds of Spirit Foods Brought by the Tianmeng Iceworm. Hearing this, Xiao Huo couldn't help smiling. Old brother, is it really this extravagant? Despite saying this, he didn't decline excessively, taking the Tuichin Zumang Jade Pith Soup with both hands. It felt slightly cool to the touch. Within the jade white soup, icy blue fragments slowly flowed like stars, while the phantom of the white Jade Dragon Turtle quietly slumbered in the center. He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The soup was not cold at all, instead, it carried a gentle warmth that instantly slipped down his throat, a crisp sensation rushing straight to his spiritual core. Ripples stirred within his mental force sea. The mental fatigue accumulated from days of cultivation quietly dissipated. He subconsciously closed his eyes, feeling his mind more vacant and lucid than ever before, sinking into a daze as if he were about to fall asleep. Without the slightest defense, he once again drank a large gulp of the jade pith soup. His head grew heavy, and he collapsed onto the table, falling asleep. All outside disturbances were isolated. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, divine light gleaming in his pupils as he exclaimed, "What a wondrous feeling! Such an overbearing effect. Old brother, your Tuichin Zumang Jade Pith Soup is truly amazing." Xiao Huo clicked his tongue in wonder. I never expected the Tianmeng Iceworm could provide such a profound spirit ability. Compared to you, old brother, I feel like I've buried his potential. You might not believe what I'm about to say. The Tuichin Zumang Jade Pith Soup is actually the worst among the spirit abilities provided to me by the Tianmeng Iceworm. Come, taste this one. Zhe Zhao smiled, and the 6th spirit ring beneath his feet lit up once more. Divine hibernation in the 9 abysses, a single thought spans 10,000 years, void tempering derives the Tao to pierce the mysterious firmament. A low and profound spirit chant sounded, spirit power fluctuations forming rolling ripples, and Zhe Zhao's aura became deep and unpredictable. Light condensed in his palm. Spirit power transformed into a cup of clear liquid containing countless tiny golden threads that swam and coiled like dragons, extremely bizarre. 9 derivations heavenly secret hibernating dragon saliva. Derived from the mental force attributes of the Tianmeng Iceworm and its ability of hibernation and secluded cultivation. After drinking it, your mental force will hide at the bottom of the 9 abysses like a hibernating dragon, deducing future time. Discerning the falsehood of all things in a dream, deducing the law and the Tao. It has miraculous effects on breaking through cultivation bottlenecks and enlightenment bottlenecks. Any cultivation technique problems and spirit ability doubts can find answers within it. You can also calculate general fortune and misfortune based on your own situation. Speaking up to this point, Zhe Zhao smiled and said, however, even without these functions, judging solely by taste, the 9 derivations heavenly secret hibernating dragon saliva is also an ultimate enjoyment. Brother Huo, please taste it. Xiaohuo widened his eyes, evidently shocked by the effects of the 9 derivations heavenly secret hibernating dragon saliva introduced by Jade Zhao. The Tianmeng iceworm has this kind of ability too. It hides so deeply, he complained inwardly, taking the 9 derivations heavenly secret hibernating dragon saliva with both hands. He gently sipped it against his lips, and the saliva unexpectedly felt like a living creature, carrying a trace of coolness straight into the depths of his mental force sea. In an instant, his thinking speed skyrocketed. Countless problems concerning soul-spirit contracts, refined mental force control, and cultivation techniques began to deduce themselves autonomously. Some previously vague thoughts now became incomparably clear. Sparks of various inspirations burst forth. It felt as if he had truly experienced long years of contemplation and exploration. In the dark, he had a feeling that there were several directions in the Xingqiang 9 cities that were beneficial to him. Awesome. Huo Yuhao let out a long breath, his eyes filled with shock. Old brother, this 9 derivations heavenly secret hibernating dragon saliva is truly awesome. No wonder old brother said the Tuichin Zumeng jade pith soup was nothing. There's no comparison. There's simply no comparison. The effect of the 9 derivations heavenly secret hibernating dragon saliva can be called heaven-defying. The astonishment in Xiaohuo's eyes lingered for a long time as he clicked his tongue in wonder. Is this really a spirit ability that the Tianmeng iceworm can provide? Old brother, are you sure both of us are in the Douluo Continent? Since when could such a heaven-defying spirit ability appear in the Douluo Continent of Xuanwan's bottom tier? In the auction house, this 9 derivations heavenly secret hibernating dragon saliva probably has to start at 1 million coins, right? Ha 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 ha. Jade Zhao laughed and nodded affirmatively. The starting price is 2 million, but the transaction price has never been lower than 5 million. Come, taste this one again. Saying this, the spirit ring beneath Jade Zhao lit up again, and the spirit chant became ethereal and illusory. Dream cocoon weaves the heavens, ruins hide the walls, all laws fall silent to protect soul sleep. Light flashed. A cup of deeply colored brewed liquor appeared in his hands. Ripples occasionally flashed across the surface of the wine, sucking all the surrounding light into it. Dream cocoon hide soul ruins brew. After drinking it, your mental force sea will be wrapped by the spirit power of dreams, weaving a cocoon to hide within. No matter how the myriad laws of the outside world invade, it will be difficult to shake this layer of protection. It is an ultimate mental protection spirit ability. Placed in Douluo, it can resist all mental attacks below the God King. Placed in the auction house, it can fend off all mental attacks and soul shocks below the law level. The starting price given by the auction house is 1.5 million per cup. Huo Yuhao took this cup of ruins brew and tasted it slightly. A gentle spirit power immediately enveloped his mental origin, draping a layer of invisible cocoon clothing over it. Good wine. Old brother's dream cocoon hide soul ruins brew is the best wine I've ever drunk. Xiaohuo praised it endlessly. Feeling the changes in his mental force sea, he felt incomparably fortunate about his wise choice to invest in old brother. It's all right. Jade Zhao humbly brushed it off and said solemnly, finally, come taste this dream-derived 9 transformations turtle-breathing soup. Turtle breathing enters a dream, 9 transformations forge a dragon, a single awakening shatters the firmament. As these words fell, the platinum-colored spirit ring shone brightly. The spirit chant carried a high-spirited intent of being ready to go and eager to break through the 9 heavens. This time, what appeared in his hand was a steaming bowl of soup. The soup was golden in color. A dragon-shaped phantom swam within the soup, exuding exuberant life energy. Jade Zhao handed over the steaming golden soup and introduced, the dream-derived 9 transformations turtle-breathing soup focuses on breakthrough. After drinking it, you will fall into a turtle-breathing state. Unlike the Tuichin Zumeng jade pith soup, the dream-derived 9 transformations turtle-breathing soup places more emphasis on breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. It can greatly stimulate potential across 9 transformations, shatter cultivation barriers, and reach a new realm. It is especially suitable for cultivators who have been stuck at rank bottlenecks for a long time. The starting price given by the auction house is 3 million coins a bowl, but the transaction price has never been lower than 10 million. Looking at this bowl of soup, Huo Yuhao could feel the immense energy contained within it. Taking a sip, a warm current instantly swept through his entire body, and every single cell cheered and leapt with joy. Then his head shook, and his vision swam. Xiao Huo shook his head, pulling himself together, drank the remaining dream-derived 9 transformations turtle-breathing soup in one gulp, and then collapsed to fall asleep. Zhe Zhao scratched his head with a helpless look. I forgot to mention, the difference between the dream-derived 9 transformations turtle-breathing soup and the Tuichin Zumeng jade pith soup also lies in this sleeping duration. You only need to sleep for a little while with the Tuichin Zumeng jade pith soup. But this dream-derived 9 transformations turtle-breathing soup requires starting at 3 days of sleep with no upper limit. You're going to be waiting a while. Tucking a blanket over Xiao Huo, Zhe Zhao turned his head to look at his own spirit food small shop. The shop was empty. He might as well take this time to tidy up, fill the vacant shelves with spirit foods, and prepare for opening the shop. Chapter 149, 8th Spirit Ring, Age, Tens of Millions of Years. Zhe Zhao gently tapped his fingertip into the void realm. Suddenly, brilliant light filled the room. Countless clusters of light emerged from the void realm, varying in color and exuding distinct auras, surrounding Zhe Zhao like stars orbiting the moon. Within every single cluster of light, phantoms of food could be vaguely seen, accompanied by ripples of spirit power and overflowing aromas that made one's mouth water. Gazing at the counters in the room, Zhe Zhao fell into deep thought. How should I categorize them? Should it be by grade, or by effect? After thinking for a moment, Zhe Zhao waved his hand, and the clusters of light suspended in midair were categorized and fell into one counter after another. Every counter stored a major category. Within the counters, they were arranged in descending order by grade from top to bottom, from the 9th grade to the 1st grade, with only a single piece of each soul food displayed. Zhe Zhao originally thought the space inside the counters would not be enough. He didn't expect that within the counters, there was a universe of its own. Much like an auction list, one could automatically list a ranking within it. Whatever soul food was needed could be popped up by simply clicking it. 9th grade dust and mud cake, spiritual sense cicada shell. 8th grade gloom moss biscuit. 7th grade burning blood sugar bean, moonlight spirit dew, 1000 emotion fermented wine, beast marrow pill. 6th grade clarifying mind rock sugar lotus root jelly, spirit origin fruit. Quote. Spiritual light flowed across Zhe Zhao's fingertips, and the clusters of light in the void realm were pulled by an invisible force, returning to their respective positions and sinking into the crystal counters. That's about it. When the last 7 emotion entangling silk pastry flickering with 7 colored rosy light fell into the top tier compartment, Zhe Zhao clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. It was full of a sense of accomplishment. The shop returned to tranquility, leaving only faint ripples of spirit power and intertwined food aromas flowing lightly in the air. The surfaces of the counters were as smooth and clean as a mirror. With a gentle tap from Zhe Zhao, runes circulated, allowing him to summon the phantoms and introductions of countless soul food items, making it incomparably convenient. After organizing them once more, Zhe Zhao sat in a chair to sort out his gains while quietly waiting for Xiao Huo to wake up. 5 days passed in a flash. A solid aura suddenly erupted. Xiao Huo's whole body's aura surged. He raised his head and opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming in them, clearly showing that his strength had improved once again. Is it over? Zhe Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly as his consciousness returned from his spiritual sea. He had been carefully reading the yin-yang transformation method, wondering if he could use it to deduce backward and reverse the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul into the beast spirit white Jade Dragon Turtle. Old brother. This sleep felt so comfortable. Xiao Huo stretched lazily and praised incessantly, your dream-derived 9 transformations turtle-breathing soup has such strong effects. How much are these 4 bowls of soul food in total? Before Xiao Huo could finish his subsequent words, he was interrupted by a wave of Zhe Zhao's hand. Don't talk about money, talking about money hurts feelings. This. Xiao Huo looked embarrassed, feeling that he had taken a huge advantage from Zhe Zhao. With his current strength, wanting to make further progress was extremely difficult. The 4 bowls of soup given by Jade Zhao were definitely worth more than their price, making him embarrassed to get a free ride. We're all brothers, let's not talk about this. Right on time, my shop has also been tidied up. There's no time like the present, let's open for business today, shall we? What are the rules and regulations for opening a shop in Xingqiang 9 cities? I'll still have to trouble brother Huo to help out. Old brother, leave it to me, you can rest assured. It's completely settled. Xiao Huo stood up, patted his chest in guarantee, and then began his own series of operations. There were no deafening gongs and drums, nor any fancy ceremonies. Instead, a shopping bounty was posted on the 9 cities' bounties to spread the word widely. The news of the Douluo Soul Food Specialty Store spread like wildfire. First came the curious neighbors. Following that were those who came upon hearing the news to claim the bounty, appearing one after another in the myriad realms food city to step into this newly opened soul food shop. The soul food itself had exceptionally superb effects. After everyone tasted it, word of mouth spread, and they placed orders one after another. Xiao Huo was so busy his feet barely touched the ground, responsible for reception, explanations, and maintaining order, while Jade Zhao was busy signing contracts. His balance skyrocketed. After a period of busyness, Jade Zhao followed Xiao Huo's guidance, purchased a clone phantom service from the auction house, left a clone to handle the shop's matters, and returned to Douluo Continent himself. Heaven Do Elementary Spirit Master Academy. Dormitory building. Space rippled slightly, and Jade Zhao's figure appeared in student single apartment room 513. Lin Yi appeared from the shadows at the same time. Seeing that it was Jade Zhao, he lowered his head and nodded, preparing to melt back into the shadows, but was called to a stop by Jade Zhao's voice. Lin Yi, come and try this. With your talent, can you turn it into a spirit ring? As he spoke, Jade Zhao flipped his palm, and the Xuanwang undying grass obtained from the auction house emerged, handing it to Lin Yi. The grass had only 3 leaves, yet it carried Xuanwang Qi, with law runes faintly appearing, causing the surrounding space to distort because of it. Yes, young lord. Seeing that grass, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He bowed and received the Xuanwang undying grass with both hands. Afterwards, his gaze condensed. 9 spirit rings rose neatly from beneath his feet, and his spirit's shadow appeared in the palm of his hand. Without performing spirit possession, it instead emitted a grayish halo. Placing the grass before his chest, he closed his eyes and concentrated, activating his talent's power. Boom! The Xuanwang Qi suddenly erupted, surging powerfully. Countless runes were born and destroyed, and the light and shadows of earth, water, wind, and fire flashed past in an instant. The massive energy impact caused the entire dormitory building to begin trembling slightly. So fierce. Jade Zhao was slightly startled. He brought his hands together, activating the defense and concealment formation engraved on the inner walls of the dormitory, restricting the fluctuations and energy impact within the room. To this, Lin Yi was completely unaware. Spirit power continuously transformed into a grayish halo, enveloping the entire Xuanwang undying grass. The 9 spirit rings continuously flickered and pulsed, appearing much dimmer under the Xuanwang Qi. The Xuanwang undying grass gradually turned ethereal. Under Lin Yi's talent, it gradually transformed into a Xuanwang-colored spirit ring, with law inscriptions circulating, emitting a majestic aura and spirit power fluctuations. Ancient, heavy, and supreme. The spirit ring condensed and formed, its color Xuanwang, deep and boundless. Countless strands of Xuanwang Qi dissipated and vanished without a trace. Young lord, it's done. With his aura retracted, Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked at Jade Zhao. His voice remained steady, yet it carried a trace of imperceptible vibration. Spirit ring age, over tens of millions of years. How many tens of thousands of years specifically is unclear, but it should have already reached the world limit, unable to rise any further, wasting quite a bit of energy. Lin Yi explained to Jade Zhao with a look of regret. Jade Zhao looked at the Xuanwang spirit ring and couldn't help clicking his tongue. Tens of millions of years. World limit. As expected of a spiritual root from the primordial world. Just right. I believe that as my 8th spirit ring, it will definitely provide 4 even more powerful spirit abilities. He murmured a sentence, but didn't act immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi first. How long can this spirit ring persist? Reporting to young lord, normal spirit rings can all persist for about an hour. The Xuanwang Qi on this spirit ring has solidified, and its quality is extremely high. Its energy is incomparably condensed. If you don't actively absorb it, persisting for several months won't be a problem. Lin Yi perceived the Xuanwang ring, which was almost tangible, and explained in a deep voice. Chapter 150, 8 Spirit Abilities for a 10 million year spirit ring, is this right? A few months. It's enough. Zhe Zhao nodded, his heart settling down. He did not immediately absorb that 10 million year Xuanwang spirit ring, but instead flipped his palm once more, and a palm-sized white turtle appeared in the bedroom. Its turtle shell was lustrous and moist, born with natural Tao patterns. What was even more shocking? On its back sat steadily a tiny person less than a finger tall, dressed in white surpassing snow, with ethereal immortal qi, resembling an immortal descending into the world. It was precisely the longevity medicine from the perfect world. White turtle carrying an immortal. Once this item came out, a Tao rhyme no inferior to the Xuanwang undying grass permeated the air, with vigorous longevity essence, taking a single breath made one's body feel light and agile, prolonging life. Young lord, this is? Lin Yi asked, as he could sense that the life level of the white turtle carrying an immortal was extremely high. Although it was not as good as the Xuanwang undying grass, it was not far behind. An undying medicine, the white turtle carrying an immortal. Zhe Zhao smiled and pointed at the white turtle carrying an immortal, saying, although it is inferior to the primordial spiritual root Xuanwang undying grass, it is even more suitable as my 7th spirit ring. Lin Yi, trouble you once more. As you command. Lin Yi nodded, urging the grayish halo in his palm to shroud the undying medicine, the white turtle carrying an immortal. The process was similar to before. Yet it lacked a bit of the previous ferocity and possessed a bit more gentleness. The phantom of the white turtle carrying an immortal dissolved within the halo, transforming into pure life essence and longevity spirit power, condensing into a flawless, pure white spirit ring. On the ring, an immortal figure was hazy, and a longevity turtle chanted long and clear. The boundless vitality was almost overflowing. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, his aura steady, and spoke, young lord, I have not failed my mission. The spirit ring age is 4.2 million years. Good. Zhe Zhao nodded, hesitating no longer. With a thought, spirit power surged around his body, and the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul appeared in his hand, surrounded by hazy hot mist and a rich aroma. Purple, purple, scarlet, crimson gold, crimson silver, platinum. 6 ultra-conventional spirit rings lit up beneath him one after another, their brilliance flowing and shining brightly, emitting a soul-shaking coercion. Spirit power gently guided it. Affected, the pure white turtle carrying an immortal spirit ring transformed into a stream of light, directly casing itself onto Zhe Zhao's white Jade Dragon Turtle spirit. As the spirit ring added to his body, the light burst forth immensely. As Zhe Zhao expected, the attributes of the white turtle carrying an immortal spirit ring fit the white Jade Dragon Turtle spirit perfectly, and the extreme concentration of life essence and the law of longevity melted into the spirit without any obstruction. It was vast yet gentle. The process of absorbing the spirit ring was unexpectedly smooth. Continuous streams of spirit power merged into Zhe Zhao's limbs and bones, the Dantian spirit core continuously swelled, compressing the spirit power to make it his own. After a moment, Zhe Zhao's body trembled slightly. The spirit power within his body was like a torrent breaking through a dam, roaring and surging upward step by step. A pure white spirit ring appeared at the position of the 7th spirit ring, shining brightly alongside the other 6 differently colored spirit rings. Pure white and flawless, with dazzling brilliance. On it, immortal figures were ethereal and white turtles swam, completely different from ordinary spirit rings. Furthermore, under the spirit power feedback of this 4.2 million year white turtle carrying an immortal spirit ring, Zhe Zhao's spirit power rank advanced triumphantly. It soared all the way, finally stopping steadily before the threshold of rank 80. After reaching rank 80, the spirit power brought by the white turtle carrying an immortal spirit ring inside his body still had some leftovers. Zhe Zhao pushed them all into the spirit core to slowly digest. Feeling the surging spirit power within his body and the brand new comprehension brought by the martial soul true body, joy flashed through Jade Zhao's eyes as he let out a long breath. 7 rings, Spirit Saint, achieved. After a brief adjustment of breath without pausing much, Jade Zhao cast his gaze towards that fluctuating Xuanlong 10 million year spirit ring. 10 million year spirit ring. Now, it's your turn. His gaze became sharp, and driven by spirit power, the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul shone brightly, emitting a powerful suction force as it actively met that Xuanlong spirit ring. The moment the Xuanlong halo slowly descended and cased onto the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul. Boom! Xuanlong energy, far more ferocious than when he absorbed the white turtle carrying an immortal spirit ring previously, erupted, stirring up ripples of energy within the bedroom. Surging spirit power entered his body. MNGH. Jade Zhao couldn't help letting out a muffled groan. Severe pain struck, blue veins bulged on his forehead, his body trembled slightly, and fine beads of blood even seeped out from his skin surface. Every wisp of Xuanlong qi was incomparably heavy, constantly flushing his meridians, tearing his flesh, and hammering his bones within Jade Zhao's body. The two colors of Xuanlong intertwined repeatedly, causing Jade Zhao's physique to continuously strengthen. Repeating endlessly in a cycle. This was not only an infusion of spirit power, but also painful body refining. It could be said that ever since his transmigration up until now, Jade Zhao had never experienced such great pain. Back then, to avoid the pain of body refining, he didn't even undergo the ice and fire golden body in the ice and fire yin-yang well, and instead directly took the flaming apricot and the octagonal mysterious ice grass to the auction house to sell them. He hadn't expected to suddenly experience such an ordeal today. It hurts. Jade Zhao's face showed pain, and the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul trembled unstably, fine cracks actually beginning to emerge on its jade porcelain bowl. Just when Jade Zhao felt he couldn't bear it anymore. Inside the bedroom, a strange fragrance emerged. Ripples spread across space. A jade foot stepped out, delicate and exquisite, snow-white and flawless, resembling being meticulously carved from top-grade suet white jade. With rounded ankles and pinkish-white soles. Tapping gently in the air, untainted by a shred of dust. Immediately, a plain white figure appeared in the bedroom, with dark hair like a waterfall cascading to her waist, of peerless beauty and matchless grace. Her eyes were like autumn water, clear and profound. Her skin was delicate and lustrous without a shred of blemish. She was precisely Ling Xiaoyu, who carried the Tao of Beauty and the Tao of Jade. Her slender eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at Jade Zhao's painful appearance, her eyes revealing deep concern. Slender jade fingers reached out. Her fingertips flowed with jade-colored brilliance, tapping between Jade Zhao's eyebrows. The Xuanlong qi that had originally rampaged and almost burst Jade Zhao's meridians quickly calmed down, instantly condensing into beads of Xuanlong jade marrow. The instant the jade marrow formed, Jade Zhao's pain drastically decreased. Xiaoyu turned her wrist lightly, and with a sweep of her jade finger, the jade marrow beads condensed from the Xuanlong spirit power were transferred by her into the spirit spring small world. They suspended above the spirit spring, quietly waiting for Jade Zhao to slowly draw and absorb them. In the future, Jade Zhao instantly felt his pressure sharply drop, the severe pain inside his body dissipating, leaving only the soreness and faint sense of strength after his meridians and bones were refined. Letting out a long breath, Jade Zhao opened his eyes and looked up at Xiaoyu. "Zhao Zhao, you're being too reckless." Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of reproach, giving a concerned reprimand before Jade Zhao could speak, and like a frightened rabbit, she swooshed and disappeared from the bedroom. Leaving behind only a single sentence, "Properly consolidate your cultivation, I'm heading back." Jade Zhao was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head helplessly. I overestimated myself. I didn't expect that the spirit power brought by this 10 million year spirit ring would be so immense, even with my physique raised by constantly eating various tonics and heaven and earth treasures, I couldn't hold on. Gathering his focus, Jade Zhao guided the remaining spirit power in his body to circulate through a full cycle, consolidating his newly breakthrough cultivation. At the same time, he sank his consciousness into the spirit and spirit ring, perceiving the brand new spirit ability brought to him by the 10 million year Xuanlong spirit ring. A moment later, Jade Zhao opened his eyes with a face full of pleasant surprise and disbelief, exclaiming, how is this possible? There are actually 8 spirit abilities. 8 spirit abilities for a 10 million year spirit ring, is this right?